After leaving the Tree of Life, Ren Tianyu used Kamui to stealthily return to Elf Source. Then send Princess Xing Lu back to her room. She was always under the effect of his genjutsu from the time she was inside his Kamui space, and had never woken up even once. But there was no way Ren Tianyu would dare to take away Xing Lu too. If he took her away, then just like a super-level taunting device, he would absolutely attract great enmity towards himself, and wherever he went, he would attract the hatred of Elf Clan. Ren Tianyu didn't dare to do so, because relying on his current small arms and small legs, he didn't dare to meet head-on with Elf Clan. Besides, Ren Tianyu was not idle enough to provoke Elf Clan's pursuit to kill for no apparent reason, he didn't have that masochistic tendency. Ancient 100 clans, these clans however had powerful strength enough to withstand the invasion of Demon Clan of 10,000 years ago. Basically every one clan of ancient 100 clans possess strength comparable to the strength of current strongest force, or even exceed their strength. This shows the strength of ancient 100 clans. Although at the time of resisting the invasion of Demon Clan, their ethnicity took a heavy hit, but after passing 10,000 years of recuperation, some of their ethnicity had already recovered. Such as, Elf Clan, depending on Tree of Life and Spring of Life, their strength had already completely recovered to the point which was not inferior to their former strength. Death Clan of Void, Heaven Sword Clan of White Tiger, all of these clans were well-known clan among ancient 100 clans. But even after having done all this, Ren Tianyu didn't immediately return to Flame Phoenix Villa, rather kept on standing inside the room of Xing Lu, while looking over to the direction of the palace of Elf Queen. Thought for a bit, then along with the spiral-shaped space ripple created from the Kamui of Right Eye, he disappeared from inside the room, leaving behind lying on the bed sleeping Elf Princess. Inside the palace of Elf Queen and 4 elders were still sitting there and were discussing about the matter of Ren Tianyu stealing Spring of Life this evening. They were also pondering over the identity of Ren Tianyu. They had also already transmitted orders to go and make the elves in the human world to gather information regarding Ren Tianyu and quickly send it back. So, all of them were here waiting for the news from the people under them. Just at that time, a knocking sound came through the closed palace door, and a charming female voice sounded from outside, "Your Majesty the Queen, Kalii requests for an audience. Enter." Hearing this voice, a smile simultaneously appeared on the face of Elf Queen and 4 elders, then Elf Queen spoke towards outside the door, letting her enter. This Kalii was the person they were waiting for all this time, because Kalii was the leader of their elf clan's outside world intelligence corps. They had requested Kalii to go to outside world to gather the information on the identity of Ren Tianyu. After Elf Queen gave the permission, the closed palace door slowly opened, and one female elf with long black hair wearing black dress walked inside. Compared to Elf Queen and Xing Lu, these female elves' pure and fresh sensation, this female elf's body had unusual evil aura. This female was Dark Elf, and unlike Nature Elf, they were proficient in Dark System magic. "Kalii, how was it, any information on the matter I asked you?" Seeing Kalii entering, Elf Queen slowly asked, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with a look of hope. Reporting back to Queen, already have the information. Walking over, Kalii lightly bowed, then stood up and directly opened her mouth. Then quickly speak. Hearing Kalii, Elf Queen hastily signaled her to quickly speak. Yes. Kalii answered, then sorting out her thinking, she slowly opened her mouth and began to state all the information she got on Ren Tianyu. The person sneaked into our elf source today is the leader of Akatsuki organization, code name 0. There is not any previous information on this Akatsuki organization in the whole continent, exactly as if it appeared out of thin air, extremely mysterious. Their first appearance was just half a month ago in Ailer Empire Shiman clan, on the big wedding day of eldest son of Shiman clan Shiman Feng and eldest daughter of Wang clan Wang Yusen. On that day, the eldest son of Shiman clan Shiman Feng was joyfully preparing to get married with his lovely and beautiful bride, but no one would have thought that, this day would thoroughly change the history of Shiman clan. A wedding ceremony changed into funeral, joyous wedding scene changed into hell on the earth. That day, the leader of Akatsuki Organization Zero suddenly appeared in the wedding site in the most unexpected way, i.e. by using space magic, then directly took away Wang Yusen, the bride of this wedding. And through their conversation, everyone also clearly understood that the original name of this leader of Akatsuki Organization Zero was Shiman Tianlong, unexpectedly turned out to be the illegitimate child of the clan leader Shiman Batian. But because he had no talent in cultivation, he didn't get any care of Shiman Batian, and was finally driven out from Shiman clan. And after that the eldest son of Shiman clan Shiman Feng sent assassin to kill him, and was supposed to be killed. But contrary to the expectation of Shiman Feng, Shiman Tianlong i.e. Zero unexpectedly didn't die, moreover in less than 3 years of time, don't know what fortune he encountered, his strength unexpectedly soared rapidly. According to him he awakened his blood lineage power called Sharingan, furthermore obtained mysterious space power. And after taking away Wang Yusen, Zero immediately laid out exceedingly powerful defense barrier which covered the whole soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, trapping everyone of Shiman clan inside. Next the people of Akatsuki Organization formally intrude Shiman clan. Akatsuki Organization actually had merely 4 members, but each one of them were extremely powerful. All of them wore black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and bamboo hat with wind bells, which was same as the clothing worn by that Zero who had intruded our elf source today. And they directly began slaughtering inside soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. Basically all the peoples left inside the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa were no match against the member of Akatsuki Organization. Several god-ranked experts of Shiman clan died in the hand of Zero. At the last moment, Shiman clan's god domain experts Shiman Wuyan and 2 other hurried over to scene. And the 5 god domain experts of Dragon clan also arrived there. At that time, everyone thought the people of Akatsuki Organization will not be able to escape even if given wings. But the unexpected thing was, Zero directly summoned extremely powerful 2 giant magical beasts. No one have ever seen those 2 type of magical beasts, just like Zero and his Akatsuki Organization was full of mystery. But their strength however was super powerful. One of that magical beast released a unique skill, and that single skill completely destroyed the whole mountain where soaring Dragon Mountain Villa was located, leaving behind merely several kilometer big crater. And everyone in the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, including those Dragon clan's experts, with the exception of already ran away Shiman Batian, changed into dust. Hearing Kali, disbelief expression appeared on the face of Elf Queen and others. No one among them had ever thought that the person who had intruded their elf source today was actually this ferocious. But just at this time, a sound reverberated throughout the room which made the fine hairs on everyone's body stood up. Hee, never thought that you actually find out this much information on me and my organization in this short period of time. Pretty good intelligence. At that moment, a male voice suddenly reverberated inside the hall. Hee, never thought you actually find out this much information on me and my organization this quickly. When Elf Queen and 4 elders were carefully considering what Kali had just said, a male voice suddenly reverberated through the whole hall, entering the ears of Elf Queen and others. Who? Roll out for me. Hearing this voice, everyone inside the hall instantly retorted. And all of 4 elders instantly stood up and arrived at the side of Elf Queen, protecting Elf Queen in the middle of them. After that they emitted powerful aura from their body which quickly spread all around. The atmosphere inside the hall suddenly became stifling, and just like eagle, their sharp eyes ceaselessly scanned all around. And on the body of Kali, dark black-colored dense fog suddenly appeared. Under the thought of Kali, this dense fog quickly spread around. This was dark system sensing magic, could sense all living things' life trait and information, and return back to her brain. Merely in less than 2 hours, Your Majesty the Queen already not recognize me. Along with the voice, the space in front of Elf Queen and others suddenly distorted into a spiral-shaped space ripple by mysterious power, and a young man wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on them appeared in the hall from inside this space ripple. You bastard! Seeing the person appeared in front of her, the complexion of Elf Queen instantly ashen. And just like violent storms, her aura pressured him, as if wanting to crush him into powder. And the aura of 4 elders were also firmly locked onto him, were ready to attack at any moment. Hee, Your Majesty the Queen and everyone, don't get excited like this. This time I came here without any ill intention. Waving his hand, and as if he was not feeling any pressure from the aura of these people, he casually said. But just at this time, from the ground under him, suddenly innumerable huge vines grew out, and tightly wound around his body, making it impossible for him to move. The body of female elf elder behind elf queen was glimmering with light green magic radiance, and both of her hand was also gathered together. It seemed she was the one who suddenly used nature magic just now to restrain him. Humph, Zero, this time you are unable to get away even if given wings. Seeing he was trapped, the complexion of elf queen slowly took a turn for the better, and she withdrew the powerful aura, then coldly snorted towards the trapped person wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it. Correct, this person naturally was Ren Tianyu. After he returned back Xing Lu to her room, he directly came here, because there was something he must do. Hee, is that so? Feeling he was tightly tied up by vines, he just laughed without refuting. I didn't expect after you steal our elf clan's spring of life, you actually didn't escape immediately, instead swaggeringly appeared before us. I must say that you are quite bold but stupid. Looking at the trapped and cannot move Ren Tianyu, with sneering expression on her face, elf queen mockingly said to Ren Tianyu. She really had not thought that Ren Tianyu would actually return back. With regarding to that space magic, she had already took precautions against it, so when Ren Tianyu appeared, she used her body to block that female elder behind her, moreover gave her signal to secretly use magic spell to trap Ren Tianyu, in order to prevent him from fleeing by using space magic. You bastard, quickly hand over spring of life you stole, this way we will leave your corpse intact, otherwise we'll tear your body into thousands of pieces. Looking at trapped Ren Tianyu, one of the male elf elder by the side of elf queen coldly said. Ha, hearing this male elf elder, Ren Tianyu suddenly laughed without any restraint. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? Hearing Ren Tianyu's laughter, the complexion of this male elf elder sunk, then staring at Ren Tianyu, he coldly said. I am laughing at you stupid. Ren Tianyu shook his head, and said slowly. Then ignoring this male elf elder whose complexion became unsightly, he continued to speak, according to you, even if I hand over this spring of life, I will die, and even if I don't, I will die, since it is like that, why do I give it to you? Humph, after killing you, we will search your body. Hearing Ren Tianyu, elf queen coldly snorted, her eyes full of killing intent stared at Ren Tianyu. In her mind, she couldn't wait to kill Ren Tianyu, not only because Ren Tianyu had stolen spring of life, furthermore because her body was thoroughly seen by this guy in front of her. And seeing those demonic eyes, she consciously or unconsciously looked away, and she couldn't wait to dig out those eyes. Do you think I am so stupid that I will bring spring of life with me when I come here? Ren Tianyu curled his lips and disdainfully continued to speak. I have already placed those spring of life in an extremely safe place, this is inside my stomach. What did you say? Hearing Ren Tianyu, elf queen and others became dazed, and simultaneously had a kind of bad premonition inside their heart. In simple words, those more than 40 bottles of spring of life, I drank all of them. Its taste was pretty good, so this time I came here to ask whether you have more or not, I want to borrow a little bit to taste. Ren Tianyu licked his tongue and had a very greedy appearance. Hearing Ren Tianyu, elf queen and others immediately began to curse inside their heart, your sister, drank more than 40 bottles of spring of life, and only saying the taste was pretty good, don't you know those were the collection of several decades? And you bastard drank all of them in one breath, don't you know ordinarily we elf clan hate to part or use, just store it just like life treasure, and use it only at crucial moment, but you bastard drank more than 40 bottles at once. This is several 10 times more extravagant compared to even us elf clan. This spring of life is treasure of us elf clan, not your ordinary item, you thief. You drank then drank, why did you deliberately return back before us to show off, saying coming back to ask little more? Taste pretty good, then taste it, elder brother, you truly take this palace as your back garden ah, must you bully us elves like this ah. This split second, Elf Queen and 4 elders had an impulse to cry inside their heart. Seeing the expression on the face of Elf Queen, Ren Tianyu proudly laughed inside his heart. In fact, he was intentionally giving them heartache, who told them to use nature magic to trap him. Although he could leave any time, still he however couldn't bear but to make them feel heartache inside their heart, merely it seems the effect was pretty good. For me, make this bas, tarred, minced meat. The face color of Elf Queen become green, gritting her teeth, she said one sentence. This shows how much Ren Tianyo's those words of just a moment ago infuriated her. Not only her, the complexion of all the elves inside the hall became pitch black, and they were staring at the direction of Ren Tianyu as if they were about to spew fire. Yes, your majesty the queen. That female elder who had used nature magic to trap Ren Tianyu answered, then looking towards Ren Tianyu, a cruel smile appeared on her face. After that, clasping both of her hands together, she violently stirred the nature energy on her body. With her movement, those vines immediately began to tighten slowly, as if wanting to strangle Ren Tianyu into minced meat. Too tight, oh, loosen a bit, don't use force like this ah. Feeling the vines around his body was gradually tightening, Ren Tianyu emitted strange yelling sound. This sound however seemed awkward to hear, seemingly like the voice of loose immoral woman. Hearing this caused all the women present on the scene to be flushed. This vines became more and more tight, and the voice of Ren Tianyu became louder and louder. Suddenly, Ren Tianyu along with his voice suddenly disappeared. Disappeared so suddenly that Elf Queen and other who were originally having a good time merely stood there blankly for a moment. Immediately afterwards, they rushed forward, but there wasn't any trace of Ren Tianyu. Hey, I'm here. Just at that time, that wicked voice rang in their ears. Ren Tianyu was standing on the right-hand side's wall, and was in the process of waving his hand towards them. Seeing Ren Tianyu standing on the side wall without falling down by completely going against the principle, and waving his hand towards them by grinning cheekily, 3 words appeared on the mind of all of them simultaneously. Impossible. T.L. 3 Chinese character. You should know that the elf clan's nature magic however was known as #1 control magic among all the magic, even ice system magic and lightning system magic couldn't compare with. In addition they also had that terrifying nature blood lineage, which could continuously and easily control plants' nature energy, making them thick, long, and even tenacious according to their thoughts to trap their opponent. And once trapped it was not that easy for anyone to get out from this constraint. Yet what happened before their eyes just a moment ago, the trapped person disappeared into a thin air, then again appeared on other place. No matter how mystical space magic was, it was also impossible to completely disappear into a thin air and move without any indication under the trapped circumstance. But how could these people understand all sorts of mysterious of Mangekyo Sharingan, and also how could these people understand the true might of Kamui? In the first place, even in Naruto world, relying on the Taijutsu of right-eye Kamui, Obito dared to break into Hidden Leaf Village alone, and fought alone against 4th Hokage Namake's Minato known as Yellow Flash at that time. Although Minato finally defeated him using Hiraition no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, nevertheless he, Obito, successfully extract Kyuubi Demon Fox from inside the body of his, Minato, wife Kushina causing her death. And again relying on the Kamui of his right eye, Obito alone burst into the 5 Kages summit, and loftily declared war upon them starting the Ninja World War. This shows the might of Kamui. Oh, nothing is impossible, you know I however continuously tempered my body with very great effort, so the degree of flexibility of my body, you ordinary people are unable to comprehend. Ren Tianyu placed both of his hands behind his head, then unceasingly swayed his body, and said with enigmatic face. Saying enigmatic, actually was him pretending nothing more. You bastard, don't look down upon others. Hearing Ren Tianyo's full of disdain words, as well as seeing that he was unceasingly swaying his body, the eyes of Elf Queen and 4 elders immediately become red. Must you mock people like this? Dodged our attack, that's fine, but still deliberately displaying such wacky movements, isn't this clearly making fun of us? And even your reason, using your body's degree of flexibility to dodge our nature magic's winding, cough, will you die if you don't brag? Where have you seen the body that is capable of squirming out from the tightly winded vine? You are blatantly telling us a barefaced lie. Do you think all of us elves are idiot? If we don't teach you a good lesson today, you will not know the might of us elf clan. The words of Ren Tianyu, furthermore his that unceasingly swaying body, instantly made Elf Queen and all others inside the hall explode. Suddenly powerful nature thick fog appeared around the body of Elf Queen, and waved her right hand, then innumerable sturdy vines suddenly grew out from the ground, and originally flat floor of palace broke into pieces. Then under the command of Elf Queen, these vines quickly rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Along with the honk sound, the wall where Ren Tianyu was standing was instantly hit by innumerable vines. Then along with the explosion sound, pieces of rock scattered everywhere. When the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a faint shadow was seen standing inside, causing pupils of Elf Queen and others to instantly shrunk firmly, and same question appeared inside their brains simultaneously, don't tell me that he is not affected even a bit? When smoke and dusts completely dissipated, the guesses of Elf Queen and others were proved. Ren Tianyu standing there unscathed, and the wall he was standing had thoroughly caved in. And seeing Ren Tianyu was completely unscathed, the complexion of Elf Queen sunk, then immediately prepared to continue attacking. But Ren Tianyu stretched out his hand pointing towards Elf Queen and said lightly, "Stop Elf Queen, as far as I'm concerned these moves are useless." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen also stopped her action. She had unwilling expression on her face as she also knew that ordinary moves would not work against this person before her, and if she used big move, then her people of Elf Source would get the worst of it. "Oh, you finally calmed down." Seeing Elf Queen stopping her action, Ren Tianyu mischievously said. "As a matter of fact this time I came here not to pick a quarrel, rather for your things." Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu waved his right hand, suddenly 30 small bottles with green-colored liquid inside it appeared on the ground. Seeing the things that had appeared, Elf Queen and 4 elders were surprised. They were pleasantly surprised and was doubtful to see the sudden appearance of Spring of Life. Yes, precisely Spring of Life. Seeing the expression of Elf Queen and others, Ren Tianyu indifferently said. "I only needed 10 bottles of Spring of Life, nothing more, so I naturally came to return these extra things." As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu really didn't have such good intention, merely this Spring of Life was useful only when taking first 1 bottle, any more were only equal to drinking beverages. So he deliberately became generous and returned these things back to them. And why did he behave like this? Naturally because he actually didn't want to provoke enemies. And Elf Clan was powerful enemies. After all, only fool would taunt other people everywhere making them their enemy. And the main objective of Ren Tianyu was to increase his strength and return back to Earth. And he established this Akatsuki organization precisely for this purpose. As a result Ren Tianyu returned back these Spring of Life without slightest hesitation, because compared to these things which were useless to him, exchanging it for the goodwill of one of the big power was better. Even if there is no goodwill, not becoming mutual enemy was enough. But towards his enemies, he would never be lenient, just like Shaman clan. "Originally I was thinking of exchange something your Spring of Life, but didn't expect you to give me fake. So I had no choice but to personally take these things. Now leaving behind some which is enough for me to use, I am returning these back to you." Ren Tianyu looked at the surprise expression on the face of Elf Queen and others and continued slowly, "Now I have already returned them back, I should go." Finished speaking, before Elf Queen or others could respond, he immediately used Kamui of Right Eye, then along with a spiral-shaped space ripple, he disappeared from that place, leaving behind dumbfounded Elf Queen and others. After Ren Tianyu left leaving behind Elf Queen and others looking at each other in dismay, Elf Queen was the first one to snap out of it, then she walked toward Spring of Life on the ground. Then after picking up 1 bottle, as she opened its bottle cap to smell, pure life aura rushed on her face. Yes, these really are spring of life. Feeling that familiar life aura, Elf Queen closed the bottle cap, then absorbed all bottles inside her space ring. After that, turning towards those 4 elves, she lightly said. Really? Hearing Elf Queen, 4 elf elders were pleasantly surprised simultaneously. They had never thought that after they had lost these spring of life, they would again regain it in one day. Although 10 or so bottles were lacking, nevertheless compared to losing all of them, it was much better. This leader of Akatsuki Zero is really a weirdo, actually returning back the things which were already in his hands. In the end, what is he thinking by doing this? That charming face of Dark Elf Kali was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why he returned back the treasure after it was already in his hand. If she was in his place, she would have never done that. This is the intelligent aspect of that youngster. Hearing doubtful voice of Kali, Elf Queen slowly explained with a smile on her face, this returning back of spring of life, is in fact him trying to tell us that he does not want to become enemy of us elf clan. But if that is the case, then why did he begin to exchange blows with your majesty the queen and elders at that time without directly speaking clearly about it? Kali again asked another question. That was Zero expressing his second meaning. Male elder next to Kali explained for her, he began fighting with us to speak his intention, which is, he wanted to tell us that he was returning spring of life not because he fear us. Moreover, from that brief exchange of just a moment ago, he really proved this point. Although this hall seriously restricted our strength, but even like that, it shouldn't be that easy to avoid the nature magic we used with our strength. But just now, first Zero was tightly tied by vines, that was something we all see with our own eyes, but he was able to escape from that using unknown method, that ought to be his space magic. Second attack was also dodged by him similarly. We attacked him twice but he was completely unscathed. Although because of the surrounding limitation, we only use small magic, still from this we can also see his strength. So it was like that. Kali nodded her head, and her eyes slowly turned, don't know what she was thinking. Transmit the order, Akatsuki organization's chase to kill order is removed as of this moment. Elf Queen turned her head towards elders, and said. Yes. 4 elders simultaneously answered. And on the other side, the reason why Ren Tianyu anxiously left was naturally because that Zero ring on his right hand suddenly flashed with white-colored radiances, making Ren Tianyu leave hastily. Because the ring flashing with white-colored radiance means White Tiger and others had met danger, and sent distress signal to him. Although because Ren Tianyu had not awakened Rinnegan, he was powerless to use Genishin no Jutsu, Astral Projection Jutsu, but he had developed a method for these rings to transmit a signal, and this signal was a small ninjutsu to be used only at the time of danger. And this ninjutsu used spirit power combined with the rings, instead of chakra, so everyone of Akatsuki organization could use it. On the nameless mountain, Ren Tianyu stopped, and concentrated his spirit power at the ring on his right hand. Sensing the space coordinate coming through the ring, Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, White Tiger, Void, Jade Maiden, Vermilion Bird, furthermore Little You, all of them have actually sent the signal, and this space coordinate seems not in Flame Phoenix Villa. At the beginning, Ren Tianyu thought that White Tiger and others were jointly attacked by the people of Flame Phoenix Villa, but now it seems this however was not the case. Whatever, I'll rush there, hope it's not too late. Ren Tianyu mumbled to himself, then along with the spiral-shaped space ripple from his right eye, he disappeared from that place. In one nameless plains within the border of Light Empire, several figures were ceaselessly flickering, and a barely audible explosion sound was coming through from that place. A middle-aged man holding one earth yellow-colored magic staff and wearing magic robe, along with controlling magic staff, was chanting an incantation, then immediately launched a powerful magic. Earth Spike Formation. Along with this voice, immediately innumerable sharp earth thorn glimmering with pallid light grew out from the ground, and very quickly spread in all sides. Not good, everyone, quickly levitate. Seeing quickly rising earth throne formation, a stern young man wearing black robe with red-colored clouds printed on it, holding short sword and his body glimmering with gray-colored battle chi, said towards similarly dressed 3 gorgeous women and 1 man holding spear whose body was emitting huge golden flame at his side. Hearing this male, several people immediately circulated battle chi inside their body, and flew towards the sky, successfully dodging the attack. But just at that time, suddenly a huge shadow came over above their head. Looking up, they saw a huge rock giant had swung its right arm towards them. Humph, death god cut open the sky. Seeing that, the gray-colored battle chi on the body of that man holding short sword suddenly surged towards his short sword, then he swung his right hand. After that his body combined with that short sword, and changing into huge sword blade, hit that huge arm of rock giant. Along with hong loud explosion sound, rock giant and this sword blade directly collided heavily with each other. But after that sword blade collided, that short sword along with that young man were sent flying. Void. Seeing this, those 3 women cried out in alarm. Because there was thickly dotted earth thorn formation beneath on the ground, if he fell down now, how could he survive? Just at that time, that young man holding spear with huge flame all over his body, together with sudden bird cry, his body immediately changed into flame, and before anyone could react, he appeared behind and caught his falling body, preventing him from falling down to earth thorns. On the other side, one youth similarly dressed in black robe with red clouds imprinted on it who was holding long sword solemnly scanned all around. Just then, suddenly a very fast movement sound came through from his right-hand side. The complexion of this youth immediately changed, and he hastily swung that long sword in his right hand towards his right side. Then along with a dang metal colliding sound, one unusual ultra-thin dagger hit his long sword, and the holder of this dagger was one strangely enchanting pretty youth. Seeing his attack was blocked, this youth faintly smiled, then along with soft cyan-colored light, his body suddenly changed into a blur and disappeared from that place. Truly unlucky, why did we encounter this bastard buffoon here? Seeing this strange youth had disappeared, the complexion of this youth holding long sword become unsightly, then looking towards other side, hope Zero would quickly come here. These people were naturally White Tiger and others. When Ren Tianyu had gone out to search Spring of Life, all of them had stayed in Flame Phoenix Villa. In the beginning, everyone were extremely curious about this well-known place, so they went sightseeing around Flame Phoenix Villa every day with Vermilion Bird as their guide, but after a brief period of time, everyone got bored regarding the environment here, and finally under the suggestion of Vermilion Bird, everyone went to Imperial Capital of Light Empire, Radiance Capital to play. After coming to Radiance Capital, under the lead of Vermilion Bird, everyone had fun and waited around the city in a good mood. But just at that time, the complexion of Jade Maiden suddenly became extremely unsightly, because she saw one person. Everyone also discovered the change in her expression, and following her line of sight, they saw one middle-aged man wearing luxurious Earth System magic robe walking down the street, and his body was emitting amiable Earth System magic aura, giving other people a kind of cordial feeling. "What's up, Jade Maiden?" Seeing the unusualness of Jade Maiden, Vermilion Bird walked in front of her, and asked with concern, because usually Jade Maiden gave her a kind of everything is extremely cool feeling, as if nothing could influence her mood. "That person is my personal enemy, and I joined Akatsuki organization because Zero promised me to kill him in my place. He is one of the 4 big controller of magic domain, Ling Yanqi." Looking at that familiar figure, Jade Maiden firmly bit her lip and said. She was emitting such dense amount of hatred that people couldn't help but feel chill down their spine. "What? This guy is the guy you wanted to kill? Such coincidence to meet him here." Hearing Jade Maiden, White Tiger exclaimed. As the oldest member of Akatsuki organization, he naturally knew about this matter. When they were at Tianlong City, Ren Tianyu had mentioned about this matter to him, so he knew about this matter. "Yes, 10 years ago, my whole family of 13 people were killed by this bastard. If it were not for my teacher Yun Meier coincidentally passing by, and saving me at the last moment, I would have also died at that time in his hand. Every night I always remember the tragic death scene of my whole family, my father, mother, my 2 elder sister, and the worst however my younger brother who was not even 2 years old, all of them died in the hands of this guy. At that time, my younger brother was not even 2 years old, not even 2 years old ah. Speaking up to here, Jade Maiden couldn't help but shed tears. She was practically roaring when she said the last sentence, making nearby passers-by repeatedly cast sidelong glances towards them. Humph, what are you looking at? Look again and your old mother will crush your balls. Seeing those men looking towards Jade Maiden, Vermilion Bird immediately got angry, then extending her exuberant jade fingers of right hand, she valiantly said a sentence which caused all the men on the scene to sweat immediately. Hearing Vermilion Bird, those men looking towards Vermilion Bird and Jade Maiden suddenly felt chill down their crotch, and all of them immediately ran away into the distance. And black lines appeared on the face of White Tiger and Void who were standing by the side of Vermilion Bird, and even they couldn't help but took few steps back with a kind of unnatural expression on their face. Vermilion Bird ignored the expression of White Tiger and Void, rather turned around towards grieved Jade Maiden, and walking over to her, she comforted, Jade Maiden, don't cry, rest assured, we Akatsuki will definitely not let this beast off. Yes, elder sister Jade Maiden, since Idiot promised you, he will definitely get it done. After Idiot return from Elven Forest and resurrect elder sister Yuer, he will help you kill this demon. Little Yu also comforted Jade Maiden. As a matter of fact, we don't need to wait for Zero to return. Just then, White Tiger suddenly said. Then looking at Jade Maiden, he continued, since according to Jade Maiden, this guy is at most only peak god ranked Earth System magician, then I myself can absolutely kill him, and even without me, Void alone could also absolutely kill him. Hearing White Tiger, the eyes of Jade Maiden suddenly lit up, and thought inside her heart, yes, how could I forget about White Tiger and Void? With the peak god rank strength of White Tiger plus his high saint rank blood lineage heaven sword, it could be said that he could absolutely dominate ordinary god ranked expert. And Void with mid god rank strength plus that strange heart death blood lineage, also was not that inferior to White Tiger. Are you sure? Little Yu anxiously asked. She was still unable to be at ease. Rest assured, sister-in-law, there will not be any problem. White Tiger shook his head and signaled there was no issue. Then looking towards Void, he asked, how about it, are you going or should I go this time? I'll go. Void walked forwards and slowly said. Along with his words, the death sword karma transmigration on his waist also issued out a light happy chirping sound. But this is Radiant's capital, we however shouldn't wantonly strike here. When all is said and done this place is headquarter of Light Palace, and if we infuriate them, then we will not have any good reception. Emitting a light fighting intent, White Tiger said to Void with a smile on his face. Cannot strike here, then draw him outside the city. Finished speaking, Void changed into blur, and disappeared from that place, leaving behind a sentence, all of you wait for me in the plain 2 li outside the city, I'll draw this guy there. He didn't expect the temper of this paralyzed face man was this impatient. Seeing the disappearance of Void, White Tiger helplessly smiled, then said towards Jade Maiden and others, let's go outside the city and wait for him to attract that guy there. Okay. Jade Maiden and others replied. Then they quickly rushed outside the city. But what White Tiger and others didn't know was, in the dark, a pair of eyes were staring at them. Not far from the city, White Tiger and the others were waiting. They were thinking, with the strength of Void, plus his mid-saint ranked blood lineage heart death, dealing with one peak god ranked magician ought to be no problem. And along with the passing of time of about half an hour, they noticed 2 huge flowing lights far off in the sky, one gray, and one yellow, were flying towards them. Great, Void finally came. Seeing those flying lights in the sky far away, with great excitement on his face, Vermilion Bird was ready to jump on to fly in the sky, to help Void. Wait a minute, there's something wrong. White Tiger suddenly appeared in front of Vermilion Bird and stopped her. What's wrong? Seeing White Tiger was solemn, Vermilion Bird and others couldn't help but were distracted, and confusingly asked. White Tiger didn't answer them, rather continued to stare at those two lights in the sky. As the strongest person among everyone here, he clearly sensed enormous pressure being transmitted from that yellow radiance following behind. When those flying lights increasingly approached, sharp-eyed White Tiger immediately saw that the person flying towards them in the front was Void, and blood was flowing out from his mouth. He clearly was seriously injured. Not good. This bastard basically is no longer God-ranked magician, he has already advanced to boundary of God's domain. Void cannot handle it now, we should quickly go and help him. White Tiger clearly recognized that magical power, so White Tiger knew that he was no longer any God-ranked magician, he must have already advanced to at least the boundary of God's domain. Otherwise, it was impossible for Void to receive such heavy injuries in such short period of time. Moreover, relying on his own strength, it was also impossible for his body to sense such enormous pressure. What? How could this be? Said White Tiger. Vermilion Bird and the others involuntarily quivered, and shrieked in disbelief, especially Jade Maiden. She had never thought that this bastard would actually advance to boundary of God's domain this quick. 2 years ago, her master Yunmei had undoubtedly fought with him once, and stated that he had just advanced to peak God rank, that's all. But now, merely after 2 years, how could it be so fast? Don't tell me that this bastard already cracked through the secrets of Earth Heaven Crystal. Jade Maiden thought inside her heart. Without a doubt, it was because of the Earth Heaven Crystal, her whole family was exterminated, as treasuring a jade ring was considered a crime, and that was the only reason. We should quickly rush over to help. When Vermilion Bird heard this magic power was that of God's domain magician, she already knew that this was bad. A powerful flame appeared around her body, and with faint cry of phoenix, she quickly launched towards the sky. Just when White Tiger intended to fly over to help Void, suddenly in the midst of his perception, a burst of loud movement sound came through from his right side, attacking towards Little Yu. Good galls! White Tiger gave out a roar. He had never thought that there actually was hidden assassin here. Moreover, the target was Wang Yusen. If anything was to happen to Wang Yusen here, then with the character of Zero, he don't know what he would do. Swish! White Tiger instantly appeared in front of Wang Yusen, and the long sword on his back automatically unsheathed itself and flew into his hand. After that, along with the dang sound, a strange dagger hit on his long sword, and a pretty young man wearing white-colored dress appeared on the right side. Seeing his attack blocked, the lad in white-colored dress was slightly dumbfounded, as he had never expected that his assassination attempt would be blocked. Then, with the sudden appearance of pale cyan-colored radiance on his body continuously changed into several afterimage, instantly moving several tens of meters back. White Tiger. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young man, Jade Maiden and others were startled and thought about helping White Tiger. You all, quick, go to help Void, he won't be able to hold on much longer. Also quickly send the signal to Zero, we must hang on until he returns. White Tiger commanded Jade Maiden and others. Compared to anyone, the pressure over Void was greatest, and now in a situation like this, they had no other choice but to hang on until Zero returns. It was basically impossible for them who were merely God-ranked and Saint-ranked to deal with even one expert of God's domain. Fine, but you have to be careful. Jade Maiden earnestly said to White Tiger, then directly flew towards Void. And on the way there, everybody used the rings on their hand to send distress signal to Ren Tianyu, using the method Ren Tianyu had taught them. Who the hell are you? You are not people from Magic Domain. Looking at that youth wearing white-colored dress and holding a strange dagger, White Tiger holding the long sword on his hand asked in a serious manner. This guy was at least mid-god ranked expert in strength, but his speed nevertheless was incomparably fast. Initially White Tiger estimated this guy's speed to be at least 4 times faster than his speed. This result filled White Tiger's heart with horror. You already know that White Tiger also practices quick sword, and his speed in itself was not slow, but although the strength of this guy before his eyes was lower than his speed nevertheless was too fast. Pursue star, overtake moon. Listening to White Tiger, this young man in white-colored clothing didn't answer directly to the question, rather lightly speak out two strange terms. Pursue star, overtake moon. Hearing this young man, White Tiger didn't came up with answer instantly, but when he carefully looked at the clothes of this youth, moreover that strange dagger on his hand, as well as those words he had just speak out, a figure of a person instantly appeared in his mind. You are lightning speed Buffon. Yes, I am Buffon. Surprised with the question of White Tiger, the young man i.e. Buffon didn't deny, but directly confirmed. The complexion of White Tiger instantly become unpleasant, as he thought, we are truly unlucky, how could we let this bastard Buffon eye on us? It was not strange for White Tiger to become unpleasant. Buffon, this name was too famous in Divine Wind Continent, he was such famous expert that there was practically no one among the experts who didn't know him. Buffon, no one knew his background, he was just like a person filled with a layer of dense fog. He had never joined any force, merely was one free solitary assassin. He normally come in contact with assassin guild to take mission of assassination to maintain his livelihood. And from the time he entered the assassin guild, he had completed all the mission he had with 100% success rate. But what truly made him famous was, 5 years ago, with merely peak saint rank strength, he actually directly assassinated white-clothed Bishop Qian Duyun who was mid-god rank in strength at that time, in a hall of light temple, before the eyes of innumerable people, and then under the blockade of thousands of well-known guards, he swaggered off, as one may truly say, 10 steps kill one person, and 1,000 li across, no one remain walking. And after the successful assassination of the white-clothed bishop, Bu Feng's reputation truly reverberated throughout the entire continent, one might as well say that he was known to every household. Therefore, the Light Temple dispatched 5 red-clothed cardinal, furthermore, its 3 team of golden knights to pursue and kill Buffon, but even after 5 years, Buffon was still alive and fine. All of that was naturally because of the speed of Buffon. He was fastest person in Divine Wind Continent, his speed was unmatched, and even if he was unable to defeat people, he could easily flee relying on his speed. If he wanted to run, basically no one could keep up with him. And moreover, he became famous with his 2 moves, precisely Pursue Star and Overtake Moon. One can assume that these 2 moves brings out to play his speed to its maximum. Basically, no one could successfully dodge this, unless you depend on your powerful defense to withstand it. 3 years ago, Buffon was surrounded by 2 red-clothed cardinals with a team of golden knights, he was careless, so with no other choice Buffon directly used Pursue Star and Overtake Moon, and he massacred 12 peak saint-ranked golden knights plus 1 god-ranked leader of golden knight, in front of the red-clothed cardinals who were experts of boundary of God's domain, then fled. Buffon had left behind some words before he left right in the face of the 2 red-clothed cardinals, although I am powerless against you too, but if I want to kill people, you are not able to protect them. Yes, I cannot kill you, but you also cannot do anything to me, even if you are next to me, if I want to kill people I can kill them as usual. I can completely regard you as an heir, and there's nothing you can do to me. Since then, everyone called Buffon as lightning speed, Buffon, which was because of his fast speed that almost reached the pinnacle. And the pursuing stars and overtaking moon also became his synonym. Buffon, a person with fast speed just like shooting stars, and top assassin who had successfully assassinated all his target at all events, made White Tiger who was also peak expert no other choice but to get serious. Speed, if reached to pinnacle, then there was nothing to attack, and nothing to defeat it. The ancient wuxia novels of China hands down a sentence, among all the martial arts under the heaven, only speed is undefeated. And Buffon was such man, he had given up his attack for speed, and he had also given up his defense for speed, because in his world, there was only one objective, which was faster, get his speed to the pinnacle. Person of Holy Sword Clan, can your sword stop my steps? Standing at far off, Buffon looked towards White Tiger with sideward glances, then lightly said. After that he held dagger in his right hand, then his body flashed with light cyan-colored battle chi radiance, and just like fine wind, he flashed though, leaving behind some words to far-off White Tiger, and listen the rhythm of wind with me. Swish! Suddenly Buffon straightly advanced towards White Tiger. Because his speed was too fast, long trails of afterimages were following behind his body. The distance of several tens of meters between them was actually crossed over in less than 2 seconds. He appeared right in front of White Tiger, and the dagger on his right hand was already stabbing directly towards the head of White Tiger. Along with dang sound, the long sword in the hand of White Tiger immediately blocked the dagger of Buffon, and from the place where dagger and long sword had collided, the sparks flew about in all directions. Humph! White Tiger coldly snorted, then gathering powerful sword chi in his left hand, he directly attacked Buffon. But just then, White Tiger felt casual blow of wind, felt loose on the long sword he was firmly holding with his right hand, and saw that Buffon had already disappeared from in front of him. Next, he suddenly heard movement sound behind him. White Tiger didn't have any time to think, he immediately turned around and placed his long sword horizontally in front of him. Along with pang sound, one foot wearing white boot tied with long bandage kicked at the long sword of White Tiger. Upon closer look, Buffon had already appeared behind White Tiger. Seeing his right leg was blocked, Buffon curled his lip, then immediately squatting down, dagger in his right hand which was covered with light cyan color radiance and glimmering with chill pallid light stabbed towards the chest of White Tiger. Seeing the dagger was rapidly stabbing towards him, the pupil of White Tiger firmly shrunk, and a feeling of great danger appeared inside his brain. He didn't have any time to think, just relying on his body's natural reflex he had honed through hundreds of battles, supporting the ground with his left hand, he used force in his left arm. Then his body suddenly flipped over towards top left high up in the sky. And after the dagger of Buffon stabbed the empty air, he looked towards White Tiger, then his body suddenly changed into cyan light, and he flew towards White Tiger from below. And in the midair, after White Tiger stabilized his body, he suddenly saw a cyan-colored blurred figure advancing towards him from below. Not good. White Tiger immediately thought this was bad, and his heart tightened, then he immediately placed his long sword horizontally in front of him. Along with muffled pang sound, even faster than White Tiger, Buffon directly kicked the abdomen of White Tiger. Then along with muffled groan sound from the nose of White Tiger, red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Fly for me. Feeling the solid texture coming through right foot, Buffon loudly yelled. Then suddenly using force on his right foot, along with cyan-colored radiance on his body, White Tiger directly changed into shooting star in the sky under the kick of Buffon. Looking at White Tiger who was kicked flying in the sky, Buffon smiled mischievously, then descending down, he firmly landed on the ground on one knee. Seeing the slowly reducing speed and stabilizing of the body of White Tiger, cyan-colored battle chi radiances immediately rose suddenly and sharply, right leg forcefully stepped on the ground, then his body changed into a blur advancing towards White Tiger in the sky. Humph, truly thinking I am a pushover, kneading as you please. Finally stabilizing his body, calming down violently rolling over and over blood chi inside his body due to the kick of Buffon, and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, White Tiger coldly snorted while looking at Buffon who was rapidly advancing towards him from below. Then powerful sword chi suddenly around his body. Originally Holy Sword Clan, due to practicing swordplay and analyzing the nature of this world's swordplay for a long period of time, they had greatly suppressed powerful and profound baleful chi inside their body. Furthermore they were also not any good temper person, so seeing a person with lower strength suppressing him like this, that baleful sword chi inside the body of White Tiger was thoroughly ignited. He directly withdrew the long sword in his right hand, then huge sword directly flew to his right hand. After that his body emitted powerful sword intent as if it would pierce the sky around him. Heaven sword blood lineage, open for me. Along with the roar of White Tiger, as if the layer of shackles inside his body were opened, powerful white-colored light of sword chi encircled his body and sword, simultaneously his silver-white colored long hair fluttered in the wind. After that looking at Buffon who was rapidly flying towards him from below, a cruel smile appeared on his face, then brandishing his hand's huge sword's sharp point directly downwards, he loudly yelled, "You bastard, change into sieve. Night shaking sword secret art, heaven and earth cleanse." Along with the voice of White Tiger, suddenly huge sword formation appeared from the sharp point of huge sword in his right hand which covered the range of 7 or 8 meters. After that innumerable powerful sword chi broke through void from that sword formation, which quickly rained downward, just like sword tip tide, seemed to want to shoot Bufong into a sieve. Haha, good move, merely did you think that your sword could stop my steps? Seeing quickly flying towards himself sword chi, the eyes of Bufong shined, and he said with a laugh. Although after Saint rank, everyone could fly, but the speed of flying in the sky varies, and changing direction however would not be that easy, nevertheless Bufong this god of speed had his own ways. With the wave of his right hand, innumerable white-colored feathers of bird under the command of Bufong spilled on the sky, then under the shocked and disbelief expression of White Tiger, Bufong lightly stepped on those floating feathers, and his body changed into afterimages. Just like strolling on the rain, he dodged all the sword chi created by White Tiger. Then without any reduction on his speed, he continued to advance towards White Tiger. How is this possible? Seeing the afterimages of Bufong who was dodging his sword chi formation, White Tiger eyes become dull, and he disbelievingly said. This very fast figure of a person who had completely dodged all of his sword blade rain, leave behind a deep imprint in the mind of White Tiger. Usually Bufong used this feather to ride instead of walk, not to mention feather, he could even use a piece of leaf to lightly step on it and change the direction very quickly. This was the Tao of speed of Bufong. After Bufong completely dodged the attack, he immediately rushed towards White Tiger and began their battle once again. Although the speed of Bufong was very fast, but his attacks were clearly inadequate, his current strength was basically powerless to break through that airtight sword force of White Tiger. But White Tiger was also endlessly depressed in this battle, because although Bufong was powerless to truly injure him, but his usually powerful swordplay had also no effect. Because the speed of Bufong was too fast and he was also too slippery, White Tiger was basically unable to hit him even once. On the other side, Void and others were also caught in a dangerous situation. Because the strength of Ling Yanqi this god domain magician was too powerful, they who were only god rank and saint rank were basically unable to deal with him. They were continuously suppressed by this god domain magician, and fell into very dangerous condition. And Ling Yanqi had also clearly recognized Jade Maiden, so he also didn't stay put his hand. But just in this dangerous situation, loud bird cries suddenly came from a distant place, and a man holding spear whose body was surrounded by flames suddenly appeared at a distant point, and that man immediately began to attack Ling Yanqi. Seeing the sudden appearance of this man, the face of everyone revealed surprised expression, only the face of Vermilion Bird revealed pleasantly surprised expression, because she knew this man. This person was called Di Qingyu, her older cousin. His inherited blood lineage was not Phoenix god blood lineage of Flame Phoenix Villa, rather a kind of special variation blood lineage, which made him able to use true sun fire. Di Qingyu had lost both of his parents in his childhood, and currently was cultivating alone outside. He was very powerful, and after he joined this battle, pressure on everyone also decreased by many times, but they were still steadily losing their ground. Currently the whole body of Ling Yanqi was emitting powerful Earth System magic power, and was floating in the midair. And the rock demon was firmly protecting him by his side. Ling Yanqi opened his mouth looking at several people in front him, didn't expect I would actually bump into you here, but it's pretty good, as I just advanced to God domain recently. Now I will finish you off in one go, and eliminate Yuli clan's final vile spawn. You bastard. You wait and see, when Zero returns, he will absolutely butcher you. Looking at Ling Yanqi floating unscathed in front of her, Jade Maiden tightly bit her lower lip and hatefully said. Humph, what horseshit Zero. What garbage Akatsuki organization. You bunch of mob, sooner or later will die by my hand. Hearing Jade Maiden, Ling Yanqi coldly snorted with disdain. Well, then what about our Death Clan? Is it also horseshit? Hearing Ling Yanqi, suppressing his chi and blood which was violently rolling over and over again, Void asked Ling Yanqi in cold voice. What? Death Clan. Hearing Void, the complexion of Ling Yanqi immediately changed, becoming extremely unsightly. As a member of magic domain, this kind of big force, he however was extremely clear about the strength possessed by ancient 100 clans, not to mention Death Clan, which was one of the top clan among ancient 100 clans. To speak in bluntly, their magic domain was basically powerless to contend against Death Clan. Also our Flame Phoenix Villa. Seeing the huge change in the complexion of Ling Yanqi, a smile appeared in that exhausted face of Vermilion Bird. And just then she thought about sending the news of this place to Flame Phoenix Villa, and ask her mother and others to quickly come here. But just then her vision suddenly landed behind Ling Yanqi, where along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, a familiar figure slowly appeared before her eyes. Humph, I will just kill all of you, then who will know it is done by me? As for your leader Zero you are speaking about, if he dares to come, I will just kill him too. Ling Yanqi gritted his teeth, and hardening his heart, he said with hatred. Since he had already offended Death Clan and Flame Phoenix Villa, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity and directly kill them for good. Is that so? I'd like to see how you kill me. But just at that time, a cold voice suddenly came from above his head. Hearing this voice, he couldn't help but felt chill, then raising his head to look, he saw one similarly dressed youth was rushing towards him with one huge energy ball on his right hand. How is this possible? When? Seeing the sudden appearance of Tiz youth, Ling Yanqi was extremely surprised, and yelled impossible inside his heart. Must know that his spirit power of God domain was too powerful, he was perfectly clear about this, but now someone was actually able to conceal himself from his perception and suddenly appeared above his head. How could this not horrify him? But now was not the time for him to be surprised, because the attack had already arrived in front of him. At that time, that yellow-colored magic wand on his right hand flashed with earth-yellow-colored radiances, and the gravity around suddenly changed. Feeling the sudden change in his weight, Ren Tianyu was surprised, followed by his body emitted powerful lighting radiance which suddenly speed him up. And that huge energy ball in his right hand suddenly enlarged quickly, and hit towards underneath Ling Yanqi. Odama Rasengan. Giant Rasengan. But that gravity skill of just a moment ago had won a little bit of time, which was enough for Ling Yanqi to quickly move back, and that giant demon-like rock by his side blocked his body. Along with the honk extraordinarily large explosion sound, that giant demon-like rock was directly blown apart. Many pieces of huge rocks rained down from the sky. Zero. Seeing the sudden appeared figure, Vermilion Bird and others were pleasantly surprised as they immediately yelled, then flew to his side. Yes, indeed was Ren Tianyu. After receiving distress signal of White Tiger and others, he had directly used Kamui to quickly come over here. And he arrived here timely enough to hear that final shameless boast of Ling Yanqi. Are you all okay? Seeing everyone were injured all over, as well as seeing Wang Yusen had received not a single injury due to the protection of everyone, he asked everyone, then walked towards Wang Yusen and asked her, "Little you, are you okay?" "Rest assured, idiot, I'm fine." Feeling the concern of Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusen showed an enchanting smile on her face and replied. "Never mind, first everyone withdraw, Void you go over and assist White Tiger." Ren Tianyu said to everyone. Then looked towards Jade Maiden, this time I will fulfill my promise. Wait for me to capture him alive as far as possible, and hand him over to you. Thanks." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden showed an excited smile on her face. "It's okay, because," Ren Tianyu turned around, then looking at Ling Yanqi underneath, he said, "Insulting Akatsuki, certainly must die. All of you step back, I don't want you to get caught up in the fight, and injure yourself." Ren Tianyu turned his head towards everyone and said, then looking at Void, he said, "You go to help White Tiger, his opponent's speed is very fast, so you have to be careful." "Okay." Everyone of Akatsuki loudly answered, and quickly stepped back. And Void rushed towards the direction of White Tiger. He is. After retreating, the older cousin of Vermilion Bird i.e. Qingyu suspiciously looked at Ren Tianyu floating midair in front of him, then asked. "He is the leader of our Akatsuki organization, Zero." We sent out the distress signal to him just a moment ago, but I have never thought that he would arrive here this quickly. Vermilion Bird explained him. After finishing the explanation, she curiously asked him, "Elder cousin, didn't you go out for experience and training? How come we meet you here?" "I just got back, and was planning to return to Villa after some time, but just when I was leaving, I heard the sound of fighting here, so out of curiosity, I came here, and saw you in danger. That was unexpected." Withdrawing the spear glimmering with red light on his back, Di Qingyu answered Vermilion Bird. He was rejoicing inside his heart just thinking about that. Luckily he had arrived just in time, and if he hadn't, his cousin would have been in even more danger. After seeing Vermilion Bird and others retreat, Ren Tianyu slowly descended to the ground from the sky. Then he looked at Ling Yanqi standing in front of him, and opened his mouth. "Old man, never thought that even though I didn't go to look for you, you actually delivered yourself right to my doorstep, saved my time from being wasted. So you are Zero, leader of Akatsuki organization that destroyed Shiman clan, huh? Looking at you, there is nothing great about you, you are merely a kid without even a hair grown. Now I think about you being able to destroy Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa was the contribution of those two mysterious magical beasts of yours." Looking at Ren Tianyu standing in front of him, Ling Yanqi frowned, then lightly spoke pretending to scorn. "Old man, don't think I don't know what you are thinking." As if he had already seen through the plan of Ling Yanqi, Ren Tianyu said with disdain, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are worthy enough for me to summon Shikaku and Matatabi?" Although, the words of Ren Tianyu seemed extremely rude, Ling Yanqi didn't get offended, instead felt relieved inside his heart. Because the aim of his words he had spoken was to provoke Ren Tianyu, so that he wouldn't summon those two terrifying magical beasts. Those magical beasts could destroy an entire mountain peak, so how could he not feel anything but endless dread inside his heart? And when Ling Yanqi was pondering, Ren Tianyu quickly began to make a series of hand seals without wasting any time, then yelled. "Katan, Gakakya no Jutsu. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu." Placing his right hand in front of his mouth, he took a deep breath, then sent out a huge fireball towards the direction of Ling Yanqi. That blazing flame seemed to evaporate the air around it. Not good. Ling Yanqi, who was in the process of pondering, suddenly sensed unusual changes in front of him, then looking ahead, he saw a blazing fireball advancing towards him. His heart immediately sunk down, and realized that the situation was not good. Then the huge earth-yellow crystal embedded on the top of his magic staff in his right hand flashed with rays of light, and the ground in front of him suddenly swayed violently, split open a huge crack, and a huge earthen wall grew out from the ground, completely blocking his body. After this, Ling Yanqi immediately held his magic staff and began to silently whisper, planning to chant large-scale magic. Alone with the collision of Grand Fireball of Ren Tianyu and the earthen wall in the front, hong, 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 loud sound of explosion resounded, and the wall was blown apart. Pieces of huge rocks rained all around, and because of the obstruction of this earthen wall, the intensity of Grand Fireball also diminished slowly. Just then, the preparation of Ling Yanqi's magic behind the earthen wall was also completed. An earth-yellow colored light ball had appeared in front of him, and along with the pointing of his magic staff, this light ball quickly entered into the ground and disappeared. Earth Magic, Earth Hydra. Along with the voice of Ling Yanqi, the ground in front of him suddenly began to tremble violently again, and suddenly started break down in succession, splitting open one huge crack, as if something horrifying wanted to break through the ground and rise. Feeling the fierce shaking of the ground, Ren Tianyu, who was near, couldn't help but stop Grand Fireball Jutsu, then solemnly looked towards the ground in front. His Sharingan quickly rotated, and with his eyes, he could clearly see a huge amount of earth-yellow-colored magical power in the process of bubbling out from inside that crack. This is... A question couldn't help but appear inside the mind of Ren Tianyu. The practical activity of Ling Yanqi clearly showed what this was all about. A huge snake head made up of rock suddenly stretched out from that crack, then looking up to the sky, it issued a loud hissing sound, then its eyes made up of the Earth System magic element firmly stared at Ren Tianyu. But that was still not over. more huge snake heads sprang out from the crack in succession, crushing the ground around them. Altogether 9 heads stretched out from inside the ground, but these heads were all attached to one huge snake body, which was extending continuously underneath the ground. This is very similar to that 9-headed sea snake I encountered last time in Endless Sea area. Seeing the sudden appearance of huge Hydra, Ren Tianyu frowned as he thought inside his heart. Just then, one of the head of the Hydra quickly stretched, and opening its mouth, bite towards Ren Tianyu's body. Even their abilities are same. Seeing sudden fast extension of the snake head, Ren Tianyu's eyes firmly shrunk, followed by an unfathomable expression. And after that he quickly moved sideways dodging the attack. Then along with a loud explosion sound, the ground he was standing on just a moment ago was suddenly hit by that snake head creating a huge pit. Ren Tianyu had just come to stop his body, when suddenly a huge shadow came through the sky. Looking up, he saw another 2 snake heads were attacking towards him. F***K, there is no end to this. Ren Tianyu couldn't help but curse, then he quickly made a series of hand seals, just go to hell for me, Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, a huge blazing flame shot out from his mouth, which took the form of a huge flame dragon, advancing towards the incoming 2 snake heads. Along with Hong loud explosion sound, the huge fiery dragon and 2 snake heads collided with each other, and many pieces of huge rocks continued to rain down from the sky. But there was no time for Ren Tianyu to be happy, he suddenly felt vibration coming thorough under the ground he was currently standing on. And a huge snake head with wide-opened mouth suddenly broke through from inside the ground, and completely swallowed Ren Tianyu. Haha, you arrogant guy, with your father's plan, now look how you die. Seeing Ren Tianyu getting swallowed by his Earth Hydra, the face of Ling Yanqi revealed a sick smile, and bursting into a loud laughter, he said. As a veteran expert, he had spent many painstaking effort to reach the current low god realm, used a number of means, and for the sake of increasing his own power, he held a butcher's knife and harnessed the head of other people without any hesitation, just like how he exterminated Jade Maiden's entire family. But this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the amount of innocent lives who had died from his hand. Ling Yanqi himself also didn't know how many innocent lives he had taken in order to reach his current level, and how many people he had ruined and orphaned. After entering the magic domain, he again racked his brain for schemes, and after several decades of hard struggle, he was able to finally reach his current position of one of the 4 big leaders. But now, a youngster of about 17 or 18 years old was actually looking down upon him, so how could he not hate it inside his heart? 0. Idiot. Seeing the scene of Ren Tianyu being swallowed with their own eyes, Jade Maiden and others, floating in the sky at a distant point, immediately turned pale, and they couldn't help but cry out in despair. Then they immediately began to rush over there. Haha, little thing, you dared to look down upon me, your father. Don't think that just relying on your high-level blood lineage, plus your luck, you can look down upon us veteran experts. I will tell you, your father liked best to kill geniuses. Ling Yanqi stood on the ground while laughing viciously and looking at the snake head that swallowed Ren Tianyu, he had a kind of inexplicable pleasure. Humph, old bastard, it's too early for you to be happy. But just then, a sudden cold voice from above Ling Yanqi interrupted his laughter. And after looking up, he saw unscathed Ren Tianyu had appeared above him, and a round ultra-large energy ball in his right hand was coming towards his head. How did you? Go to hell, Kudama Rasengan, massive Rasengan. Ren Tianyu coldly yelled, and interrupting Ling Yanqi's voice, that super-huge Rasengan in his right hand hit Ling Yanqi. Along with the Hong loud explosion sound, the place where Ling Yanqi was standing was also hit by Kudama Rasengan, massive Rasengan, causing the ground around to shatter immediately, and a large crater appeared in that location. This explosion gave rise to clouds of dust around the entire area. Swish! Ren Tianyu flew out from the clouds of dusts, then flipping few times and making splendid arc in the sky, he steadily landed on the ground. After standing on the ground, Ren Tianyu was surprised. He didn't look at the center of the explosion, rather carefully scanned all around for any movements. Just then, the loud movement sound suddenly came from behind him, but Ren Tianyu wasn't startled, merely his hand began to quickly make a series of hand seals. Just then, along with "hong" sound, a huge earth spear skewered the body of Ren Tianyu from behind, but this time, along with the rise of white smoke, a half-log appeared at that place, and Ren Tianyu however had disappeared. Standing from the sky, Ren Tianyu firmly frowned while looking at that huge 9-headed earth hydra as well as Ling Yanqi, who was standing on the head of this hydra. What just happened? Don't tell me he also knows space magic. The scenes from just a moment ago unceasingly reappeared in his brain. When his Kudama Rasengan, massive Rasengan, was about to hit Ling Yanqi, under the powerful observation ability of his Sharingan, he had clearly seen a large amount of earth yellow-colored radiance had suddenly flashed around Ling Yanqi's body, then his body immediately disappeared from that location. And his Rasengan merely struck the empty air. If it continues like this, then it's going to be troublesome. Ren Tianyu indifferently thought inside his heart, and again looking down, he saw those 2 snake heads which he had just destroyed just a moment ago with his Goryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Flame Jutsu, were already restored back under the infinite Earth System element. Before anything else, I should think of a way to sort out this troublesome big snake. For the time being I will not use Taijutsu, until I exchange Eternal Eye. Since this is Earth System magic, let's try my lightning style. Ren Tianyu calmly thought slowly inside his heart. In Naruto world, lightning style restrain earth style, but he didn't know whether this means apply on magic too. Lightning style, sky-splitting lightning butterfly. Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then lightning sparks quickly appeared around his body, and beautiful lightning butterflies slowly emerged in the sky. Flapping their lightning wings, these butterflies rushed towards Earth Hydra and Ling Yanqi, changing into huge butterflies tied. Lightning style, sky-splitting lightning butterfly, this was one of the original ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu would use the form change of his lighting system Churka to create butterflies. And he could control each and every one of these butterflies. And when these butterflies hit the enemies, it would explode, and would also paralyze the body of enemy, making them unable to move. Although the fire power of single sky-splitting lightning butterfly was very low, and was also very difficult to have any effect of resulting explosion, but no one could match its sheer quantity. And with this many sky-splitting lightning butterfly, it becomes very difficult for the enemy to guard or dodge. This is, seeing the tide of sky-splitting lightning butterfly rushing towards him, Ling Yanqi's brows firmly shrunk. Although these butterflies looked very gorgeous, but the chilling sensation brought by them caused the fine hairs in his body stand up, so he had no other choice but to handle it seriously. With great amount of spirit power inside his brain, Ling Yanqi transmitted his command to Earth Hydra. And under Ling Yanqi's control, Earth Hydra raised its heads, and all the head had their mouth opened wide, aiming towards the sky. After that, innumerous earth yellow-colored tiny energy snakes shot out from the wide-open 9 snake mouths, which changed into 9 huge snake tides advancing towards the butterfly tide of Ren Tianyu. When the both sides came in contact with each other, a series of hong, hong, hong. Extraordinarily large explosion sound continuously resounded, pieces of tiny rocks fell down from the sky just like torrential rain, and the quantity of sky-splitting lightning butterflies also unceasingly depleted, slowly reducing, but the quantity of snake tide created by 9 snake heads was too large, and was firmly approaching towards him continuously. Humph, very capable, then try this move. Seeing unceasingly approaching snake tide, Ren Tianyu snorted, then quickly made a series of hand seals, and lightning radiance one again appeared around the body of Ren Tianyu. Standing in the midair, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals. Along with the series of hand seals he made, huge amount of lightning radiances slowly appeared around his body. Raitun, Reborn no Jutsu. Lightning style, Lightning Dragon Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, lightning around his body rapidly condensed into 5-clawed lightning dragon above the head of Ren Tianyu, which looked up towards the sky and gave out a loud dragon roar. Swish! Under the control of Ren Tianyu, this huge lightning dragon rushed towards that underneath earth yellow-colored snake tides. The whole body of this dragon was emitting powerful lightning sparks accompanied by successive sound of crackling, and along with very fast charge, it directly rushed into those tiny earth yellow-colored snake tides, evaporating all of them. And without reducing any of its speed, it continued to advance towards underneath Ling Yanqi. Not good. Seeing his earth yellow-colored snake tides were actually being evaporated one after another by that strange, lightning big snake, and was still continuing to advance towards him without reducing any of its momentum, the complexion of Ling Yanqi instantly had huge change. Then without thinking anything else, standing on the head of Earth Hydra, he raised his magic staff, and began to quickly chant incantation. Along with the strangely quick chant of Ling Yanqi, with his magic staff as a medium, powerful Earth System magic elements quickly gathered around him. Earth System Forbidden Defense Magic Spell, Earth Barrier Screen. After completing his incantation, he pointed the void in midair in front of him with his magic staff, then huge earth yellow-colored energy barrier screen quickly spread all around, and earth yellow-colored mysterious symbols were circulating above this barrier, which gave people a kind of mysterious feeling. Last time when Ren Tianyu had attacked 2 god-ranked experts of Shiman clan for Divinity Crystal, that Ice System god-ranked magician had released forbidden magic spell spending a great deal of effort, and took nearly 1 minute to finish preparation, but this Ling Yanqi actually used very short time of 10 or so seconds to complete. This shows the gap between the experts of god-ranked and God's domain realm. Along with Hong loud sound, that lightning dragon directly collided against the forbidden defense magic spell released by Ling Yanqi. Immediately a swallow concave depression appeared on this barrier at the point of collision. The chakra of this lightning dragon unceasingly clashed with the energy of this barrier, wanting to directly break through and enter. But Earth System magic in itself was most powerful in defense. One might as well say that it was first among all 7 major magic elements in defense. Moreover, this was Earth System Forbidden Defense magic spell equivalent to low heaven grade warrior skill of warriors, plus it was released by low god realm magician, so how could it be that easy to break through? No matter how this lightning dragon tried to break through, it was powerless to break the obstruction of this Earth System Forbidden Defense magic spell, Earth Barrier Screen, and attack Ling Yanqi and that Earth Hydra beneath him. Along with the passage of time, this lightning dragon consumed the energy sustaining it, and its form slowly reduced, finally changing into lightning light. It disappeared. And the originally dense Earth System magic elements on that Earth System Forbidden Magic Earth Barrier Screen had also become very dim, as if it would disappear any time. It seems after withstanding the lightning dragon jutsu of Ren Tianyu, majority of the energy of this forbidden magic was also consumed. Fu! Seeing that lightning dragon had disappeared, standing on the head of that Earth Hydra, Ling Yanqi couldn't help but sigh with relief, and his face revealed exhausted expression. Although with the help of Earth System crystal embedded on the magic staff in his hand, he was able to cast Earth System magic spells many times faster than ordinarily, and the consumption of magical power was also very low, but casting Earth System God Incantation Earth Hydra and Forbidden Incantation in quick succession, plus using Earth System's secret technique to dodge that Rasengan of Ren Tianyu, even he couldn't help but felt exhausted. The earth yellow-colored divinity crystal inside his body had already become very dim. He had already consumed more than half of his energy. Zzz, just then, a sharp ear-piercing sound resounded inside his ear. This sound was extremely ear-piercing, as if it would pierce through his eardrum. This is... Hearing this ear-piercing sound, Ling Yanqi immediately rose his fighting spirit, and instantly thought about breeding like flies means of the leader of Akatsuki Organization Zero. He also felt incomparably thorny. His eyes unceasingly scanned all around, but he didn't find the trace of Ren Tianyu. T.L. Breeding like files, idiom innumerable succession. Above. Just then, ear-piercing sound became bigger and bigger, and he felt huge unusual change above his head. Then Ling Yanqi immediately lifted up his head and looked above in the sky in horror. Ren Tianyu was in the process of attacking towards him, with a super huge unceasingly rotating wind system energy blade in his right hand. That ear-piercing sharp sound was coming for that unceasingly rotating huge wind blades. And the radiance of sun was shining at this huge blades, causing him to have no other choice but to use his right hand to block the sunshine. This is wind system magic. With the exception of fire system and lightning system, you can actually use such powerful wind system ability too. Sensing huge amount of energy coming from those sharp blade, as well as sensing unceasingly rising fierce wind around his side, his complexion immediately become very unsightly, and said with astonishment. Haha, old man, there are many things you could never think, now go to hell for me. Seeing the complexion of Ling Yanqi and hearing what he had said, Ren Tianyu not only laughed heartily but also raised his right hands that super huge unceasingly rotating shuriken, and rushed forward, futon, Rasen shuriken. Not good. Feeling huge amount of pressure coming from that sharp blade, Ling Yanqi instantly knew this was bad, then he immediately prepared to use that secret technique again to leave this place, but momentarily discovered that he nevertheless was standing on the head of Earth Hydra, so he was delayed. Ren Tianyu had already arrived above him, and his right hand's Rasen shuriken had already slammed into that remnant Earth System forbidden magic spell Earth Barrier screen. But how could this barrier which had already consumed majority of its energy able to block Rasen shuriken of Ren Tianyu, that energy screen very quickly distorted out of shape and then quickly began to dissipate under his Rasen shuriken. But Ling Yanqi took the advantage of this short time and immediately jumped off from the head of Earth Hydra, landed on the ground, and after waving magic staff in his hand, thin yellow-colored Earth System radiance appeared around his body. So it was like that. Seeing all the moves of Ling Yanqi from jumping down the head of Hydra to using magic, Ren Tianyu instantly understood a little bit of limitation of this technique which he had used to dodge his Rasengan attack before. And he also understood why he couldn't use this technique on the head of Hydra. And at that time, that defense barrier was already broken through, and the Rasen shuriken in his right hand directly advanced towards that huge Hydra underneath. After the Rasen shuriken in his right hand directly hit the body of Hydra, that huge body of Hydra was sent flying by the force of impact. Along with the hong loud explosion sound, the ability of Rasen shuriken thoroughly burst out. Very quickly a huge energy storm wreaked havoc in all direction. But the instant when energy storm broke out, along with earth yellow-colored light, Ling Yanqi disappeared from that location. The storm created by Rasen shuriken quickly wreaked havoc in all direction, and huge gales blew all around. Jade Maiden and others standing at a distant point were leaning unsteadily from side to side due to this powerful storm, as if they were about to be blown away. Jade Maiden used her hand to cover her face, and made great effort to stabilize her body. Sensing the unceasingly blowing storm, she thought inside her heart with shock, we are being affected even after we are this far away, what kind of powerful wind system magic is this? And in distant place, because of the addition of void, the situation of White Tiger was also a little better. He was no longer passively taking a beating, but he was still powerless to catch Buffon. All the attacks of them were easily dodged by his that unfathomable speed. But just a terrifying storm arrived there. All three of them instantly stopped fighting, and made a great effort to stabilize their body. Barely opening their eyes, they looked towards the origin of this storm. They saw a huge storm unceasingly wreaking havoc in all direction, and in the center of this storm was the battlefield of Ren Tianyu. Is this the strength of Akatsuki's leader Zero? Isn't this a bit too powerful? Feeling the powerful storm, this thought suddenly appeared inside the heart of Buffon, and a powerless feeling he had never felt before suddenly appeared inside his heart. Along with the gradual decrease in the sound of explosion, that terrifying storm which engulfed nearly 1 kilometer of range also slowly stopped. After the storm gradually stopped, smoke and dusts also dissipated, and the vision of everyone also revert back to normal. After their vision revert back to normal, everyone impatiently looked over towards the direction of center of explosion. And the first scene they saw caused them to unconsciously wide open their mouth, which was wide enough to swallow an entire egg, and for a long time they forget to close it. In front of them, the original plane had already disappeared, instead there nevertheless was one huge crater with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. A thin smoke was in the process of unceasingly rising from the middle of this crater, and in the sky above this crater, a figure of a person was floating, carefully looking, who it could be if not Ren Tianyu. And that originally terrifying Earth Hydra had already disappeared, and Ling Yanqi also had similarly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone had a single thought inside their heart. Don't tell me that he already won. Yes, I would like to ask, who can stop such terrifying attack? All of them naturally considered Ling Yanqi was dead. However, if Rasen Shuriken had hit him, with his current strength he would not be able to escape certain death, but was he hit? Old man, how long are you going to keep hiding, still not rolling out? Just then, Ren Tianyu, who was floating midair, couldn't help but berated in a stern voice, with his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan emitting a cold light. What? That old man is still alive? How is that possible? Hearing Ren Tianyu, everyone cried out in alarm inside their brain in disbelief. Even Buffon was thinking this. Because he clearly knew that even with his speed, it was very difficult for him to dodge that attack of just a moment ago. You should know that he depended on his speed to survive till present, and even he would have a hard time in dodging this attack, or had 100% certainty to dodge, no need to mention about short-legged magicians. That was basically impossible. But the matter in front, however, was intriguing. Next from the void, a figure of a person gradually appeared. If this figure was not Ling Yanqi, then who it could be? And everyone looked at Ling Yanqi with disbelief. They were unable to understand how he was able to escape through that terrifying attack. And looking at Ling Yanqi, with the exception of pale face because of huge magical power consumption, and exhaustion of his spirit power, he had not received any injuries. Finally willing to come out. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ling Yanqi, Ren Tianyu coldly said without a shred of surprise. How did you know that I was not dead? Floating in the midair, Ling Yanqi drank a bottle of magic potion to recover his magical power, and asked with surprise. Although the speed of your dodging is very fast, but all your movement nevertheless didn't escape my eyes. Ren Tianyu pointed at his own eyes, and slowly said. So that's how it is. Seeing those strange scarlet eyes of Ren Tianyu, Ling Yanqi suddenly understand inside his heart, it seems the blood lineage of this guy is his eyes, so hateful. Originally I planned to make him believe that I was dead, then after he left, I can sneak away, but now however it will take greater effort. After seeing the might of that Rasen Shuriken attack of Ren Tianyu, Ling Yanqi basically didn't have any confidence to beat Ren Tianyu, so now he was only thinking about how to quickly run away from this place. First, under my Odama Rasengan, you suddenly disappeared, and my Rasengan hit empty air. At that time, all your movements were already unreservedly caught by my eyes. Ren Tianyu slowly spoke. As a matter of fact, he also knew that this old man was seizing this moment to recover his magical power, but he didn't have any intention to do anything about it. Because after going through this battle, he had already consumed 1/3 of his chakra, so he himself was also seizing this moment to recover his chakra, as there was still one enemy present. But at that time, seeing you disappear, I mistakenly believed you can use space magic, so you had the ability to disappear out in the thin air to dodge. But the later series of your movements however made me dispel that conjecture. First, you as one of the 4 leader of magic domain, one might say you are well known, but everyone knew that you are only Earth System magician, that's all. Basically you don't know any space system magic. And even if space system magic is your unique skill, but with your reputation, it is impossible for everyone to not know it. Second, when I use Lightning Dragon, facing my this move, you could have directly used your space magic to easily dodge it, yet you however did not, rather selected to expend huge effort to use Forbidden Defense magic spell to protect yourself. At that time I wondered, why did you behave in that way? So I decided to use Rasen Shuriken to see in the end what is your that magic spell. Sure enough, under my Rasen Shuriken, you immediately used this move again. However at that time, you however made an unnecessary move, i.e. jumping down from the head of Earth Hydra, and only after you reached the ground, you used this move. Just then I understood in my heart, because space magic didn't receive any restriction of area. And at that time I again looked carefully. Every time you used this move, you stood on the ground, and light yellow-colored radiances appeared on your body. After that carefully thinking, I determined, this move is basically not space magic, rather Earth system magic. And as for why did you take the risk to jump off the head of the Earth Hydra to the ground, I think the user must stand on the ground in order to use this move. Although Ren Tianyu guessing, but his tone however was full of certainty. Correct, I have to say that you are very intelligent. I have only used this move twice, and you were able to see through it. This move is indeed my Earth System's secret skill Earth traveling technique, and also indeed must stand above ground to use it. But even if you understand it, as long as I stood on the ground, I can use it any time. What can you do? Ling Yanqi descended to the ground and standing on the ground, he stared at Ren Tianyu who was similarly descending on the ground, and said with disdain. But although he had said those things, Ling Yanqi was firmly holding his magic staff, and that mysterious Earth System crystal on the magic staff was glimmering with light yellow-colored Earth System magical power. Oh, if it is like you said then I just have to make you leave the ground, no? Landing on the ground, Ren Tianyu indifferently said, but inside his heart he nevertheless thought, if I want to make this bastard leave the ground, then I can only use water style which I am most unskilled at. Finished thinking, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, Suitun, Dai Bakusui Shoha. Water style, super exploding water shockwave. Finished making hand seals, Ren Tianyu inhaled a deep breath, and his mouth quickly puffed up, then lowering his head, he spat out endless fresh water from his mouth which quickly spread in all direction. Suitun, Dai Bakusui Shoha. Along with Ren Tianyu's voice, large amount of water spewed out from that puffed-up mouth, which changed into a soaring monstrous waves and quickly spread in all direction. Suitun, Dai Bakusui Shoha, was S-ranked water-style ninjutsu. Rough ninja of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, and also one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who was the owner of Samahata, Kisame, had used this ninjutsu to deal with the Jinchuriki of 8-tailed beast, Killer Bee, instantly taking the form of miniature ocean. This easily covered several tens of li of surroundings forming a huge water area. Among all the ninjutsu Ren Tianyu possessed, although this was not ninjutsu with widest range, nevertheless this ninjutsu was most suitable here. As long as Ling Yanqi was standing on the ground, he could use that troublesome move, earth traveling technique, at any time to quickly move around just like an instant shift. His ordinary moves were basically useless, because they were powerless to hit him. Even if he used Goka Mikyaku, Majestic Destroyer Flame, a kind of large-scale fire style, Ling Yanqi could easily dodge before his flames surround him. But using Dai Bakusui Shoha, Super Exploding Water Shockwave, he could completely revert the area of several tens of li into boundless waters, forcing Ling Yanqi to leave the ground and fly in the sky. Once he is off the ground, in the sky, dealing with this low god magician with half of his magical power exhausted, would be as easy as turning his hand. But if he didn't leave the ground, and enter the waters, then relying on this boundless waters, Ren Tianyu could still deal with him. This is. Seeing the huge water waves rapidly spreading all over, the pupil of Ling Yanqi firmly shrunk, and instantly knew that the situation was getting bad. This bastard, how could he be this powerful in water magic spell too? Wind, fire, lightning, and now this water too, how could he simultaneously possess so many abilities? Could it be that the gap between me and those geniuses are so large? Ling Yanqi roared inside his heart, but he had no time to think in his current situation. Tightly holding his magic staff, he quickly rotated his magic power inside his body, and began to silently mutter quickly, chanting a magic incantation. Earth magic, earth transformation. When he finished his incantation, Ling Yanqi pointed his magic staff towards the ground, then huge earth yellow-colored magic power shot out to the ground from his magic staff, and quickly spread in all direction. After this magic radiance entered the ground around immediately began to shake violently, and huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Along with ka-ka cracking sound, 5 or 6 craters suddenly appeared around the ground, and these craters quickly become deeper. The large amount of waters created by Dai Bakusui Shoha, super exploding water shockwave, flowed into these craters created by Ling Yanqi, were able to temporarily prevent the flow of water. But how could these few craters stop this Dai Bakusui Shoha, super exploding water shockwave? Ren Tianyu had used wasting huge amount of chakra, no need to mention about these 5 or 6, even if there were more than 100, they were basically useless. The craters were overfilled with waters in an instant and continued to flow towards Ling Yanqi. Damn, in the end how much water is here? Seeing those waters, Ling Yanqi unceasingly cursed in his heart, but he was powerless, and could only think of another magic. He quickly chanted magic incantation, large amount of earth system magic elements quickly surged all around his body. Along with the sound of incantation, the ground underneath his body violently shook, and began to crack. Along with Hong towering explosion sound, with Ling Yanqi as a center, the 300 meters radius ground around him suddenly raised up from the ground, causing his body to quickly ascend in the sky along with the ground. And just after he raised in the sky, the ground underneath was directly covered by the huge waves of water, and quickly spreading all around, now several tens of li of radius of the surroundings completely changed into huge waters. From a distant Jade Maiden and others who were watching the battle, furthermore White Tiger and other two who were in the process of fighting also immediately flew in the sky, so as to avoid being buried by this huge waters. Is this really something humans are capable to doing? Flying to midair, and seeing the original plane underneath instantly buried by boundless waters, and as far as the eye could see, they couldn't see the edge, White Tiger and all others were extremely shocked. As a matter of fact, this scene before their eyes was too stimulating. Fu, standing on the surface of water, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but breathe out a long breath, and a bit of exhausted expression appeared on his face. He himself didn't have water attribute, so using this super big water style ninjutsu, he had consumed a huge amount of chakra, but he finally forced Ling Yanqi to leave the ground. Like this, he could easily capture him alive. In this water surface, it's best to use water style and lightning style. Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart and looked towards Ling Yanqi standing on a tall platform, then began to quickly make a series of hand seals, Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the water behind him began to quickly rotate, then huge water whirlpool appeared, this whirlpool unceasingly rose, forming a huge and long waterspout. Then with a loud dragon roar, 2 blue-colored light lit up on the top of this waterspout, slowly forming a huge water dragon and it rushed towards Ling Yanqi. Although Ren Tianyu was not too skilled in water style, and had to spend huge amount of chakra to use it, but using water style ninjutsu was not that difficult in the water area he created, because he could make full use of waters around him. Standing above the platform, Ling Yanqi frowned after seeing huge water dragon coming towards him, then along with his quick chanting of incantation, an earth yellow-colored huge energy barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Along with a ping sound, water dragon directly slammed into this barrier, and both barrier and this water dragon clashed against each other. Good opportunity. Seeing Ling Yanqi was stalled by his water dragon, Ren Tianyu immediately shouted excitedly inside his heart. Shortly afterwards, another Ren Tianyu slowly appeared behind him, which nevertheless was Ren Tianyu's water clone. At the beginning, Ren Tianyu had already created water clone and hid it inside the water, waiting for the chance. Water clone quickly made a series of hand seals, then the water in front of him rolled over and over, Suitun, Suikoden no Jutsu. Water style, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. Waters in front quickly changed into a huge shark form, then quickly rushed towards the earth platform created by Ling Yanqi. Along with Hong sound, Water Shark Bomb bumped against this earth platform, and suddenly an explosion took place. Then with the disappearance of energy of Water Shark Bomb, it disappeared. But the earth pillar of earth platform was also directly hit, causing cracks to appear, and began collapsing. And the expression of Ling Yanqi on the platform, who was currently confronting Water Dragon, instantly changed. Along with honk explosion sound, the giant water shark formed by Rentienyo's Suiton, Suikoden no Jutsu, water style, water shark bomb jutsu, directly crushed tall platform earth pillar created by Ling Yannick's earth system magic. Then this tall platform slowly tilted, and fall towards the underneath waters, and finally the final piece of platform where Ling Yanqi was standing also collapsed with a loud crash. Along with the collapse of Earth platform, immediately the balance of confrontation between Ren Tianyu and Ling Yanqi broke down. While defending, along with the collapse of Earth platform, Ling Yanqi very quickly stabilized himself, and floated in the midair, ready to fly upwards. But don't forget Ren Tianyu, who was basically staring continuously at Ling Yanqi. Now due to the collapse of Earth platform, a small flaw had appeared, so how could Ren Tianyu let this great opportunity slip by? Ren Tianyu immediately controlled his huge water dragon and directly attacked towards Ling Yanqi. And just when the attack hit that earth yellow-colored energy shield of Ling Yanqi, the water dragon suddenly exploded. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu had directly detonated water dragon. This huge explosion energy suddenly wreaked havoc towards the shield of Ling Yanqi, and the huge impact directly sent Ling Yanqi flying out. He was sent flying towards underneath water, the shield around his body also issued a light cracking sound, an originally dazzling earth system magic element had also become incomparably dim. Groan. Down on the waters, Ren Tianyu also issued a muffled groan, and a little bit of blood slowly flow out from the corner of mouth. After forcefully detonating the water dragon, Ren Tianyu had received a slight backlash, causing him a minor internal injury. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ren Tianyu quickly rushed towards the location where Ling Yanqi had fallen. While running he made a series of hand seals, and Ren Tianyo's clone was also quickly running behind him and had begun to make a series of hand seals. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. After making a series of hand seals, he spat out chilly voice, speaking the name of this ninjutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, a huge cataract suddenly appeared in the sky above the head of Ling Yanqi, then endless water of this cataract with huge impact force directly collapsed at the body of Ling Yanqi. That energy shield around the body of Ling Yanqi, which had already become incomparably dim under the explosion of water dragon, immediately issued a series of cracking sound, then with clear and melodious scattering sound, that shield which was already filled with large amount of cracks, directly broke before the terrified expression of Ling Yanqi. Then that huge amount of water of Daibakufu no Jutsu which carried huge impact force directly fell upon his body. Pooh! After Daibakufu no Jutsu fell on his body, his face immediately became red, and he suddenly spat out large amount of blood from his mouth. Under the effect of Daibakufu no Jutsu, his body immediately received a serious injury. No kidding, magicians in themselves had a very frail body, and Daibakufu no Jutsu was a * rank ninjutsu, so how could magicians be able to resist the might of this ninjutsu? And after that, the big cataract in the sky slowly disappeared. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu had directly stopped this ninjutsu, as his aim was already achieved. The shield of Ling Yanqi was already broken, and he was already down, still Ren Tianyu didn't kill him, because he had promised Jade Maiden to capture this guy alive, then hand him over to her disposal. And after Ren Tianyu undid his ninjutsu, the water clone behind him immediately accelerated, passing by Ren Tianyu, he arrived at the side of Ling Yanqi, then quickly made a series of hand seals, snake ramhorsehair, Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu. Water style, water prison jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly a huge water ball formed in the location of his right hand, directly surrounding and trapping the body of Ling Yanqi inside it, causing him powerless to move. Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu, water style, water prison jutsu, although this ninjutsu was merely C-ranked, but the effect of this ninjutsu however was extremely powerful. After finishing making hand seals, the water around would immediately form into a water prison trapping the enemy inside it. The user merely needs to insert his one hand inside this water prison, then the enemy would remain imprisoned. And the person trapped inside this water prison couldn't breathe but was also unlikely to suffocate immediately, but the time they would not suffocate was not too long. Once the oxygen they possess runs out, they would suffocate to death. But this jutsu also had a great weakness, which was, while in the process of carrying out this jutsu, his right hand must absolutely not leave water prison, otherwise water prison would immediately break. Just like at the time when Kakashi, who was trapped by Zabuza, due to his carelessness, the genin Sasuke and Naruto joined force and forced him to pull out his right hand from water prison, freeing Kakashi. This is. Looking at the water ball which had surrounded his body and sensing he was powerless to move his body, the face of Ling Yanqi immediately filled with dread, then he opened his mouth, but suddenly the stream of water flowed into his mouth, immediately choking him. No, if this goes on like this, I will definitely die, I must seize the moment and flee. Looking at water prison all around him, Ling Yanqi thought. Finally seeing his right hand was still holding his magic staff, his eyes displayed a cruel expression, now I can only use this spell risking great injury to my vitality. Okay, done. Seeing his water clone had already trapped Ling Yanqi with water prison, Ren Tianyu immediately cried out happily. Then snapped his finger, and the ocean he had created using Dai Bakusui Shoha, super exploding water shockwave, slowly reduced, and water level also slowly dropped, finally disappeared with the speed which could be seen by naked eyes. While in the sky above, seeing Ren Tianyu had already resolved his battle, Jade Maiden and others also slowly flew down, and arrived at the side of Ren Tianyu. Idiot, are you alright? Did you get hurt? After coming down, Wang Yusen immediately rushed to the side of Ren Tianyu and sizing him up and down to see whether there was any injuries or not, she worriedly asked hastily. Rest assured, little you, I'm fine, him alone doesn't have any qualification to injure me. If it was not for the promise to Jade Maiden to capture him alive, he would have already died several thousand times. Ren Tianyu gently smiled seeing worried Wang Yusen, then comforted her. These words of Ren Tianyu were not nonsense he had sprouted, no need to mention anything else, one Amaterasu, and he would be directly burned without leaving any residue, Kamui of left eye and directly twist his head off, killing him easily. Moreover there was unparalleled demon god, Susanoo, directly grinding him into a dregs. But Ren Tianyu however was not that perfect in controlling these moves, so if he used these moves, then he would definitely kill Ling Yanqi. But Ren Tianyu however boasted to Jade Maiden before, to capture him alive, and hand him over to her disposal. As a result, with no other choice he was forced to spend a little bit more effort to capture Ling Yanqi alive. But from this, he also saw his own shortcoming, without using any of his Taijutsu, he had spent nearly 2/3 of his chakra to sort out one low god realm magician. If one day I lost Sharingan, then wouldn't I just become good for nothing? It seems, I have to reinforce Flying God Thunder technique and would style very soon. Ren Tianyu sighed inside his heart. This battle made Ren Tianyu deeply realize his weakness. 0, thanks a lot. Seeing the tired face of Ren Tianyu, and Ling Yanqi trapped inside the water prison, gratitude appeared on the face of Jade Maiden, then gave a sincere word of thanks to Ren Tianyu. Haha, Jade Maiden, you are speaking as if I am a stranger, since we are in same organization, your matters are my matters. Beside I have already promised you to help you to capture this guy. Looking at Jade Maiden, Ren Tianyu said with a giggle, and then looking at Ling Yanqi trapped inside the water prison, he said, Jade Maiden, wait a bit, I will seal the strength of this guy, then hand him over to your disposal. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu walked over and arrived at the side of water prison. Then looking at downcast Ling Yanqi, he prepared to make a series of hand seals. But just then, unusual change suddenly occurred, the eyes of Ling Yanqi who was trapped inside water prison suddenly lit up, and that earth-yellow colored crystal core embedded on the magic staff in his right hand absorbed the blood of Ling Yanqi, then suddenly released blood red and earth-yellow colored mixed radiance. When Ren Tianyu was getting ready to use ninjutsu to completely seal the strength of Ling Yanqi, an unusual change occurred all of a sudden. The magic staff in the hand of trapped Ling Yanqi suddenly flashed with a large amount of earth-yellow colored magical power, and combining with his blood, formed a blood-yellow-colored halo. Break for me! Along with the loud yell of Ling Yanqi, this halo which was surrounding the body of Ling Yanqi suddenly spread all around quickly. This broke the water prison created by Ren Tianyu. Along with a pa sound, water prison directly scattered and changing into water droplets, fell on the ground, freeing Ling Yanqi. But the power of that blood-yellow-colored halo still didn't reduce, and quickly spread all around. And after this halo swept through the water clone standing at the side of water prison, it had changed into a statue, and motionlessly stayed on the same place. Not good. Seeing the sudden change, the eyes of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk, and instantly knew this was bad. He immediately retreated, appeared in front of Jade Maiden and others, and began to quickly make a series of hand seals. Then before anyone could react, he immediately slammed his right hand on the ground. Doton, Chidokaku. Earth Style, Mobile Core. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground underneath Ren Tianyu others suddenly began to sway, giving out a series of ka-ka scattering sound, then a huge crack appeared at their side. Hong! The ground around of nearly 10 meters suddenly rose in the sky with everyone above it. And just after they rise to the sky, that halo swept through the ground below that earth pillar, suddenly changing originally a little bit moist ground into hard rocks. Akatsuki Organization, 0, wait for me, wait for our magic domain's chase to kill, I will definitely not let any of you off. Just then, gloomy voice resounded from inside that halo, then this huge halo gathered together and surrounding Ling Yanqi, then disappeared without a trace. This is, looking at the absolutely empty ground, with the exception of a puddle of blood, Ling Yanqi had already disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, everyone had disbelief expression, none of them had thought that Ling Yanqi would still be able to flee from such situation. Only the gaze of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk, because under his Sharingan, he clearly saw that that halo had come out from that earth-yellow-colored crystal core embedded on the magic staff in the hand of Ling Yanqi. It seems that crystal core in his magic staff was a treasure. Should I encounter him next time, either I should snatch away that magic staff first, or should kill him. Capturing him alive really is not that easy. Jade Maiden, this time, I can only apologize you, didn't expect under these circumstances, he could still flee. But you can rest assured, next time I will absolutely help you eliminate him. Ren Tianyu turned around, and said towards Jade Maiden whose complexion was not so good because Ling Yanqi had escaped. It's alright 0, I have confidence in you. Jade Maiden whispered, but everyone could sense sadness on her voice. Little you, Vermilion Bird, you too help me persuade Jade Maiden. I will go to help White Tiger and Void to deal with the final enemy. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu turned and quickly flew towards the battlefield of Void and White Tiger. As a matter of fact, from the time Ren Tianyu had arrived here, he had been quietly observing whole battleground, and he was full of admiration towards Bufong, the opponent of White Tiger. He was merely mid-god ranked warrior, but his speed actually was comparable to his own current speed. Wasn't this so heaven-defying? And in the future, if he entered God's domain realm, then how fast will his speed become? So Ren Tianyu was immediately interested in him. He had also heard about this person Bufong. He was merely an assassin, that's all, and he attacks people for money. He and the other member didn't have any hatred towards this Bufong, so if he could, Ren Tianyu wanted to invite him to join his Akatsuki origination, because his current strength was completely qualified for the respect of Akatsuki, and his strength could also be said to be good addition for Akatsuki. But what was unexpected for Ren Tianyu and others was, seeing Ren Tianyu flying towards them from the corner of his eyes, Bufong, who was in the process of fighting against Void and White Tiger, suddenly shouted strangely, F***K, there is no mistake, you are also coming. Then blue light suddenly flashed around his body, and leaving behind several after images, he dodged the attack of Void and immediately ran away while shouting, "You father will no longer accompany you to play, I'll come back another day." Humph, want to run, but can you run? Seeing Bufong suddenly running away, Ren Tianyu, who was in the process of rushing over, was slightly dumbfounded, then directly landing on the ground, a huge amount of lightning appeared around his body, causing all of his hairs to stand up. After that he immediately changed into a lightning radiance, and chased towards the direction where Bufong had disappeared. You guys return to Flame Phoenix Villa first with Jade Maiden and others. I will chase this guy, Yayapei. Do you think it is that easy to run away from me? When Ren Tianyu passed by Void and White Tiger, he left behind these words, then immediately disappeared. Seeing both Ren Tianyu and Bufong had already disappeared, Void and White Tiger looked at each other in blank dismay, then with a wry smile on their face, they flew towards Jade Maiden and others. Honestly speaking, from the beginning of the battle of just now, both of them were extremely depressed, because they were not able to land even a single hit on their opponent. And because of continuously heightening their spirit power to its limit for any attack from the opponent, they were very tense and were nearly falling apart. F***K, why are you following your father? I am telling you I only like women, and am not interested in men, so don't pursue me. Bufong, in the process of running in front, hearing the movement sound coming from behind, he turned around to look, and was immediately extremely shocked to see Ren Tianyu, who was covered with lightning, firmly coming behind him. Seeing that, he was so scared that, he immediately accelerated without wasting any time. F***K off, your father's sexual orientation is also straight. I'm also not interested in men. Hearing Bufong, the complexion of Ren Tianyu suddenly blackened just like Pot's base, and he also continued to accelerate chasing after Bufong. As for why I am chasing after you, hey, I will honestly ask you, did you think after attacking our Akatsuki, you can leave unscathed? I am telling you, this time your father will chase you, and you can't run away from me. F***K, this time your father really hit the iron plate. Why did I take this mission to assassinate this Akatsuki organization? The complexion of Bufong was worse than crying as he thought, then he resolutely said, fine, if you want to chase me, let's see, if you can catch me. Finished speaking, Bufong continued to accelerate and run in the front. In the Road of Light Empire, many pedestrian and horse-drawn carriages were entering the imperial capital Radiant City in succession. Just then, suddenly a cyan-colored rays of light flashed before their eyes on the road in front of them. It faintly seemed like a shadow of human figure. And before anyone could react, it instantly changed into several afterimages and disappeared from before the eyes of everyone. Seeing this, all the pedestrians couldn't help but were dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and they subconsciously thought, is that the speed mankind can achieve? What happened? Why did we stop moving? At this time, one charming female voice came from inside one silver-white carriage, then one delicate jade hand reached out from inside the carriage, and opened the door curtain of that carriage, then a woman wearing black dress whose face was covered with a piece of black gauze walked out from inside that carriage. After that she asked what was going on towards knights wearing pitch-black knight warrior suit of armor who were riding Gale horse by the side of the carriage. Reporting to Holy Maiden, just now someone suddenly ran past this place in extremely high speed, even I was barely able to see only afterimages. Among them, one knight holding a black spear who was at the most front position of this knight group fling the reins of Gale horse and came at the side of carriage, then replied offering a respectful bow. What? You, hearing the answer of this knight, this woman in black dress was somewhat surprised and exclaimed aloud. But before she finished speaking, the pedestrians in front suddenly cried out in alarm again. A purple-colored lightning shadow with powerful lightning light was quickly advancing forward in the middle of the crowd by dodging all of them. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and that shadow of a human figure had already passed the knight groups in front her and finally stepped on the roof of her carriage. At this time, suddenly a surprised voice came from this purple lightning shadow. Then when this figure jumped off from the roof of this carriage and was still in the midair, this shadow turned around his head, and this woman clearly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Inside those eyes, each one had 3 strange black-colored magatama which was quickly spinning. Those eyes, don't tell me that it's him. Seeing those pair of red eyes, this woman in black clothing fell into deep thought. She would never forget that night, a man with those same eyes had seriously injured her, and she was forced to use space scroll, which was very difficult to get to run away. But when this girl was lost in thought, that lightning shadow in the midair had already disappeared. Before anyone could react to stop him, he had also already disappeared similarly before their eyes. What's going on? Why did I feel déjà vu and as if I have seen her somewhere before when I saw that woman in black dress? Running in the road, Ren Tianyu slowly thought. Just now when he saw that woman wearing black dress at that carriage, he had a kind of familiar feeling, but also not although it's already more than 3 years since I arrived in this world, but the number of people I am familiar with is not that many, so how could I forget any of them? Don't tell me she is someone Shiman Tianlong this guy knew. Forget about it, regardless of anything, catching this slippery guy in front is first priority. Thinking about Bufong in the front, Ren Tianyu felt pain in ass again. Just think he however had to go through many arduous training to achieve his current speed, but the speed of this guy in front was actually a little bit faster compared to him. If he didn't have the support of Taijutsu of Reikage which used lightning chakra to simulate his physical body, improving his speed, then Bufong would have already lost him. Even now he could only barely keep up the pace with Bufong, nothing more, so wanting to catch him was very difficult. Don't tell me I need to open Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gate. Won't do, the backlash of Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gate, is too big. What if even after opening 7th gate, I am still powerless to overtake him, then after the beginning of side effect, I will completely lose him. Looking straight at that very quickly running ahead figure, Ren Tianyu firmly gritted his teeth as he hatefully thought inside his heart. Forget about it, can only take a step at a time. Now the most important thing is to not lose him. Looking at that natural and unrestrained elegant figure in the front as well as his that speed, Ren Tianyu strengthened his plan to subdue him to join his Akatsuki organization. Yo, didn't expect you are actually able to keep up with me like this. Very good, but can you still increase your speed? Seeing that lighting figure was still able to keep up the pace with him, Bufong burst into loud laughter and said. Simultaneously, a kind of wanting to compete thought appeared inside his heart. Thinking about it, he Bufong, relying on his speed had effortlessly entered the place with magnificent army with thousands of men and horses as if getting into his back garden as he please, and killed the people of Light Palace, but he however still hadn't felt any pressure. Finally in front of several red-robed cardinals who were god domain experts, he killed a group of Golden Knight, then swaggered off. If he want to run, it might as well say no one was able to block and stop him. In terms of speed, if Bufong was second, then no one is capable of being first. But now the person behind him however was actually able to barely keep pace with his speed. This instantly gave rise to his idea of having competition with Ren Tianyu. He Bufong had no shortage in money, also didn't like fame and fortune, the sole reason he had taken the job of assassin was to improve his speed, and to become even faster. So he always took high difficulty assassin mission. The greater the difficulty, the more he liked, because for him, only real expert would give him pressure, and only after feeling pressure, his speed would become even faster. And this time he had selected the mission to assassinate all Akatsuki members for this same reason, but now, he found better target, i.e. Ren Tianyu behind him. As for failure of mission, he didn't care. Humph, whether you are even faster or not, you can't run away from me today. Hearing Bufong, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, but inside his heart, he also wanted to test the maximum limit of his own speed. Good, hope you are able to. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Bufong slightly smiled. Then that strange dagger in his right hand streak across making a beautiful arc, and directly flew back to that sheath in his waist. Shortly afterwards, he quickly made a hand gesture with both of his hand, then in that light cyan battle chi radiance above his body, slowly pale hazy starlight appeared, surrounding his whole body. Star's blood lineage, appear. Along with the voice of Bufong, suddenly a star mark appeared in his forehead, and his cyan-colored wind system douqi around his body was directly replaced by that hazy starlight. This is, seeing that pale hazy starlight, Ren Tianyu who was chasing behind frowned, could it be that all along, this guy had not opened his blood lineage? Must it be so abnormal? Haha, are you ready? Now be sure to not lose me. Sensing that pale starlight around his body, Buffon laughed, then as if his body changed into a dazzling starlight, he suddenly rushed forward very quickly and a long star's radiance followed behind him. Star's step, star transformation. Seeing Buffon instantly exploding with speed, Ren Tianyu directly felt like throwing up a mouthful of blood. F***K, must his speed be so fast? Ah, big brother, are you really only god rank? Ren Tianyu's heart felt as if thousands of grass mud horse run past his head, then his mood immediately become very bitter. Your sister, today, your father will also sow all out. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu threw a black-colored small pill in his mouth, then the lightning chakra radiances around his body suddenly rose violently and sharply. The lightning god armor on his body became even more lifelike, and looking from distant, he looked just like lightning god that had descended to the world. Roar! Ren Tianyu looked up to the heave and let out a loud roar, and the sound waves spread in all direction. Then after he exerted strength in his right leg, the ground around suddenly cracked open a huge fissure. A huge crater appeared under his leg. After that Ren Tianyu changed into a dazzling lightning shadow precisely following the direction where Buffon had disappeared. After further using lightning chakra to actively change his physical body, his speed suddenly rose sharply, but the burden in his physical body also became very big. In the far-off sky, one white-colored shooting star suddenly shot out, pulling a long star splendor. And behind this shooting star, a lightning followed it closely. Haha, so happy, how long it have been since I ran this happily. You are the first person that is able to keep pace with my speed. Buffon, who had changed into a shooting star and was firmly flying ahead with so fast speed that even if he flashed through before the eyes of ordinary people, they would not be able to detect anything, spoke towards Ren Tianyu. You are pretty good yourself, merely with a god-rank cultivation, your speed is this fast. Hearing Buffon, Ren Tianyu, whose whole body was glimmering with lightning radiances, who now looked like lightning god, also answered with a slight smile. Honestly speaking, he also extremely liked this extreme saturation run. He seemed to forget all his worries, but the enormous burden in his body however told Ren Tianyu that he won't be able to sustain this kind of speed for a long period of time. Don't tell me I must open Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gate. This thought flashed through the mind of Ren Tianyu, but unless it was out of absolute necessity, he didn't want to open Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gate, because after opening it if he failed to catch Buffon, then he would definitely lose this battle of speed. Haha, stop talking nonsense, think about it. Buffon swept over Divine Wind Continent, as well as enjoy the title of Lightning Speed, all depending on nothing but my matchless speed. If it was not like that, then I would have died countless time already. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Buffon proudly said. Indeed, not to mention god-ranked experts, perhaps even true god realm experts also couldn't match him in terms of speed. Buffon indeed was worthy to be proud, now let me show you my true speed. Star step, falling star. With the voice of Buffon, the star's radiances around his body unexpectedly burned lightly, and this burning chi revealed a starlight flame. Now looking at him from far, he looked just like a huge moving fireball. With this burning flame chi, the speed of Buffon quickly increased before the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu. His speed directly increased by 1/3 of his precious speed, then directly leaving behind Ren Tianyu far behind, he quickly flew ahead. Falling star was the move among the star steps he had created, which was fastest in speed to travel in a straight line. At the final moment in the life of stars in the sky, they eventually burn and rise the final essence within it, then changing into a fireball and making a beautiful arc in the sky, these stars finally fall from the sky, and at that time, their speed was fastest. This move of Buffon was created by simulating the falling of stars from the sky. Have no other choice but to say this Buffon was also heavenly gifted genius. But falling stars, this move however required him to activate his blood lineage first before he could use, because he must use his star's blood lineage to make his speed simulate the star's power in the sky, only then he would be able to display the speed of shooting stars. In the eyes of real expert, speed doesn't represent strength. Even with extremely fast speed, without certain level of strength, they are powerless to injure real experts. As a matter of fact, Buffon was also clear about this point, but he however added one sentence to this. Although speed doesn't represent strength, but it however determines the distance between you and me. Although I am powerless to injure you, but with my speed, I can do anything I wish and you can't even stop me with any means. Anytime I want to run, I can do so. This was why Buffon was continuously pursuing Speed 4, and now, his real speed slowly began to show itself. Not good, the speed of this bastard too fast. Seeing Buffon getting farther and farther away, Ren Tianyu continuously cursed inside his heart, then said, "It seems there is no other choice, Hashiman Tonku Deroku, came on, Kai." The 8th inner gate, 6th gate, the gate of joy, open. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the muscles of his body began to quickly swell out, and blue veins suddenly appeared on his forehead. It looked very frightening, and on that lightning chakra around his body, a large amount of cyan-colored chakra appeared. After Ren Tianyu opened 6th gate, his right leg stamped on the empty air, and along with the sudden terrifying sound of air explosion, his body directly changed into a blur and quickly disappeared. Swish, 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 sound of air breaking continuously rang. A long trail of his afterimages followed behind Ren Tianyu. Even after his body disappeared, his afterimages would stay there for some time and would slowly disappear. Hearing the sound of air barrier breaking, Buffon turned around his head with bewilderments. After turning around, he saw the sudden sharp acceleration of Ren Tianyu's speed and was quickly approaching him. Not only the distance opened between them just a moment ago was complemented, he was further decreasing the distance between them. It seems he would soon catch up and surpass him. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the pupil of Buffon firmly shrunk, and a deep surprise flashed in his eyes. He was extremely confident in his own speed, otherwise it was impossible for him to survive until now, but now the speed of Ren Tianyu was similar, if not a bit faster than his own current speed. But Buffon didn't know that the current speed of Ren Tianyu was merely his temporarily speed, he basically couldn't maintain for a long period of time. In terms of real speed, there was no way to compare Ren Tianyu with Buffon. Just when Buffon prepared to further increase his speed, Ren Tianyu directly fly past over the head of Buffon, sand arrived in front of him. After that abruptly turned around, and rapidly swung his fists which were burning with flame. Asakujaku. Morning Peacock. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, innumerous fireballs with Ren Tianyu as the center, quickly flew out in all direction from his rapidly swinging fists, directly attacking Buffon in the front. Looking this scene from the distance, it resembled just like gorgeous peacock spreading its tail. Humph, if you think you can stop me, Buffon with such move, then you are too naive. Seeing quickly approaching large number of fireballs, Buffon just snorted coldly, then without retreating, he advanced forward. The starlight around his body glimmered even more violently, and his legs changed into a blur, treading a mysterious steps. Stars step, treading stars. Along with the voice of Buffon, one star immediately appeared in his each leg location, then making a mysterious arc, he quickly advanced forwards from the midst of dense fireballs. The Asakujaku, morning peacock, of Ren Tianyu was not even able to touch Buffon. Swish, Buffon fly past by the side Ren Tianyu, leaving behind the words, although you can attack me, but they are useless against me. Directly surmounting Ren Tianyu, Buffon again continued to run ahead in high speed. Is that so? Hearing Buffon, the corner of Ren Tianyu's mouth slightly hooked upward, and with a smile on his tired face, he said, "Then, first I will beat you till half dead then bring you back. I absolutely want you to join my Akatsuki organization. Dainana, Kaiman, Kai. 7th gate, gate of shock, open." Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the cyan-colored radiance around the body of Ren Tianyu slowly evolved further towards red color, and pale blue-colored steam rose around his body due to evaporation. Ren Tianyu gathered both of his arms together, and he gathered all the strength in his fist. Roar, Hiradora. Afternoon Tiger. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, a loud tiger roar reverberate throughout the entire horizon out of thin air. This ear-deafening tiger roar sound caused Bufong, who was running ahead, to stop, then he turned around with a shocked face. And simultaneously he saw a huge white-colored transparent tiger with mouth wide open was advancing towards him rapidly. Its whole body was emitting powerful energy, and the space around it seemed to distort. Its speed was too fast, and now it was already about to reach him. Not good. Seeing this huge white tiger, Bufong immediately stopped his steps, and quickly made some hand gestures with both of his hands. Then under his control, the star radiances around his body quickly gathered to his legs. After that, turning around, he disappeared from that location, leaving behind only afterimage. Star's secret skill, pursue star. After Bufeng's voice, Ren Tianyu felt he suddenly heard a pang sound, as if that sound was merely an illusion. An image of meteor shower suddenly appeared inside his brain. Star's secret skill, pursue star. After Bufeng's voice, Ren Tianyu felt he suddenly heard a pang sound, as if that sound was merely an illusion, and a scene of meteor shower suddenly appeared inside his brain. And in front, when Hashiman Tonku's secret art, Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger, which Ren Tianyu had released after spending all the energy within his body, was about to hit Bufong, a dazzling starlight suddenly burst out from his body. Then, along with a series of swish, swish, swish sound, dazzling starlight as if fireballs, formed a huge meteor shower. A meteor shower miraculously appeared in the daytime sky. Haha, Zero, you are powerful as expected. You are the first person to force me to turn into this, but if you wish to overtake me, then we will talk after you are able to break through my pursue star. Along with this loud and clear voice in the sky, the meteor shower dissipated. And the Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger, of Ren Tianyu hit empty air, and landed on one small mountain beneath, then gave out a loud explosion sound. Hateful. Seeing Bufong had disappeared without a trace, Ren Tianyu immediately cursed with unsightly complexion. Then, after undoing Hashiman Tonku, that tyrannical chakra around his body also slowly disappeared. Hoo, Ren Tianyu unceasingly breathed heavily. Cold sweats continuously appeared in his forehead and flowed down his constantly twitching face. Beginning of the backlash of Hashiman Tonku. Feeling pain coming through his body, the face of Ren Tianyu continuously twitched. Didn't expect even after my big efforts, this guy still ran away. But, is indeed worthy of my choice. In terms of speed, I really am inferior to you. The scene of just a moment ago when Bufong used Pursue Star to leave again appeared in the brain of Ren Tianyu. Then shaking his head, he helplessly sighed. With regarding to this kind of speed, even Ren Tianyu was too inferior to bear comparison. But wait until I master Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. After that you will no longer be able to escape my hand. Regardless of whether the speed of Bufong was too fast, or how abnormal his Pursue Star was, as long as Ren Tianyu could leave a mark of Hirashin, Flying Thunder God, Bufong would never be able to escape his hand. After the resurrection of elder sister Yuer, I will immediately begin to study Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The eyes of Ren Tianyu shined as he instantly determined his next path. And among all the members of my Akatsuki organization, with the exception of White Tiger and Void, the strength of all others are basically unbearable. Fundamentally, they are too weak. Forget it, can only take one step at a time. First I must look for the things that are helpful to increase their strength. Finished speaking, a spiral-shaped space ripple emerged from the right eye of Ren Tianyu, and after that space ripple surrounded him, he disappeared from that location. In Flame Phoenix Villa, Jade Maiden and others were boringly waiting for the return of Zero. And the mother of Vermilion Bird Feng Yumeng had taken away the elder cousin of Vermilion Bird Di Qingyu to talk inside. Qingyu, how are things? Was everything fine outside these few years? Looking at many times more mature compared to before man in front of her, Feng Yunmeng asked with some emotion. Rest assured aunt, I was very happy there few years. Hearing the concern of Feng Yunmeng, Di Qingyu felt warmth inside his heart. Then slowly said, and I managed to successfully break through Sun's domain, and my golden yang blood lineage has already activated thoroughly, evolving to peak saint rank blood lineage. Now I can completely use the true fire of Sun. And I have already entered the rank of high-level god rank. Really? That's great, I think your parents can rest in peace now. Hearing Di Qingyu, Feng Yunmeng's that beautiful face revealed a hint of excitement plus grieved expression. She was happy for the progress of the strength of Di Qingyu, and was also grieved for the death of his parents. Sooner or later, I will definitely enter Bewildering Shadow Valley, and thoroughly kill all those people to avenge my parents. When he mentioned Bewildering Shadow Valley, the face of Di Qingyu showed a strong hatred, and powerful golden flame also appeared around his body, burning the seat under him to ashes. Qingyu, you mustn't act rashly, with your current strength, don't mention getting revenge, I fear when you step into Bewildering Shadow Valley, that boundless dense fog will pull you into endless illusion. With the exception of the people of their clan, other people are basically powerless to survive inside the dense fog of Bewildering Shadow Valley. Seeing the complexion of Di Qingyu, Feng Yunmeng instantly stood up and arrived to his side, then placed her right hand on his shoulder. After that, along with powerful fiery red battle chi, the golden flame of Di Qingyu was suppressed back inside his body. Aunt, I am fine, don't worry. The complexion of Di Qingyu revert back to normal, then seeing the concern in the face of Feng Yunmeng, he slowly said, before I become very strong, I will not easily enter Bewildering Shadow Valley. Then it's good. Hearing Di Qingyu, Feng Yunmeng nodded her head, then encouraged him, actually after 5 years, they will definitely come out, then you don't need to take chances to enter Bewildering Shadow Valley. Why? Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Di Qingyu asked with surprise. He knew that as one of the ancient 100 clans, they had suffered heavy losses during the invasion of Demon Clan, and were forced to hide inside Bewildering Shadow Valley to recuperate their losses. Now it's already more than 10,000 years without any news about them, so why would they suddenly came out into the world now? As a matter of fact, it's not only them, after 5 years, all of the ancient 100 clans will come out into the world. Feng Yunmeng turned around his head, then looked towards the faraway sky, and slightly sighed. The reason for them coming out into the world is because after 5 years, Demon Clan's invasion will soon arrive. What? Demon Clan's invasion? How is this possible? Weren't they already beaten back to their Devil Dom? And weren't their transfer passage thoroughly sealed at that time? Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Di Qingyu asked in surprise. His face was filled with disbelief look. Actually about this matter, basically all ancient 100 clans and we mankind's every big forces have already received this information. Because this information had come through the most mysterious Tianji clan of ancient 100 clans, and this information was the divination from true God Realm Elder of Tianji clan using his whole cultivation and life. Basically all the big forces of entire continent are making their preparation, they are making preparation for after 5 years, about to arrive Demon Clan. Hearing Di Qingyu, the face of Feng Yunmeng revealed a complex expression. Several tens of thousands years ago, when Demon Clan had invaded, that time can be called greatest disaster of Divine Wind continent. Countless peak experts fell, fields littered with corpses, blood flowed like a river, and every day a large amount of people died. And the area where people could live also reduced to 1/3. Never thought, now after 5 years, Demon Clan will again start the matter of several tens of thousands years ago, AI. Were all the things you said true? Villa Mistress Feng. Just then, a muffled male voice suddenly resounded the entire hall. Who, roll out for me. Hearing the sudden voice, the complexion of Feng Yunmeng instantly shrunk, then powerful aura sprang out from her dainty body spreading in all direction. Immediately the whole hall was filled with oppressive aura. And when Di Qingyu heard this voice, burning chi with blazing golden flames suddenly came out from his body, and with a flash of a flame, one gold-colored spear appeared in his hand. After that he cautiously scanned all around. Don't be alarmed, it's me. Just then, the space in front of Feng Yunmeng suddenly distorted into a spiral-shaped space ripple, and Ren Tianyu with miserable appearance appeared in front of them. "So it's you, boy, when did you come back, and also eavesdropping our conversation?" Seeing Ren Tianyu, the aura around the body of Feng Yunmeng slowly returned inside her body and she said in a bad mood. "Ah, that, when moving through space, the coordinate deviate a little, error, fault." Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu somewhat apologetically said. "Oh, you should rejoice that the deviation caused to arrive here. If you had arrived inside the bathhouse of our Flame Phoenix Villa, Haihei, then you are just waiting for our Flame Phoenix Villa's chase to kill." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng stared at Ren Tianyu with a strange gaze and said. "Ah, that, it won't be, it won't be." Hearing Feng Yunmeng, sweats began to pour out from his forehead, and hastily waving his hand he answered. "But you look miserable. I hear from Little Wu that you chased after Bufong. How was it, you failed?" Looking at the miserable figure of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng came over and patted his shoulder and said. "See," with the hand of Feng Yunmeng landing on his shoulder, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt all of his muscles trembling, and the muscles of face suddenly twitched ferociously, then falling back, he answered, "Villa Mistress Feng, please be lenient. Because of a forbidden move I used just a moment ago, my whole body is still in pain, so I cannot bear your this gentle and soft palm. Haha, it seems this time you ate big loss." Seeing the reaction of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng covered her mouth and lightly chuckled. Yes, the speed of this guy called Bufong really was incomparable fast. Even after using forbidden move, I was barely able to catch up to him, but in the end he still got away. Ren Tianyu thought about the speed of Bufong, then he helplessly heaved a sigh. "That is already very good. The speed of this guy Bufong is unrivaled under the heaven, and I have never heard someone able to catch up to him." Looking at Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng said. As mistress of Flame Phoenix Villa, how could she not know Bufong? "Oh, that's right, Villa Mistress Feng, the matter you said about Demon Clan again invading Divine Wind Continent after 5 years, was that really true?" Just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly recalled what Feng Yunmeng had stated just a moment ago, so he asked to confirm. "Absolutely true." Feng Yunmeng nodded her head in confirmation, then added, "The prophecy of Tianji clan is never wrong." Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu again recalled the matter that had happened to him inside Tower of Babel. At that time, that finger had poked and sent his Susanoo along with him flying. Up until now, he still didn't have the nerve to confront the owner of that finger. The circumstance of that time had greatly shocked Ren Tianyu. One should know that the defense power of his Susanoo however was ranked first in the Naruto world, although at that time, it was still not in complete form, but also was very powerful. But just like that, a single poke of a finger sent it flying, and the blindness points of his eyes fell so sharply, almost instantly making him blind. This shows the strength of the owner of that finger. It seems my hunch of that time was not wrong. Ren Tianyu sighed and slowly said. The owner of that finger of that time was definitely sealed expert of Demon Clan, and inside the Tower of Babel, this Demon Clan was actually able to temporarily attack him through the seal. This shows that at that time, the seals were already weakened to some extent. What hunch? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng asked in confusion. It's this way. Ren Tianyu explained everything that had happened to him inside Tower of Babel, from rescuing Vermilion Bird by chance, then killing Demon Clan, and finally that finger poked and sent him flying matter, but he naturally hid his Taijutsu as well as Susanoo. Never thought that the Tower of Babel was not able to thoroughly seal them. It seems Demon Clan are really invading again. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the expression of Feng Yunmeng become complex, as she said. Then she looked at Diqingyu, and her eyes shined. Boy, do you remember your 3 promise to me? Naturally I do remember. Hearing the sudden question of Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu answered. The first condition was to get her 2 bottles of Spring of Life. This he had already accomplished. He only needs to give her Spring of Life. Good, in that case, my second condition is to let him join your organization. Feng Yunmeng pointed to Diqingyu with her right hand and slowly said. My second condition is let Qingyu join your organization. Feng Yunmeng pointed Di Qingyu with her jade hand and slowly said. What did you say? Did I mishear you? Ren Tianyu scooped his ears, trying to prove that he had not heard wrongly. Did this Feng Yunmeng take wrong medicine today, actually taking the initiative to deliver expert to him? You should know that with regarding to the matter of Ren Tianyu kidnapping her daughter, and making her join his organization, the complexion of Feng Yunmeng had become extremely unsightly. Then when she knew that her daughter had accompanied him to attack Shiman clan, the unsightly complexion of Feng Yunmeng had turned green on the spot, her gaze nearly spout fire, and looked as if she would chop him at any time with her sword. But now she however was taking the initiative to deliver an expert to him. So how could this matter not cause Ren Tianyu to think this was merely a beautiful daydream? Yeah, aunt, how can you let me join any organization, moreover what's the use? Di Qingyu also confusedly said. He didn't understand what his aunt was thinking. Qingyu, don't say anything, you only need to know your aunt is doing this for your best. Looking at Di Qingyu at her side, Feng Yunmeng softly said, then turning around her head and looking over to Ren Tianyu, well boy, about this matter, will you agree or not? Haha, naturally agree, you are delivering an expert to my doorsteps, so why won't I agree? The strength of this youth had already reached high-level god rank, and currently his organization was eagerly seeking after men of worth and ability, so Ren Tianyu naturally agreed without slightest hesitation. Although Ren Tianyu was also well aware that Feng Yunmeng definitely must have some kind of intention for letting this youth join his organization, but at least she was very unlikely to have any ill intention towards his organization, because when all is said and done her daughter Vermilion Bird was also part of his organization. Okay, now why don't you go out first, I have a matter to talk with Qingyu. After hearing the answer of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng said. Okay. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, and began walking towards outside. When he walked 2 steps, he suddenly remembered a matter he had forgotten, so turning around, he said, Villa Mistress Feng, I have already brought Spring of Life. So about the matter regarding the resurrection of my elder sister Yuer. I will begin preparations first, and we can begin the resurrection ritual tomorrow. When Jade Maiden and others had returned back, Feng Yunmeng had already learned about the information that Ren Tianyu had already successfully obtained Spring of Life, so was not too surprised. Then at that time I will trouble you Villa Mistress Feng. Ren Tianyu cupped his hand and slightly bowed, then directly turned around and walked out to backyard, entering the lobby. Zero, how come you are coming out from inside? Inside lobby, keen-eyed White Tiger saw Ren Tianyu coming out from inside the hall, so he confusedly asked. I used space magic to first arrive at behind hall and talked with Villa Mistress Feng about the matter of resurrection of elder sister Yuer. Hearing White Tiger, Ren Tianyu touched his head and awkwardly said. Zero, why is your body scarred everywhere? Seeing Ren Tianyu as if he had received severe injuries, Jade Maiden confusedly asked. Yes that's right, idiot, why are you so heavily injured Seeing Ren Tianyu was injured, Wang Yusen threw herself into the bosom of Ren Tianyu with red eyes. Then carefully size up his body as if she wanted to examine his injuries. See. Ren Tianyu immediately hissed, and with the muscles of his face unceasingly twitching, and cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, he felt waves of pain all over his body which nearly made him lose his consciousness. Little you first stand back, your bumping is going to kill me. Looking at little Yusen in his bosom, Ren Tianyu revealed an unsightly smile with great difficulty, then stutteringly said. Idiot, are you alright? Hearing Ren Tianyu, and seeing his unceasingly twitching body, little Yu cried out in alarm, and immediately fell back few steps, then asked with concern. You can rest assured, it's not a big deal, merely when I was chasing Bufong, I used forbidden move to forcefully increase my speed. So this is merely the side effect of that forbidden move. I will be fine after I take a rest for a while. Ren Tianyu forcefully calmed down his mind. Seeing the worried expression in the face of everyone, a warmth rose in his heart, as he slowly explained. Turned out to be so, I'm glad you are fine. Hearing Ren Tianyu, little Yu slightly felt relieved. After everyone calmed down, Ren Tianyu began to narrate the matter he had encountered in Elven Forest in simple version. When he mentioned Spring of Life, the space ring in his right hand flashed with blue light, then several small bottles with green-colored liquid inside it appeared in his hand. These are Spring of Life, wait until you return to your room before take this. After you absorb the energy inside it, not only can it increase your strength and lifespan, it can also make you stay young forever. Ah, I want, quickly give me. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the eyes of Vermilion Bird, Jade Maiden furthermore little Yu suddenly emitted wolf light, and firmly stare at him. For women especially for beautiful women, staying young forever was too tempting. I give, seeing the expression in the eyes of three women, Ren Tianyu suddenly shivered, and before he could finish speaking, three women had already arrived in front of him, then they directly snatched Spring of Life from the hand of Ren Tianyu. Moreover Vermilion Bird accidentally kicked him to the ground. Ah! Instantly a blood-curdling scream reverberated through entire lobby. And now Ren Tianyu was lying on the ground, unceasingly twitching, and foam unceasingly flowing out from his mouth. It was too miserable sight. Seeing the miserable condition of Ren Tianyu, black lines suddenly appeared on the face of both White Tiger and Void. Still Void, who had good heart, walked to the side of Ren Tianyu, then supported him to stand up. What was that sound just now? Just then, Feng Yunmeng and Di Qingyu came over, then asked confusedly. That screaming voice of just a moment ago made her think of the sound pigs give out before getting butchered. It was nothing, nothing at all. Ren Tianyu shook his hand and hastily said. Such losing face matter, how could he be willing to speak about it? Afterwards he looked towards Di Qingyu, and said, well, do you agree to join my organization? I agree. Di Qingyu walked over and said with determination in his voice. Nobody knew what Feng Yunmeng had told him just a moment ago. Then good, since you agreed, I grant you the codename, Great Bear, North Dipper, of Akatsuki. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then took out Great Bear ring and robe of Akatsuki and handed them over to Di Qingyu. Di Qingyu took the ring and robe handed over by Ren Tianyu, put on the ring in the middle finger of his left hand, and unfolding the robe, he directly wore it. Henceforth, the position of Great Bear of Akatsuki was also filled. Although I don't know you before, but as you are cousin of Vermilion Bird, I will have faith in your character. After seeing Di Qingyu had already worn his ring and robe, Ren Tianyu revealed an understanding smile on his face. I want to say only one sentence. Now you have joined our Akatsuki organization, you must not jeopardize the matters of organization, and if any other members came across danger, no matter what you are doing, you must immediately rush over to rescue. If I discover anyone trying to jeopardize the matters of organization or did not try to save other members who was in mortal danger, then no matter who you are and also how big your background is, I will let you know. Even though heaven and earth is very big, there will not be any hiding place for you. Saying this, the three Magatama inside the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu unconsciously spun continuously. You can rest assured, although I Di Qingyu am not a good person, but I still have minimum principle. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Di Qingyu didn't take any offense, because some matters were much better said before than later. Bastard Zero, what does your words mean? Are you doubting my cousin? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird stared at Ren Tianyu splitting anger as she yelled. Ah, how could it be? I am just stating certain truths, that's all. Seeing towering flames of fury of Vermilion Bird, he again recalled that currently he was severely injured, any touch would cause him feel pain for a long time, so Ren Tianyu decided to first sound out the difficulties and retreat to avoid defeat. As a matter of fact, you also don't need to be too tense, our organization don't ask anything, usually very free. Okay, everyone is extremely tried because of the fight just a moment ago, so we should go back and rest for today. Moreover, the resurrection of elder sister Yuer will begin tomorrow. Looking around to all the members, he slowly continued, after resurrection of elder sister Yuer, next we will strive to improve our strength. I think after going through this fight, everyone ought to have recognized their own shortcomings. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the head of White Tiger and others slowly sunk down. No need to speak about others, today this buffoon alone had played around with him and Void so easily, who were strongest member of Akatsuki origination outside Ren Tianyu. Well, disperse. Seeing everyone was lowering their head, Ren Tianyu waved his hand as he said to everyone. After that, turning around, he looked over to Feng Yunmeng, and gave her promised spring of life, then said, Villa Mistress Feng, I will go back to rest first, tomorrow we will resurrect my elder sister. Okay, you can go to rest first, your room is already ready, now I will go back to prepare for the resurrection of tomorrow. Taking spring of life, Feng Yunmeng said to Ren Tianyu. Then thank you, Villa Mistress Feng. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu turned around and walked out. Following a maid, he arrived at his room. Closing the door, Ren Tianyu sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly recovering the injuries inside his body, and simultaneously refining the life force of Forever Green, which was changing his body thread by thread. The consciousness of Ren Tianyu sunk into the system inside his body. Now the system points had already accumulated to 90,000 or so, and still had a mission which was not completed, that was resurrection of elder sister Yuer. After she was resurrected, his system points will once again increase by additional 80,000 system points. After that he looked at exchange system and saw that the seal on the three-tailed beast was already removed. Now he could exchange three-tailed beast with 60,000 system points. Although he currently already had enough system points exchange Sanbai, three-tailed, but he didn't do so, because currently he already had two-tailed beasts, and even if the required system points was small, he didn't want to use it, as his current ultimate target was Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Only after awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would exchange another tail beast. And at that time, depending on his eye power, controlling tail beasts would also be even more smooth and easy. Moreover, he had already obtained Mokutan, wood style, which he would be developing slowly. And at that time, relying on wood style, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his tailed beasts, his strength would be greatly boosted. AI, if only I could awaken Rinnegan right now, how wonderful it would be. Ren Tianyu sighed with sentiment, but this was unrealistic, because he had not even awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so how could he awaken Rinnegan now? Didn't expect Uchiha Madara's Gunbai is also here Just then, when Ren Tianyu had scanned the weapon store of exchange system from the corner of his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise. You should know that this Gunbai was a pretty good weapon for him, and especially for a Sharingan user. Not only could it increase the power of his fire style, it could also be combined to use a number of specific moves. Gunbai is the fan-shaped weapon used by Madara and Obito. Needs 15,000 system points, not too expensive, I will exchange it after finishing the current matters in hand. Seeing the number of system points required to exchange this weapon, Ren Tianyu slowly thought. Along with the slow passage of time, the injuries of Ren Tianyu also slowly take a turn for a better under the effect of refining Forever Green. Ren Tianyu discovered that the life force capacity of his body seems to have improved a bit because of the injury of this time. Don't tell me that I need to receive severe injury every time to improve my life force. K, wouldn't that turn me into masochist? Seeing the changes in his body, Ren Tianyu gave a supercilious look in a bad mood as he thought. The sky outside was already dark, and Ren Tianyu glanced at time. Now it was already past midnight. Opening the door, Ren Tianyu looked at those two round full moon in the sky, slightly sighed, then closed the door, and jumping, he directly arrived at roof. Sitting on the eaves, Ren Tianyu kept watching those bright and clear moonlit sky, recalling his previous times on the earth. 3 years, it's already 3 years since I arrived in this world, don't know how my father, mother and little sister are doing. Father had high blood pressure, I don't know whether he is still enduring the attack without losing. Although mother usually nagged me, still she nevertheless loved me the most inside her heart. And after suddenly receiving the news of my death, I don't know how they managed to accept it. Thinking about his parents, the eyes of Ren Tianyu slowly become moist. Furthermore, my little sister ought to already be 19 years old now, already a big girl. Your elder brother cannot be by your side to protect you all, so you must take care of yourself as well as mother and father. Who says real men do not easily cry, only those not yet truly heartbroken says this. The space ring in the right hand of Ren Tianyu suddenly flashed with a blue-colored radiance, and a bottle of alcohol appeared in the hand of Ren Tianyu. Then opening the lid of alcohol, he directly raised his head, and the alcohol immediately flowed down his throat too. Because he was too impatient, alcohol flowed out from the corner of his mouth and soaked his clothing. Pine. The already empty bottle fell down to the ground from the hand of Ren Tianyu and shattered into pieces. 3 years, at this rate, when can I have the ability to find the way back home? Ren Tianyu felt a burning sensation in his body, but he didn't care about that, thinking it was the problem of his strength. What's wrong with Zero? White Tiger and others who were sitting in the pavilion saw Ren Tianyu sitting on the faraway roof and confusedly asked among themselves. Next to White Tiger, Void, Vermilion Bird, Wang Yusen, Jade Maiden, furthermore newly joined Great Bear Di Qingyu were present. They were unable to fall asleep, so they had decided to eat something, and chat with each other to deepen their relation as the members of same organization. But when they also wanted to call Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusen said he was too seriously injured today, so they should let him take more rest. But who would have thought that they would see this scene? I also don't know, although I know Zero longest other than Santai, but I always feel as if he is always suppressing something in his heart. Void shook his head, and expressed he was also unclear. Seeing the current figure of Zero, why do I feel like crying? Seeing that lonely figure sitting on the roof illuminated under the bright and clear moonlight, Vermilion Bird unconsciously felt a kind of sadness feeling in her heart. Idiot. Seeing Ren Tianyu on the roof, the eyes of Wang Yusen was a little bit moist, as she whispered. Then flew away from that pavilion towards Ren Tianyu. Santai, she. Seeing Wang Yusen flying away, Jade Maiden said towards everyone. Let it be, let's us return too. At this time, I think it's better for Santian, who had grown up with Zero from childhood, to have words with him. Looking at Wang Yusen, who was flying towards Zero, White Tiger shook his head and said to everyone, then took a lead to leave pavilion. After that, Void and others also slowly left. When Jade Maiden left, looking over towards Ren Tianyu, her eyes shone with an emotion which she herself didn't understand. Little you, how come you are still not sleeping? Without tuning his head back, and still drinking alcohol, Ren Tianyu asked. I am unable to fall asleep. Wang Yusen landed next to Ren Tianyu and said, Idiot, what's going on with you? You can speak your sad matters, we will help to bear your burden. AI, you will not understand even if I talk. Ren Tianyu sighed. This matter was destined to constrain his heart. Idiot, didn't you say, hereafter we will face any matters together? Wang Yusen laid her head on the shoulder of Ren Tianyu, and said in gentle tone. Little you. Turning his head and looking at Wang Yusen's that extremely beautiful face well within his reach in his shoulder, in this instant, he felt very relaxed. Under the simulation of alcohol, he unconsciously hugged Wang Yusen. And under the surprised gaze of Wang Yusen, that, contaminated with alcohol, lips directly sealed Wang Yusen's that rosy beautiful lips. Oh! Wang Yusen gave out a muffled groan, and resisted instinctively, but very quickly her both hands encircled the neck of Ren Tianyu. Only after nearly 1 minute, this French kiss ended. Ren Tianyu looked at that rosy face of Wang Yusen, and felt primitive impulse rising inside his body, little you, become my woman. N. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Wang Yusen become even rosier. Then deeply lowering her head, she whispered in mosquito-like voice. But this voice directly ignited Ren Tianyu. Holding Wang Yusen in his arms, he immediately arrived inside his room. After few minutes, along with the muffled moaning sound, there was only painting sound inside the room. Early in the second morning, the morning sunlight shone on the bed inside the room through the window, and Ren Tianyu opened his eyes in a daze. Opening his eyes, he looked out of the window. The sun had already rose high, and on his side, little Yu, as if a small kitty, was using his arm as her head pillow, both of her hands firmly hugged his body and was lying on his bosom. All around on the ground, pieces of clothing were thrown messily. Looking at little Yu on his side, Ren Tianyu made a wry smile. He didn't know what happened yesterday night, but he actually did such unbridled matter. Perhaps it was because of alcohol, or perhaps because of love towards Wang Yusen in the soul of Shimen Tianlong. Perhaps because of the movement of Ren Tianyu, Wang Yusen issued an sound from her nose, her long eyelashes winked a few times, and finally her eyes slowly opened. Little Yu doubtfully looked all around, and when she saw Ren Tianyu by her side, those unbridled scene of yesterday night slowly appeared in her mind. Ah! Little Yu instantly screamed, and her fair and clear face instantly became very red, then she immediately covered her face by quilt. He, little Yu, pull down the cover, or you will get suffocated. Seeing the action of little Yu, Ren Tianyu laughed, turned around, and said to her. Edie, idiot, you go out first. The voice of little Yu vaguely came through inside the quilt. Fine, I'm going out first, but you are still too tired, so sleep longer. Hearing little Yu, the face of Ren Tianyu revealed a knowing smile, then slowly got off the bed, wore clothes, and he walked out of the door. When Ren Tianyu arrived at the hall, Feng Yunmeng was already there waiting for him. Boy, how was your sleep last night? Ah, well, all right. Hearing the question of Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu immediately knew that she knew the matter of last night, so he stutteringly answered with unnatural expression in his face. Cough, don't know how Villa Mistress Feng's preparation of resurrection is going? Ren Tianyu coughed few times, and determinedly changed the topic. Completed, now waiting for your spring of life and soul as well as the corpse of the person you want to resurrect. Feng Yunmeng nodded her head and expressed she had already finished her preparation. Just then, Void and other entered from outside. Seeing everyone was present, Feng Yunmeng said, all preparation is complete, all of you follow me. Finished speaking, Feng Yunmeng stood up and walked towards outside the hall. Ren Tianyu naturally followed closely, and when he passed Void and others, he said, let's go, and prepare for the matter of resurrection. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Void and others followed closely behind Ren Tianyu, who was following Feng Yunmeng towards outside. Feng Yunmeng led Ren Tianyu and his group to a square after passing through several turning trails. And above this square, placed a high platform, and an abstruse magic formation was portrayed at the side of this high platform. A mysterious golden rays of light were unceasingly circulating in the lines of this magic formation. Place the corpse of the person you want to resurrect on this phoenix platform. Coming next to the high platform, Feng Yunmeng said to Ren Tianyu. Okay. Ren Tianyu replied. Then immediately walked next to high platform, and along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, the corpse of Shimen Yuer appeared on that high platform. Her corpse was surrounded by a light golden flame, and even after so long time after death, her corpse was still not emitting a smell of decay. This was because Vermilion Bird had poured in phoenix flame inside Shimen Yuer. Give me spring of life. Feng Yunmeng came to his side, and said to Ren Tianyu. Here, Ren Tianyu took out spring of life and gave it to Feng Yunmeng. After talking spring of life, Feng Yunmeng came next to the corpse of Shimen Yuer, then opened one bottle of spring of life, and slowly scattered on the corpse of Shimen Yuer. Along with the dripping of spring of life, under the Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu, he clearly saw gray-colored mist which was very hard to see with naked eyes slowly fluttering out from the corpse of Shimen Yuer. First, use the power of spring of life to expel dead qi from the surface of her corpse. Feng Yunmeng explained to Ren Tianyu others. After the first bottle was used up, Feng Yunmeng opened remaining 3 bottles in succession, and together poured into the body of Shimen Yuer, then used power of spring of life to expel dead qi from inside her body. After having done this, Feng Yunmeng said to Ren Tianyu, now taking advantage of the time when spring of life is transforming her body, let your people call her soul. Okay. Ren Tianyu replied, then said to Void, who was already prepared for a long time, "Void, begin." "Okay." Void answered, then going to the side with no one around, he sat cross-legged. After that, from inside his space ring, one hazy stone and one bottle appeared in the hand of Void. That stone was naturally the most valuable treasure of Death Clan, Revenant Stone. As for inside that bottle, it was filled with the blood of Shimenuer. Because he wanted to summon the soul of Shimenuer, he had to use her blood, only then he could do so. Void opened the bottle cap, and poured the blood inside on the Revenant Stone, then gathered his undead battle chi and poured it into the Revenant Stone in his right hand. Along with the support of Void's strength, Revenant Stone slowly left his right hand's palm, and floated in front of him. And at that time, the blood of Shimenuer on the surface of stone slowly seeped into this stone. Meanwhile, muffled voice came out from the mouth of Void, was chanting reviving incantation. This muffled voice made everybody felt as if Death God's seal was breaking down their sea of consciousness. And along with the incantation of Void, Revenant Stone spun around faster and faster, and gray-colored energy shot out in front from Revenant Stone, which slowly formed into an illusionary door in a speed that could be seen with the naked eyes. This is the projection of Death Door, is the way to communicate Death Plane from our Divine Wind continent. Seeing that gradually becoming solid door, Feng Yunmeng explained to Ren Tianyu, after this door formed, it is up to that boy of Death Clan to open that door, and call forth the soul of your elder sister to reality. Death Door, open. At this moment, the eyes of Void suddenly opened, then he loudly shouted. After that, a gray-colored ray shot out from Revenant Stone directly towards the door in the front. After this ray hit that door slowly opened, and an illusionary figure slowly walked out from inside. Death Door, open. With the energy of Revenant Stone shooting in front, Void summoned a Death Door. Immediately after that, Void made a hand gesture with both hands, and borrowing the power of his heart death blood lineage, he opened the Death Door. Along with the voice of Void, the lifelike Death Door in front of them slowly opened. Inside the door, everyone in the square saw a vortex formed from gray-colored energy. And after the Death Door opened, a special energy fluctuation suddenly emerged out from the Revenant Stone in front of Void. And this energy entered the vortex inside the Death Door. After this energy entered, the vortex inside the door slowly spun, and an illusionary figure slowly walked out from inside the vortex. Elder Sister Yuer. When this figure appeared before their eyes, the eyes of Ren Tianyu were suddenly filled with pleasantly surprised expression, as this figure was Shimenuer. But right now the eyes of Shimenuer were lifeless, and her body was also illusionary without any substance. Good, boy, this is merely a soul, nothing more. Currently her soul is imperceptive, basically don't have any consciousness. Only after her soul enter her body, I can ignite her fire of life again, fully resurrecting her, then she will recover her consciousness. Seeing the excited and wanted to rush Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng stretched her hand to stop him, then slowly explained. After that she looked towards the high platform, and saw the body laid there had already recovered rosy color after passing through the baptism of spring of life. The original dead chi which filled the entire body was already cleared thoroughly, if not for body still not having a thread of life, then there was not any other difference with living person. Boy from Death Clan, now control the soul of that girl and let her enter inside her body. After that I'll reignite her fire of life. Seeing the dead chi was already cleared thoroughly from the body, Feng Yunmeng said to Void. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Void directly used the power of his blood lineage without any hesitation. Now controlling the soul of Shimenuer, both him and the soul of Shimenuer arrived near the high platform. Climbing up the high platform, the soul of Shimenuer stood near her body. This moment Void made his move. He placed his right hand above the soul of Shimenuer, and a gray-colored energy vortex appeared in his right hand, then he muttered, "Death return to old burial grounds, deceased line. Undead borrowing magic, revenant return to person." Along with the voice of Void, the soul of Shimenuer gradually becomes small, and was absorbed inside the undead battle chi vortex in his right hand. After that he raised his right fist, stretched out his index finger and middle finger, then gray-colored energy from his right hand took the soul of Shimen Yue directly into the body of Shimen Yue. Okay, you quickly withdraw, I'll ignite her fire of life. Seeing the soul was already returned back, Feng Yunmeng said to Void and Ren Tianyu who were standing on the high platform. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu and Void directly jumped down from the high platform and moved backwards without wasting any time, so as to not hold up Feng Yunmeng in the matter of resurrecting Shimen Yue. Seeing Ren Tianyu and Void had already left, Feng Yunmeng took out one fiery red just like burning flame fruit from inside her space ring, wasting one Phoenix God fruit. Phoenix God fruit, at the end of the life of Phoenix, they use all the energy inside their body and blood lineage to condense a treasure, that treasure is Phoenix God fruit. Because Phoenix God fruit was the aggregation of the power of blood lineage of phoenixes, it itself had a heaven-defying power of changing life. But this fruit was extremely rare. First, no need to talk about Phoenix in itself was incomparably few in number, and Phoenix in itself was powerful existence. Regular Phoenix even if didn't cultivate, when they grow up, they would possess God-ranked strength. If cultivate slightly, then they would relaxedly enter God's domain when they grew up. One might well say they were powerful existence comparable to Dragon Clan. So what were capable of threatening their strength? As a result, this Phoenix God fruit was extremely rare. And it was many times more expensive than Spring of Life. Phoenix God fruit entered the mouth of Shimen Yue, and this Phoenix God fruit immediately began to flow inside her body, igniting her whole body with flame. And after Feng Yunmeng finished doing all these, she immediately retreated back and appeared in the audience. After that, waving her right hand, 6 fiery red highest grade magic core flew out and arrived at the 6th corner of the magic formation. After magic cores landed on their positions, huge golden light beams suddenly rose from the magic formation, surrounding the entire high platform. And the body of Shimen Yue slowly floated in the midair. Off the stage, gold-colored flame rose from the body of Feng Yunmeng too, and a terrifying momentum spread all around from her body. With the exception of Ren Tianyu, all others in the scene couldn't help but retreat several steps while groaning. Mid-God, never thought the mother of Vermilion Bird was Mid-God realm expert. Feeling the aura of Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu was shocked. It should be known that Feng Yunmeng was at most 40 years of old, but her strength however had already broken through the boundary of God's domain and entered Mid-God realm. It should be known that last time at Shimen clan, he had encountered Mid-God magician Shimen Wuyan. He however had cultivated for several hundred years to reach this level, but Feng Yunmeng, at 40 years, merely in 40 years reached Mid-God realm. This shows Feng Yunmeng was also a genius among geniuses. Both hands of Feng Yunmeng was unceasingly making hand gestures. Each and every hand gesture changed into energy and crashed into magic formation in front of her. Phoenix Spirit Formation, rise. Along with the voice of Feng Yunmeng, towering phoenix cry came from high platform. Simultaneously, golden-colored flame phoenix circled around the golden-colored flame light beam. Fall. When Feng Yunmeng saw that phoenix flying, she had already began to gather energy, and when phoenix flew to highest point, the preparation of her energy simultaneously completed, then along with her command, that flame phoenix immediately fell down, and giving out a loud phoenix cry, entered into the body of Shimen Yue who was floating in midair. After this phoenix entered into the body of Shimen Yue, the burning flame around her body suddenly burned more violently, surrounding her whole body, as if this flame wanted to burn her body into ashes. But this flame didn't injure the body of Shimen Yue like the thoughts of everyone, rather this flame unceasingly shrunk, then gathered at the location of her heart gradually forming a fireball. Well, boy. I have already placed fire of life inside her heart. Now her own fire of life will immediately reignite, resurrecting your elder sister. After seeing this fireball entered the heart of Shimen Yue, Feng Yunmeng slowly relaxed, then said to Ren Tianyu who was tense this whole moment. Thank a lot, Villa Mistress Feng. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, the stone inside the heart of Ren Tianyu immediately disappeared, and with a grateful expression in his face he said to Feng Yunmeng, later I will definitely. But just then, unusual change suddenly occurred. A towering dragon roar suddenly resounded from the high platform, interrupting Ren Tianyu. What? Hearing this dragon roar, the face of Feng Yunmeng was suddenly filled with surprise expression. Roar! Just then, from inside the body of Shimen Yuer on the high platform, a loud dragon roar suddenly came out whose huge sound wave reverberated through the entire square. What's going on? What's happening now? The sudden loud dragon roar shook the mind of everyone in the square, forcing everyone to firmly cover their ears, and simultaneously were confused about what was happening now inside their heart. This is... Ren Tianyu endured his unceasingly vibrating eardrum, lifted his head and looked over towards the high platform. There he saw a huge golden dragon shadow had suddenly came out from inside the body of Shimen Yuer, who was floating inside Phoenix Spirit Magic Formation. A powerful and ancient aura was coming out from the body of this dragon shadow floating in midair, pressuring the mind of everyone. This is, Ancient Holy Dragon. Don't tell me. Seeing the huge dragon floating in midair, Feng Yunmeng suddenly thought about a possibility. Then she immediately turned towards Ren Tianyu and asked, "Boy, is your elder sister from Shimen clan, and inherit holy dragon blood lineage?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Hearing Feng Yunmeng's anxious tone, a bad premonition flashed in the heart of Ren Tianyu, so he quickly answered. "What's the problem?" "Big problem. Boy, do you want to thoroughly kill your elder sister? Why didn't you tell about this matter earlier? Hearing those ignorant words of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng roared. "What? Villa Mistress Feng, what's going on? Please make it clear. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, the complexion of Ren Tianyu immediately changed and he asked worriedly. "Mother, in the end what is going on here?" This moment, Vermilion Bird also came over and looking towards the high platform where the shadow of ancient holy dragon was unceasingly seething, she asked Feng Yunmeng. "AI, here's the deal." Hearing Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng sighed, and slowly explained, "Originally this matter of resurrection can be said to be incomparable smooth. If there was nothing unexpected, this girl should have already woken up. But the problem is in the blood lineage of this girl. What I had never thought was she is actually the person of Shimen clan possessing holy dragon blood lineage. I used resurrection magic with the help of Phoenix God fruit, which is formed by condensing all the power of blood of dying Phoenix, then again have the aid of projection of ancient Phoenix God which was drawn forth from our Phoenix God blood lineage with the use of Phoenix Spirit Formation passed down from generation to generation in our Phoenix clan, to melt the power of Phoenix God fruit igniting her fire of life. But the problem is, in ancient time, ancient holy dragon and ancient Phoenix God were born archenemy. As soon as they encounter each other, they would definitely fight, creating a state of chaos and darkness, and would even overturn mountains and rivers. And you want to use the power of ancient Phoenix God to save a successor of ancient holy dragon blood lineage. How could this be possible? At most 10 minutes. Looking at that unceasingly circling projection of ancient Phoenix God and the projection of ancient holy dragon which was forced out from inside the body of Shimen Yuer, Feng Yunmeng opened her mouth. At most in 10 minutes, due to the struggle between these two great ancient power, the body of this girl will explode and her soul will also scatter and disappear in this world. One may well say, she will leave behind nothing in this world. Then what should we do? Villa Mistress Feng, I beg you, you have to help me think of something. I cannot lose my elder sister. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt as if the heaven collapsed, and unconsciously retreated few steps, then he immediately ran to the side of Feng Yunmeng and pleaded her with pleading look. I have a method, but I however am powerless to use it. Hearing the pleading of Ren Tianyu, as well as seeing his anxious expression, Feng Yunmeng sighed, and also didn't know what to say. What is that method? Please tell me, Villa Mistress Feng. Hearing Feng Yunmeng had a method to solve this, the complexion of Ren Tianyu suddenly becomes somewhat happy, and he anxiously asked. Don't be too happy in advance, because it is impossible even for me to use this method, and I think it is also impossible for everyone in the site to accomplish it. Seeing a somewhat happy expression on the face of Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng however was not so optimistic. So after warning, she slowly said, if you want to save this girl, then use sealing technique on her ancient holy dragon blood lineage inside her body and completely seal it. Because as long as her body possess a shred of power of ancient holy dragon, the power of ancient phoenix god will never save her. But the problem is, I don't have any sealing technique, and everyone in our Flame Phoenix Villa also cannot use it, including those hidden old seniors of our clan. Speaking up to here, Feng Yunmeng looked at Jade Maiden and others who were hanging down their head, then after shaking her head, she sighed, as a result. Ha ha, but before she could finish speaking, Ren Tianyu suddenly laughed heartily, looking up to heaven. His current state seemed extremely insane. Zero, what happened? Don't scare me. Seeing the current appearance of Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden came over and tightly held the hands of Ren Tianyu, then asked with concern. Zero, what happened? White Tiger and others also walked over, then asked with anxious and concerned expression in their face. They were worried whether Ren Tianyu had gone mad, because this matter was too much for him to take it. Haha, rest assured, I'm alright. Ren Tianyu stopped laughing, then said to everyone with a smile on his face. After that, looking towards Feng Yunmeng, who seemed to have already guessed and had surprised look on her face, he said, Villa Master Feng, I can use sealing technique, just say what I need to do. Sure enough, never thought you actually also know sealing technique, this kind of secret technique. Although she had already guessed it after seeing Ren Tianyu madly laughing just a moment ago, but directly hearing from Ren Tianyu still couldn't help but made her a little bit surprised. Because the sealing techniques in this continent were a kind of rare secret techniques and only very few were being passed down. And these sealing techniques were extremely hard to master, so there were even fewer person that could use sealing techniques. That huge dragon in the sky is her blood lineage incarnation, you only need to use sealing technique to seal it in a container. Feng Yunem pointed at that ancient holy dragon fighting against ancient phoenix god in the sky, and said, although it is the projection of ancient holy dragon, the power of this projection however is very weak, so sealing it will not be that difficult. But you should bear in mind, because previously she had cultivated her holy dragon blood lineage from childhood, after her blood lineage is taken out, all the strength in her body will be gone. Moreover, after resurrection, her body will have the power of ancient phoenix god, so it is impossible to return back the power of ancient holy dragon blood lineage inside her body. In other words, hereafter she will become a waste through and through. Without power of blood lineage, cultivation will be extremely slow and waste. As long as she can live, I will make sure my elder sister live a long peaceful life, and I will never let anyone bully her. With regarding to the matter of losing strength after sealing her blood lineage, Ren Tianyu didn't care about it. Now he was thinking as long as she was revived that would do. Okay, then I will suppress ancient phoenix god for a time being, and you go to seal ancient holy dragon. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng nodded her head, then said. Finished speaking, huge flame rose from the body of Feng Yunmeng, then she began to make hand gestures, and the phoenix spirit magic formation of the high platform slowly changed. A huge flame flew out from high platform which separated the projection of ancient holy dragon and ancient phoenix god, rendering them powerless to fight for the time being. And at this moment, Ren Tianyu directly jumped up, suddenly advancing towards ancient holy dragon floating in the midair. His eyes instantly changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, and with huge amount of eye power flowing out from his eyes, large amount of red-purple flame slowly appeared around his body, slowing, forming a huge skeleton. This is. Seeing the changes of Ren Tianyu, a shocked expression involuntarily appeared on the face of Feng Yunmeng as well as Great Bear, who had just joined Akatsuki organization. This skeleton around his body grew bigger and bigger, slowly took a form of huge demon god. And in the right hand of this demon god, a huge alcohol gourd appeared. Tatsuka blade. Feeling the huge power of Susanoo around his body, Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart, then a huge flame sword blade spurted out from inside the alcohol gourd. This was Tatsuka blade, which contained sealing technique. Originally Ren Tianyu wanted to use other sealing technique, but after he heard Feng Yunmeng saying this power didn't have any use afterwards, and there was not any method to return it back inside the body of Shimen Yue, he instantly decided to use Tatsuka Blade to solve all the troubles for good. Under the control of Ren Tianyu, the huge blade of Tatsuka Blade directly stabbed towards Ancient Holy Dragon. Along with puff sound, Tatsuka Blade directly stabbed and entered the body of Ancient Holy Dragon. After the blade of Tatsuka Blade entered its body, the huge body of Ancient Holy Dragon, just like liquid, slowly softened. Then along with the sword blade of Tatsuka Blade, it flowed into alcohol gourd. And from inside the body of Shimen Yue, who was floating above the magic formation, a golden-colored element slowly came out, which also followed the body of Ancient Holy Dragon and flowed into the alcohol gourd. This was the strength Shimen Yue had cultivated all her life, now as if bursting out of a soap bubble, was simultaneously sealed along with Ancient Holy Dragon. After Ancient Holy Dragon was thoroughly sealed, Ren Tianyu slowly relaxed, and removed his Susanoo, causing that huge demon god around his body to slowly disappear. After that, coming by the side of Feng Yunmeng, he hastily said, "Villa Mistress Feng, the Ancient Holy Dragon is already sealed, now please resurrect my elder sister Yue quickly. Never thought this little child was this strong." Looking at Ren Tianyu, and recalling that huge figure of Susanoo of just a moment ago, Feng Yunmeng thought. Then she replied to Ren Tianyu, "Okay, I am already at the last step of resurrection." After that, Feng Yunmeng directly controlled Ancient Phoenix God in the sky to enter the body of Shimen Yue. This time there was no interference of Ancient Holy Dragon, so the body of Shimen Yue slowly absorbed the power of Ancient Phoenix God. Along with the passage of time, her that long eyelash slowly winked few times, then her eyes also opened slowly. Where is this place? After opening her eyes, Shimen Yue confusedly scanned all around, wanting to comprehend this place. Meanwhile, the power of Phoenix Spirit formation also slowly began to weaken, and that soaring flame also slowly shrunk, then Shimen Yue also began to slowly descend and finally landed on the high platform. Elder Sister Yue. Seeing Shimen Yue had opened her eyes, and was confusedly standing on high platform, Ren Tianyu excitedly called out, and he instantly arrived by the side of Shimen Yue. After that he excitedly said to her, "It's great, Elder Sister Yue, you finally woke up." But the unexpected thing to Ren Tianyu was, even after Shimen Yue looked at Ren Tianyu, confusion still persisted in her eyes, and she asked with confusion, "Who are you?" "Elder Sister Yue, you don't recognize me?" "I am your younger brother, don't scare me, I am Tianlong." Hearing Shimen Yue, Ren Tianyu suddenly got anxious. He thought some problem might have occurred during resurrection, so worriedly looked towards off the platform, and asked to Feng Yunmeng, "Villa Mistress Feng, what is going on? Why Elder Sister Yue don't remember me?" Actually, this is normal phenomenon. Feng Yunmeng seemed to already know this matter. She took her time to speak without any worry, because your elder sister Yue is basically already dead, but by defying the heaven, we changed her life force, and recalled her soul from death realm to reality, then used our Phoenix clan's divine flame to ignite her fire of life. This goes against the operation of natural law, so they naturally receive the punishment of natural law. All those people who come back to life using this kind of means will have a natural law seal on their soul, all their memory will disappear. With the exception of their daily habits and costumes, and their languages, they are just like newborn baby. Turned out to be so. Hearing the explanation of Feng Yunmeng, everyone on the scene nodded their head in understanding, and they became clear that the matter of resurrection was not easy as expected. Seeing those pure and confused eyes of Shimen Yue, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, and said, "Perhaps this might also be good thing for elder sister Yue. Now she don't need to clip between me and Shimen clan and suffer pain because of my hatred. Even if she forget me, or forget everyone, from now on she will forever have only one identity, i.e. I, Ren Tianyu, the leader of Akatsuki, Zero's elder sister." At the final moment of speaking, the eyes of Ren Tianyu became steadfast, and he practically roared which saying last sentence. And everyone clearly sensed steadfast and pride in the voice of Ren Tianyu. Next Ren Tianyu brought Shimen Yuer back to Hall, tried every possible way to persuade her to believe he was her younger brother. He told her she had lost her memories because of severe injury. When she asked about her parents, Ren Tianyu directly lied. He said their parents died when both of them were very young, and they had depended on each other for survival from childhood and grown up. And now her name Shimen Yuer naturally couldn't be used, so Ren Tianyu came up with one fine name, Ren Miyue, i.e. elder sister Yuer. T.L, previous Yu is moon, current Yu is pearl. Simultaneously Ren Tianyu also told everyone on the scene including little Yu who had come out after putting on her clothes from the room of Ren Tianyu. He told them about the matter of elder sister Yuer, then made everyone keep their mouth shut, forbidding to mention about this matter again. In just this fashion, time slowly passed. After staying in Flame Phoenix Villa for a week, Ren Tianyu decided to take everyone and leave. Because this place after all was the place of Flame Phoenix Villa, and regardless of what everyone say, this nevertheless was not too convenient. If you want to cultivate and so on, then there was large restriction for everyone, and especially Ren Tianyu. His next training plan might be extremely big, and if he carelessly tore apart Flame Phoenix Villa, then this certainly would not be a big laughable matter. Villa Mistress Feng, we are taking our leave. We have already troubled you for so long, and it's already time for us to leave. Ren Tianyu with member of Akatsuki members and Shimen Yuer, no, now ought to be called Ren Miyue, all came to the hall to bid farewell to Feng Yunmeng. After the week of recovery, right now the complexion of Ren Miyue was almost completely recovered. She was wearing a purple-colored dress, and currently she gave other people a kind of weak aura. Right now, with the exception of the loss of strength, she didn't have any other big obstruction, on the contrary, because of Phoenix God Fruit as well as those several bottles of Spring of Life, her current physique was very good. But Ren Tianyu didn't let her join Akatsuki organization, because her current state was basically unsuitable to enter Akatsuki. It was better off himself and other people taking care of her for the time being, and when her strength completely recover, that time was still not too late for her to join Akatsuki. Oh, planning to leave? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Feng Yunmeng was not surprised as if she had expected it, rather she looked at Vermilion Bird in Akatsuki's clothing and asked, Little Wu, do you also have to leave this time? Mother, you have already let little Wu follow Zero and them, and I will be quickly smothered to death here, so I might as well have fun outside. Moreover you can examine, in this period of time when I was outside, my strength however successfully passed through High Saint rank and entered Peak Saint rank, and now I can sense I will be stepping into God rank at any time. Hearing her mother, Vermilion Bird immediately looked at Feng Yunmeng with pleading expression on her face. Never mind, you have already grown up. You can consider any matter on your own. Since you want to go, I won't stop you, just remember to come back often to show your face. No matter how things are on the outside, this place will always be your home, as long as you return here, no one in this world will be able to hurt you. Seeing the face of Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng softly said. Hearing Feng Yunmeng, the eyes of Vermilion Bird were immediately filled with tears. She clearly understood the meaning of her mother's words. She was telling her, no matter who she offended outside, Flame Phoenix Villa would always be her strongest backing. With voice choking with sobs, she spoke towards Feng Yunmeng, Mother, you can be at ease, little Wu will absolutely not let you down. Patting the head of Vermilion Bird, Feng Yunmeng nodded her head, then looking over towards Ren Tianyu, she said, Boy, now that my daughter is following you, you must take good care of her. If she received even a tiny bit of injury, you will know what type is the fury of our Flame Phoenix Villa. Rest assured, Villa Mistress Feng, with regarding to our Akatsuki, nobody can injure my team members in front of my eyes. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, promising Feng Yunmeng, but his heart was already filled with sweat. Then you all can leave. Standing up, Feng Yunmeng sighed, then waved her hand to signal them to leave quickly. After that she turned around, and entered the inner hall. Mother. Seeing the back of Feng Yunmeng, the eyes of Vermilion Bird was thoroughly moist, and tears flowed down from her eyes. Well Vermilion Bird, if you miss your mother, you can find the time to return and take a look. Next we are only going to strenuously train for a long time, there is not any mission. Ren Tianyu walked over to the side of Vermilion Bird and consoled her. I know, Zero. Rest assured, I am fine. Vermilion Bird wiped her eyes and expressed she was fine. Since that is the case, let's set out. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu took the lead to leave the hall. After that, holding elder sister Yue with his right hand, she directly soared in the sky, and behind him, everyone else also directly flew and catch up with his pace. And after everybody left, looking at the departing figure of everyone, Feng Yunmeng faintly sighed. After Ren Tianyu and his group left Flame Phoenix Villa, first they went to nearby town and bought large amount of livelihood items which completely filled up their space rings. They did so because Ren Tianyu had stated that they might spend long period of time for the training of this time, because this time not only was his own training content very numerous, he also wanted great improvement in the strength of everyone else. As a result, it was necessary for these livelihood items to keep up their needs. Ren Tianyu planned to take the members of Akatsuki, these formerly God's favored people, to experience his previous savage life. Zero, why did you purchase so many groceries? Outside the town, flying in the sky, Vermilion Bird asked curiously. She didn't know why he got so many things. Hey, you will know when the moment comes. Ren Tianyu didn't answer directly, rather mischievously laughed while looking at Vermilion Bird and others, then said. Seeing the smile of Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird and others don't know why but felt chill, and their whole body shudder. And they also had a kind of bad premonition. Well, no need to guess. Now let's speed up and hurry on with our journey. This time our destination is seas. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu immediately commanded the ink eagle he had created using Chuju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, who was carrying Ren Tianyu, Miyue, and Little Yu to speed up. After that, everyone else flying behind had no other choice but to speed up to keep up the pace. The place Ren Tianyu had chosen this time was Sea Region. In the sea area, far away from Divine Wind Continent, everyone would be able to train without any disturbance, but the main point was, the sea area had many sea magical beasts. Ren Tianyu could take advantage of this to temper the strength of everyone. In addition, there was another reason, which was Ren Tianyu wanted to search the location of Dragon Island. Last time in Shiman Clan, he had killed over 20 dragons at one go, so now he and Dragon Clan were already mortal enemies. But currently he didn't know the location of this mortal enemy's base, which was very passive for Ren Tianyu. As a result, Ren Tianyu wanted to take advantage of this chance to find the location of Dragon Clan, then when he possessed sufficient strength, he would completely destroy whole Dragon Island in one fell swoop. After flying for nearly 5 to 6 hours, everyone arrived above the open sea. And after carefully searching, Ren Tianyu and everyone finally found a suitable island. On this island, trees stood in great numbers, and loud roars of magical beasts resounded frequently. There was a large sandy beach outside the woods, and one several tens of meters tall small mountain behind the woods. Everyone descended and landed on the top of that small mountain. After Ren Tianyu scanned the surroundings all around him, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Okay, this is where we will live and strenuously cultivate hereafter. My sole demand is for everyone to reach at least peak god rank or even boundary of God's domain. Ren Tianyu looked at everyone, and said. Then how long will we live here? Jade Maiden glanced around the remote and deserted surrounded, and asked. 2 years, at least 2 years or longer. Ren Tianyu slowly answered. He needed the time of at least 2 years to complete the training plan he had arranged for himself. What? You want us to stay in this deserted island for 2 years, don't joke around, Zero. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Vermilion Bird suddenly become bitter. This place belongs to the category where her nature was most unsettled. I'm not joking around, I am speaking truth. Ren Tianyu shook his head, and slowly said. Then where do we live? Don't tell me you want to let us beautiful women sleep in open mountain with you all smelly men. This moment the complexion of Jade Maiden also blackened, then pointing the desolate surroundings, she said. Vermilion Bird and other looked over towards the direction Jade Maiden had pointed, and saw nothing but rocks and desolate all around. Thinking about sleeping in open in this place, even little you shivered and resentfully glared Ren Tianyu. Haha, all of you rest assured, how can I be willing to let all of you beautiful women sleep out in this open mountain? Seeing little you resentfully glaring at him, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, then walking forward, he began to make a series of hand seals. Mokutan, Shichuka no Jutsu. Wood Style, 4-Pillar House Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front of him began to shake violently, and huge cracks spread all around the ground. After that a huge tree grew out from the ground before the eyes of everyone, then under the control of Ren Tianyu's Mokutan, Wood Style, quickly took the shape of huge wooden house. This is, seeing the rapid rise of the wooden house, Vermilion Bird and others were completely dumbstruck. If they didn't misremember, then the ability of controlling plants and nature magic ought to be exclusive to the people of Elven Clan. But how was Ren Tianyu able to use it? Hee, don't look at me like this. After I took Spring of Life, luckily I obtained this ability to use nature magic. Ren Tianyu said to everyone while feeling his nose. Oh, why is it that we don't and only you got it, this is not fair ah. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Great Bear said with depressed expression. They had also taken the Spring of Life Ren Tianyu had given them, but none of them obtained this ability. Haha, this is personal character issue. Hearing everyone, Ren Tianyu a bit arrogantly said. But hearing this sentence of Ren Tianyu, the complexion of everyone blackened. What? According to you, our character is very poor. Thinking this, everyone firmly glared Ren Tianyu with hostile eyes. Seeing the gaze of everyone, Ren Tianyu involuntarily shivered all over, then stutteringly said, that, I will first create rooms for all of you. Finished speaking, he immediately stepped into the house. After entering inside, he made a series of hand seals. Following the same pattern of just a moment ago, again several wood rose up, making enough room for everyone to reside. Well, since we have journeyed for whole day, let's rest for today. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu walked over to Little Yu. But who would have thought that Little Yu had already taken precaution against Ren Tianyu? When she saw Ren Tianyu looking over to her direction, blushing she immediately pulled Muyue, Jade Maiden and Vermilion Bird, then walked into another room. How could Little Yu not understand the scheme inside the heart of Ren Tianyu? She really couldn't live inside one bedroom with Ren Tianyu brazenly in front of everyone, so she slipped away in advance. Looking at the back of Little Yu leaving in flurried, Ren Tianyu gloomily touched his nose. Now with no other solution, he alone walked inside the room alone. First spread across the bed, then took out certain livelihood necessities. After that he sat cross-legged on the floor, and his consciousness sunk and entered system. Now he was preparing to train on his training plan's first ninjutsu, Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Raijin Jutsu. Ren Tianyu sat cross-legged on the floor inside the room. His consciousness sunk inside his brain's Naruto system. He planned to begin his training plan's first objective, Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, was a kind of time-space ninjutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobarama, who was the younger brother of first Hokage Senju Hazarama in Naruto world. Later fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato improved this jutsu, making his speed to reach real pinnacle. And precisely this Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, made Namikaze Minato famous as Yellow Flash. Moreover, relying on this ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato had become terror of enemies during ninja war. The ninjas of Iwagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the stones, were even commanded, as long as they saw Namikaze Minato, run away as fast as possible without losing any time. The principle of Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, was using Jutsu's mark to achieve instant movement and space skipping. As long as user placed a Jutsu's mark on the target, then the user could send himself or the entity which is in contact with his chakra instantly to the location of the marked target at any time. User could leave behind the mark at any place the user comes into contact, and also could use special kunai with Jutsu's mark. When the mark is made in the body of the enemy, then that signify the enemy got the curse seal of death. In absolute majority circumstance, the mark of Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, would never disappear once it is marked with the exception of certain special circumstance, like when Uchiha Obito became host of Ten-Tailed Beast, the mark disappeared. Only Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato were able to independently use this ninjutsu. Genma Shiranui, Reido Namishi and Iwashi Tatame could also use this ninjutsu with joint effort, but they required several seconds of preparation time, nothing like second and fourth who could use as they please. After coming into contact with Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, created by second, Namikaze Minato further developed series of attack means fitting in with Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, relying on his ability and wisdom. Such as, Hirashin, Enai no Dan, Beheading Technique, Flying Thunder God, Level 2 in the midst of war, throwing many marked kunai, then instantly teleporting to those kunai moving in high speed. After that before the enemies could react and defend, completely eliminating all the enemies within seconds. In those years during the Third Great Ninja World War, relying on this move, Fourth had instantly killed 50 or so ninjas, shocking the Entree Ninja world. Hirashin, Dorai, Teleportation Barrier Hirashin using in defensive form. Using Jutsu's mark to open up a space barrier, which could warp anything that comes into contact with it to elsewhere. At that time when Kyubi who was under the control of Tobi attacked Koona, Namikaze Minato had relied on this move to warp away Kyubi's Baijidama. Hirashin Goshin Mawashi no Jutsu, Reciprocal Round-Robin Flying Raijin Jutsu. Both second Hokage and fourth Hokage would use this ninjutsu simultaneously after leaving behind their respective marks on each other in advance. After this they can switch their position at any time. Rasen Senko Cho Rinbuko Sanshiki, Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 3. This was the ninjutsu when fourth Hokage used Hirashin no Jutsu combined with the shurikens and his shadow clone. Have shadow clone throw many marked kunai around the enemy, then simultaneously attack the enemies using Hirashin. It could also be used inducing tactics. Because fourth Hokage had proficiently grasped this Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he was able to practically avoid any danger under any circumstance. But Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, also had a shortcoming, which was this ninjutsu didn't have any offensive power, rather was an S-ranked auxiliary ninjutsu in the Naruto world, otherwise fourth Hokage would have already become invincible. But even as an auxiliary ninjutsu without any offensive power, the function of this ninjutsu was incomparably powerful. And from the ninjutsu system, Ren Tianyu learnt the training method of this ninjutsu. First step was one must be able to perceive the existence of space. Because only after one was able to perceive the fluctuation of space, one would be able to use this jutsu's mark to move through space. Otherwise, just like in Naruto world, even though there were many people who knew the training method of Hirashin no Jutsu, but only very few were able to use it. Ren Tianyu was still sitting cross-legged, and he was unceasingly perceiving the space fluctuation all around inside his mind. Only after one could perceive the space fluctuation, they would have the qualification to train Hirashin no Jutsu. Slowly calming down his heart, Ren Tianyu unceasingly spread his perception all around. He didn't enlarge his perception, he limited his perception within his room. In just this fashion, he slowly began to comprehend the surrounding environment's power of space, and very carefully examined the rhythm of space fluctuation. Time slowly passed, the sky outside had also slowly turned black. And Ren Tianyu, who was still sitting cross-legged on the floor, slowly opened his eyes. A trace of helpless emotion flashed within his eyes. Within this nearly 3 hours, he basically didn't perceive any space fluctuation, instead because he was continuously in the state of heightened spirit concentration for these past 3 hours, the consumption of his spirit power was quite large. Now he had opened his eyes because he felt faint dizziness and was unable to keep going. As expected, this ninjutsu famed as the Naruto world's #1 auxiliary ninjutsu is not that easy to learn. Rubbing his little bit aching head, Ren Tianyu helplessly said. Just then, the voice of Miyue came from outside, "Little Yu, come out to eat." "Okay, elder sister Yue, I will come immediately." Hearing the voice, Ren Tianyu replied. After that, standing up, he opened the door and walked outside. Vermilion Bird and others had already arrived, and were busy with miscellaneous work while making appetizing cooked dishes. Void, this Death Son, was serving as ingredients cutter under the tugging of Vermilion Bird. He was unceasingly chopping ingredients, taking advantage of that exquisite skill in using kitchen knife. And our newly joined member Great Bear was very unfortunate, as he was being used as worker to tend the kitchen fire, because his true son Fire was very violent. However, looking at his face smeared with ashen carbon, it seems he was not feeling any better. As for His Excellency the Sword God White Tiger, he had squatted down in one corner with face worse than crying and was washing ingredients in basin. While women were in charge of ladle, string the fry to make dishes, and cooking soup. They were also extremely busy. "Haha, is this our handsome guy White Tiger? How come you change into ingredient washer?" Looking at the miserable appearance of everyone, Ren Tianyu pulled an expression that needs spanking in his face, then squatting in front of White Tiger, and made fun of him. "Go away, you damn zero," not giving the hand yet speaking irresponsible and sarcastic remarks. White Tiger said in depressed tone. "Ha ha." Hearing White Tiger, Ren Tianyu immediately laughed happily. But probably because Ren Tianyu was laughing too rampantly, Little Yu by his side opened her mouth. "Idiot, we are out of firewood, go and chop some woods." Eh. Hearing Little Yu, the corner of Ren Tianyu's mouth suddenly twitched several times. He helplessly stood up, then walked towards the pile of short woods. "Haha, Zero, you woodcutter, nicely chop the firewood." The rampant voice of White Tiger came from behind. Finally the meal was ready under the combined effort of everyone. Everyone sat together outside chatting and laughing while drinking alcohol and eating the meals made through their own effort. But just then Ren Tianyu however discovered the complexion of elder sister Yue however was not very good. Walking over to her side, Ren Tianyu asked with concern, "Elder sister Yue, what happened? Your complexion looks not so good, are you ill?" "No, I am fine Little Yu. You don't need to worry about me." Muyue shook her head, and softly said. "Elder sister Yue, how can you say that? You know you are my elder sister, my one and only family in this world. So there is no matter that you cannot speak with me." Ren Tianyu firmly said while staring at the eyes of Muyue. "Ai, fine, I will tell you. As a matter of fact, I was afraid to implicate everyone." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Muyue sighed and said slowly. "Implicate? Why are you speaking like this elder sister Yue?" Hearing Muyue, Ren Tianyu asked feeling strange. Next Muyue slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. As it turned out, after resurrection, although her physique was much better than average physique under the effect of Spring of Life and Phoenix God Fruit, but her blood lineage was already stripped by Ren Tianyu. And according to Feng Yunmeng, she could not receive Holy Dragon blood lineage in this life. Otherwise her body would explode and die. As a result Ren Tianyu had chosen to use Tatsuka blade to permanently seal her Holy Dragon blood lineage. But the blood lineage however was supreme in the power system of Divine Wind Continent. All the cultivation methods and warrior skills were developed with the view to deepen the strength of power of blood lineage. Stronger the blood lineage the faster the cultivation speed, without regard for whether it was magician, warrior, or illusionist, all were of same principle. As a result, their strength basically cannot be separated from their blood lineage. But now the blood lineage of Muyue was already stripped by Ren Tianyu, and even if she cultivates the methods of this continent, the effect naturally would be very slow. Just like original Shiman Tianlong, regardless of how hard he tried, only reaching intermediate warrior in 10 years of time. Precisely because of this reason, Miyue was feeling troubled. She was afraid she would implicate everyone else, because of her lack of strength. Finished hearing Muyue, Ren Tianyu got lost in thought. After a long time, Ren Tianyu lifted his head, then looking at gloomy Muyue, he slowly said, "Elder sister Yue, since that is the case, I will teach you a different cultivation method. This method doesn't rely on blood lineage." "What cultivation method?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, Muyue immediately asked happily. Because of losing memory, she now knows only Ren Tianyu and others. In addition, Ren Tianyu, this younger brother of hers and others, truly cared for her, so she however thought that she would implicate them because of her low strength, so was constantly worried. This cultivation method is called ninjutsu. It is also my cultivation method. Ren Tianyu slowly said. He had decided to pass on ninjutsu to Muyue, so that she could have the power to defend herself. Ninjutsu. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Muyue immediately frowned, clearly didn't understand what ninjutsu was. Well, elder sister Yue, don't think too much, after I give you basics of ninjutsu, I will slowly teach you again. I assure you, the strength of this ninjutsu is not worse than the strength of this world's cultivation. Ren Tianyu explained with a slight smile. Next, because the knot inside her heart was already untied, smile again appeared on the face of Muyue. And she happily ate meal together with everyone. After eating, the shadow clone of Ren Tianyu and Muyue returned to her room to guide her most basic chakra cultivating. And after Ren Tianyu himself also returned to his room, he again created another 2 shadow clone. One shadow clone continued to comprehend space fluctuation to train in Hiraition no Jutsu. While another shadow clone began to deepen the understanding of Sharingan. Although he already owned many Mangekyo Sharingan, but he however was too poor in using only Sharingan's ability, such as illusion of Sharingan. One should know that Uchiha Itachi could make other people unconsciously fall in his illusion relying on his Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui could also make other people fall in his illusion even though he was several tens of meters away. Uchiha Madara and Tobi were able to tame Kyuubi relying on their eyes. So after Ren Tianyu knew his own weakness, how could he not increase training on the use of Sharingan, and this training could also be preparation for the future when he exchanged Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for his true body, he was rushing to refine that endless amount of life force of forever green inside his dantian. This life force however was related to the strength of his mokutan, so Ren Tianyu naturally was not careless. Moreover, continuously refining this forever green's life force was also slowly increasing his chakra limit. In just this fashion 1 week slowly passed, but Ren Tianyu still didn't have a clue regarding space fluctuation. Right now, out in the water, Ren Tianyu was standing on the surface of water while folding his hands. And with a slight smile on his face, he was staring at Muyue who was practicing walking on the water in front of him. Right now, the body of Muyue didn't give any kind of weak feeling as before. Now her legs were stepping on the surface of water, and slowly controlling her body, she was very carefully walking and running on the surface of water. Never thought the chakra control ability of elder sister Yue is actually this strong. She is far better than me. Seeing elder sister Yue currently running around the surface of water without any mishap, Ren Tianyu sighed inside his heart. Since elder sister Yue have such powerful chakra control, she ought to learn medical ninjutsu. Should I give her that medical ninjutsu of Tusnade? Seeing elder sister Yue had very good chakra control, Ren Tianyu slowly thought inside his heart. Currently they lacked a healer, so elder sister Yue might be a good candidate. Forget about it, first I should test her chakra nature, only after that I can decide her training direction. Ren Tianyu shook his head, then sunk his consciousness into the system inside his brain, then exchanged chakra test paper. Elder sister Yue, come here for a minute. Holding this paper, Ren Tianyu called over Muyue who was practicing treading on the water. What happened, little you? Muyue wiped the sweat on her elegant face, then asked after walking over to Ren Tianyu. Elder sister Yue, this is chakra test paper, you only need to pour your chakra into it, and you will know your chakra nature. After that I will decide your training direction. Ren Tianyu gave chakra test paper to Mue and said. Is this paper that chakra test paper you had talked about before? How do I use it? Looking at this extremely thin test paper, Mue curiously asked. It's very simple, as long as you inject your chakra into this paper, that enough. If your nature is fire, this paper will burn, wind, split from the middle, lightning, it will crumple, earth, it will crumble, water, it will be soaked. Ren Tianyu slowly explained. Oh, that's only it, then here it goes. Hearing the explanation of Ren Tianyu, Mue was excited, then she slowly poured her very hardly cultivated chakra into this chakra test paper. And the reaction of this paper appeared in front of them. First the test paper split from the middle, then two half directly crumbled, following by suddenly burning into ashes. And the ashes fell down to the beneath sea surface. Didn't expect elder sister Yue, you actually possess fire, earth and wind, these three nature, truly awesome. Seeing the reaction of chakra test paper, Ren Tianyu sighed a bit and said to Mue. Haha, never, though I am also a genius. Hearing Ren Tianyu, as well as seeing the reaction of chakra test paper, Mue excitedly said. Yes, you are Gen. Just then, suddenly a thought appeared in the mind of Ren Tianyu, and he didn't say the original words already in his mouth. He just muttered to himself, fire, earth, wind, these three nature, don't tell me. What's wrong, little you? Hearing Ren Tianyu muttering to himself, Mue asked. Ren Tianyu ignored Mue, rather his consciousness directly sunk into his brain's Naruto system. Only after a long while, Ren Tianyu opened his eyes, and a pleasantly surprised expression was flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, it is like this. What happened, little you? Are you okay? Seeing the unusual condition of Ren Tianyu, Mue asked with concern. She didn't understand why he who was fine just a moment ago suddenly became this way. I'm fine, elder sister Yue. But your chakra nature gave me big shock. Ren Tianyu shook his head, then excitedly staring at Mue, he said. My chakra nature. Although I have three nature, still didn't you also have so? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Mue confusedly asked. It's not same, elder sister Yue. Your chakra nature relates to a kind of transcended Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, blood lineage, i.e. Kekkei Toda. This Kekkei Toda will later turn into your most powerful blood lineage. Ren Tianyu slowly explained. Yes, the unexpected thing for Ren Tianyu was, Mue's all three nature were exactly same as the composition nature of Naruto World's second Tsuchikage and third Tsuchikage's Kekkei Toda Jintan, dust style. Fire, earth and wind, combining all these nature together would form Naruto World's soul transcended Kekkei Genkai, Kekkei Toda, Jintan, dust style. And all the people who had watched Naruto would definitely know the might of Jintan, dust style. The Jintan, dust style, user could create a barrier with both hands, which could directly disintegrate anything or any human on a molecular level within that barrier. It's too powerful. Kekkei Toda, what is this? Mue confusedly asked. It was obviously her first time hearing these words. That is for later, now let's go, we are returning first. And after I teach you basic ninjutsu of earth, wind and fire style, you can practice them. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu took Mue and returned to the place everyone were residing. But inside wooden house, everyone were already in closed door cultivating. As before, Ren Tianyu let his shadow clone guide the training of Mue, and he himself also began to continue his cultivation of before. Another week later, in the attic, honk sound could be heard. Ren Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, had directly hit the floor with his right fist. Damn, 2 weeks, already 2 weeks, but I still am powerless to perceive this space fluctuation. Don't tell me I really don't have aptitude to train Hiraition no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Up till now, Ren Tianyu was still not able to perceive that so-called any space fluctuation. In his perception, space was still same as before. What to do, don't tell me I truly need to give up training this Hiraition no Jutsu. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Ren Tianyu spoke in vexed tone. I also don't know how second and fourth accomplished this in the first place. Ren Tianyu helplessly though inside his heart. With regarding to giving up and training Hiraition no Jutsu, Ren Tianyu was truly reluctant. Mainly because this jutsu was too powerful, so powerful that even as Sharingan user, he didn't want to part with it. If I can find a method to disrupt the space around, then I could have clearly captured the space fluctuation around. Ren Tianyu shook his head, and helplessly muttered. But just then, an idea flashed inside his brain, then he became dull for a while. Then his complexion slowly filled with excitement and vexed expression. He immediately hit his own head, directly jumped up, and cursed himself, F***K, how can I be so stupid? I myself possess the Sharingan of Tobi, so if I want to make a space fluctuation, then isn't that an extremely simple matter? Now Ren Tianyu wanted to collide against the wall. He had never thought all this time he was running on a misconception. Mainly because Hiraition no Jutsu's training method as well as his thirst for Hiraition no Jutsu. This thirst already made him forget everything, forget the means he possessed, and also forget that he could use his ability to make the training perquisites. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with a ping sound, white smoke appeared inside the room, from which his shadow clone appeared by his side. Ren Tianyu and shadow clone simultaneously sat cross-legged. He slowly closed his eyes, and began to perceive this whole room with his perception. But the shadow clone by his side didn't close his eyes, rather his eyes slowly changed into Sharingan of Tobi. Then he released a huge amount of eye power from his right eye. Under the effect of eye power, the space all around slowly distorted, and a huge spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, thoroughly disrupting the space inside the room. And Ren Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, suddenly felt the change in space with his perception. The room was full of special energy fluctuation, and under these fluctuation, the shape of space around was slowly changing. One moment twisted, another moment deformed. A lively fluctuation was clearly transmitted into his brain. Really good. Ren Tianyu roared inside his heart with pleasant surprise. But along with the huge fluctuation in his state of mind, the space fluctuation he had grasped began to disappear slowly. With no other choice, Ren Tianyu used his utmost effort to calm down his excited state of mind, and continued to carefully perceive the space fluctuation around him. The space fluctuation of around sensed from his perception was slowly transmitted to his brain. The change in space was slowly being broadcasted in his sea of consciousness just like a movie. The nature of space slowly resolved, and come off, then unreservedly transmitted to his sea of knowledge. Slowly Ren Tianyu got drunk in this vast space storm. Time slowly passed, in just this fashion nearly 2 weeks passed. Ren Tianyu was still sitting cross-legged on the floor without any motion, but the shadow clone he had created had already disappeared. Now in his mind, there was one square-shaped silver energy barrier. And a powerful space energy was coming through this barrier. Ren Tianyu used spirit power to stir up this barrier wall. Then this barrier wall immediately distorted quickly, and in reality, the space in the right-hand side of Ren Tianyu also slowly began to distort violently. Furthermore, this distorted shape and the distorted shape of that barrier wall in his sea of knowledge was exactly the same. After the space slowly calmed down, Ren Tianyu also slowly opened his eyes, and within his eyes, unconcealed excitement was flashing. At the beginning he had used Kamui of right eye to create space fluctuation to begin, then slowly grasping the rhythm of this space fluctuation, in the sea of knowledge, he finally unceasingly calculated space nature, fluctuation and rhythm. And after 2 weeks of without sleeping and resting effort, he was finally able to imitate a space of whole room inside his sea of knowledge. So the matter of just now had appeared. First stage of training finally complete. Now next is second objective, i.e. final phase, launching Hiraition. Feeling the different word around him, Ren Tianyu slowly thought. Because of the mistake in the beginning, it took full 1 month of time to finally completing the first phase. But just then, his stomach nevertheless protested. With no other choice, Ren Tianyu stood up and walked out, planning to search something to eat. In this 2-week training without stopping to eat or sleep, if not for the support of forever green inside his body, then he would have already starved to death. Opening the door, Ren Tianyu discovered there was no one outside. So he had to get something to eat himself. Still fortunately he had spent a savage life for nearly 2 years in the magical beasts forest, so this small matter didn't pose any problem for him. Just when Ren Tianyu was roasting Fire Cloud Rabbit, the voice of White Tiger came from his side. "Yo, Zero, you came out. What is this so sweet smelling, give me some." White Tiger with 3 huge sword in his back walked out from the woods. Hearing him, Ren Tianyu tore out a thigh of Fire Cloud Rabbit and tossed towards him. "Here rabbit leg for you." "Haha, thanks a lot." Catching the rabbit leg thrown towards him by Ren Tianyu, White Tiger sat down by the side of Ren Tianyu and directly began to chew. "Oh, that's right, Zero, why did you think of this seclusion?" White Tiger asked while eating. "Actually I had this idea for a long time, but after getting information from the mother of Vermilion Bird and Flame Phoenix Villa, I became even more resolute for this idea." Ren Tianyu answered while eating the meat of rabbit. "What information?" "After 5 years, Ancient 100 Clan will come into the world and Demon Clan will invade." "What, Demon Clan will invade?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger was so surprised that he shouted and also forget to eat meat. Yes, at the time when I obtained this information, I was also equally shocked. So this cultivation is of absolute necessity. When the Demon Clan invades, all Ancient 100 clans will come into the world, and your current peak god rank strength is definitely insufficient. Even for your Ancient 100 clans, it would be very difficult to defend themselves from Demon Clan, let alone you. So I only ask you all to seize the moment to cultivate in order to deal with upcoming big disaster. Turned out to be so. White Tiger solemnly nodded his head. 5 years later, at that time's continent-wide turmoil, even I will be finding great difficulty to defend myself, let alone you all with your current strength. While chewing the rabbit meat, Ren Tianyu said to White Tiger. But in that time of turmoil, we can also develop our Akatsuki. Moreover I also want to see the strength of those experts of Demon Clan. Saying this, Ren Tianyu again recalled that finger inside Tower of Babel which had sent him flying merely with a poke. Ren Tianyu had firmly decided that, when his strength reached sufficient level, he would absolutely return back to Tower of Babel again, then drag that demon out. Well, don't think too much, I'll be there when that moment comes, even if we are face Demon Clan invasion. Finished eating, Ren Tianyu patted the shoulder of White Tiger, then directly walked inside his room. White Tiger nodded his head, but just then, he suddenly felt an oily feeling from his shoulder. Upon closer look, he found 2 oily hand print on his just washed clean Akatsuki robe. "Bastard Zero, my just washed cloth ah!" White Tiger sorrowfully roared. Inside the woods, a man wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and a giant ape-type magical beast with long golden hairs all over were confronting each other. This magical beast was God-ranked magical beast, Fei King Kong beast, who carries a terrifying power. Its single punch or kick possess enough power to destroy a small mountain. The eyes of this youth was blood red in color, and inside each of his eyes, there were quickly spinning 3 magatama. This youth was Ren Tianyu who had taken Akatsuki members for seclusion training in the seas. Right now it had already been 3 months since they arrived here in this island. In this period of time, Ren Tianyu had already learnt basic of Hiraition no Jutsu. Now he could use Hiraition no Jutsu for simple moves. And right now he was in the process of using Hiraition no Jutsu in actual combat to take a look at the might of Hiraition no Jutsu. "Roar, wicked human, actually dare to disturb my rest, I will tear you to shreds." Staring at Ren Tianyu in front of it, this terrifying Fei King Kong beast roared. "Bah, who can't talk big, beast? Do you have ability?" Ren Tianyu said with disdain. If it was not the case for him wanting to test Hiration no Jutsu, with merely its god-rank strength, how could this magical beast be able to survive single attack of Ren Tianyu? Roar! I will tear you apart. Hearing Ren Tianyu's those disdain words, this beast angrily roared and immediately rushed quickly towards Ren Tianyu. Those huge four limbs gave out loud vibrating sounds. Humph, all brawn no brain beast. Seeing directly charging beast, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted with disdain. Then with a swing of his hand, he directly threw a special kunai towards Fei King Kong beast. Seeing incoming kunai, Fei King Kong beast waved its hand. Along with the peng sound, this kunai was directly hit, causing it to send flying downwards to its underfoot ground. Just then, the cold voice of Ren Tianyu suddenly came from through the front, Katan, douqi no Jutsu. And a huge blazing fireball spat out from the mouth of Ren Tianyu towards the beast. Roar! Feeling the heat coming from the blazing fireball, Fei King Kong beast roared, then directly swung its right fists towards this blazing fireball. Pang! This huge fireball was directly punched through with a single fist, completely scattering it. When this fireball changed into sparks and disappeared, Ren Tianyu had a smile on his face. Then he immediately disappeared from that place. After destroying the fireball, before this beast could become happy, it heard a movement sound coming through its right-hand side. And a sturdy right leg directly knocked down its head. Then the huge power in this kick was directly transmitted to its brain, nearly knocking it unconscious on the spot. Moreover, before it could react, a heavy palm directly landed on its abdomen, causing it to involuntarily bend. After that, the youth in front of it kicked it flying in the sky. While flying in the sky, Fei King Kong beast stabilized its body with great difficulty. Then lowering its head, it carefully looked towards Ren Tianyu, but it however failed to notice a mysterious curse seal marked on its abdomen where Ren Tianyu had hit just a moment ago. Looking at the beast in the sky, the eyes of Ren Tianyu shone, then he disappeared from that location. What? Seeing Ren Tianyu had suddenly disappeared, Fei King Kong beast suddenly realized this situation was not good, and he simultaneously heard movement sound from above him. Looking above, it saw Ren Tianyu had already arrived in the sky above its head, and his right hand was holding a huge energy ball. How could he be so fast? Seeing Ren Tianyu, this was the final thought that appeared inside the mind of this beast. Go to hell, Kudama Rasengan. Ren Tianyu yelled loudly. The huge Rasengan of his right hand directly landed on the abdomen mark of Fei King Kong beast. Its that huge body was directly sent flying downwards to the ground in high speed. Along with a loud explosion sound, a huge cloud of dust rose and engulfed the explosion area. And Ren Tianyu also disappeared in the sky and appeared on the ground. After the cloud of dust disappeared, he saw a huge crater had appeared on that place with cracks spread all around it. And in Fei King Kong beast was lying in the middle of this crater. The flesh of its abdomen was blown into pieces, and blood was continuously flowing out from inside. And after he stabbed his long sword through its throat, its life was ended. He never thought the might of this Hiration no Jutsu is actually this powerful. I only used few simple ninjutsu to end god-ranked magical beast. Really deserve to call number 1 auxiliary ninjutsu of Naruto world. Looking at that died with remaining grievance beast, Ren Tianyu sighed inside his heart. Just a moment ago, he first used fire style to attract its attention, then taking advantage of this chance, he used Hiration no Jutsu to appear in front of it, after that used Taijutsu to kick it flying in the sky, and simultaneously marking its body with Hiration no Jutsu mark. After that he used Hiration no Jutsu to follow it in the sky, used Kudama Rasengan to hit it, and finally used Kusanagi sword to finish its life. Within this extremely short period of time, Ren Tianyu completed 3 or so attacks. And the life of this caught off guard Fei King Kong beast was ended. This ninjutsu really is powerful. It seems I need to seize the time to become proficient in it. Ren Tianyu walked forward, and pulled out Kusanagi sword stabbed in the throat of Fairy King Kong beast. Next, using Kusanagi sword, he dug out its magic core. A god-rank magical beast core was very valuable, so he didn't want to leave here in vain. Since testing of Hirashin no Jutsu is complete, I should go back and continue cultivating. Looking all around, Ren Tianyu muttered, and he simultaneously disappeared from there. In the room of Ren Tianyu, a special marked kunai was stuck on its floor. And this moment, Ren Tianyu directly appeared inside the room. Then looking at that special kunai stuck in the floor, he smiled. After that, creating 2 shadow clones, he began his daily training, one polishing his Sharingan, other studying Hirashin no Jutsu, and his real body refining forever green inside his body. 3 years later, in the imperial capital of Dark Empire, Dark Capital, inside Fragrant Sky Pub, one man and one woman wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it were sitting on the table by the side of window. Vermilion Bird, never expected the very first person to arrive here would be us too. That's right, if I had known earlier this would be that case, then I would have come a bit later. I hate waiting people the most. This beautiful woman called Vermilion Bird, who was sitting on a stool, said with a depressed look. Haha, who made our beauty Vermilion Bird angry? Tell me, I will help you vent your anger on him. Just at that time, a booming voice came from the head of a flight of stairs, and a similarly dressed man with white hair who had 3 swords on his back walked towards them. And behind him, was a gorgeous woman who was looking at Vermilion Bird with smile on her face. Che, White Tiger, you have nerve to say that. You and elder sister Black Tortoise visited various scenic spots together very comfortably, but I on the other hand was stuck together with Void, this paralyzed face man, all day long. Now even my face is about to become paralyzed. Hearing White Tiger, Vermilion Bird gave a supercilious look in a bad mood, then emptied her glass of wine panting in rage. Meanwhile Void was sitting without a word on the side with helpless face. In the first, what on earth was Zero thinking when he made you and Void a team? With your temper, your 2-man team is really. Seeing the depressed face of Vermilion Bird, White Tiger wanted to laugh but didn't dare. The temper of Vermilion Bird was innately lively and energetic, basically couldn't stay still, just like her blood lineage, whereas Void unusually didn't have many words and likes to stay with quiet people, so it would be a wonder if they were not depressed. You all are already here. Just at that moment, similarly dressed one man and one woman walked over from the head of a flight of stairs. That man had fiery red hair with spear behind on his back. And that woman behind him gave people a kind of illusionary feeling, as if she was not in this world. Great Bear and Jade Maiden, you are finally here, now only Zero and Santai are left. After Zero arrives, we can begin our move. White Tiger nodded his head and said, seeing the people walking towards them. Bah, do you think Zero will come soon? He and Little You are together, so it would be a wonder if nothing happened on the way. Vermilion Bird laid on the table, and said with a grin on her face. Yes, can happen. Hearing Vermilion Bird, Great Bear looked for an empty seat and sat down, then feeling his nose, he said with a smile. Vermilion Bird, how did you know I will not arrive so soon? Just then, a man and woman walked towards them from the head of a flight of stairs. This man carried a round fan-like weapon on his back, and his eyes were blood red in color. But the woman behind him was blushing. Vermilion Bird, I am ignoring you, actually speaking about me like this. This woman walked over and looking at Vermilion Bird, she said with a shamed and resentful face. Little You, don't be angry, I was merely joking. Vermilion Bird hastily smiled apologetically and said. These people were naturally Akatsuki organizations, Ren Tianyu and his entire group. In the isolated island in the sea, Ren Tianyu had originally planned to cultivate for 2 years, but the unexpected thing was, because the things he wanted to train was too many, the 2 year of time was basically insufficient. Moreover, White Tiger and others' cultivation simultaneously reached most crucial moment, so with no other choice, the time period for seclusion training was extended by 1 year. And after that time, Ren Tianyu finally completed his training plan. In this 3 years of time, Ren Tianyu never forget to look for the location of Dragon Island. With regarding to this adversary in the dark, he didn't dare to be careless, after all they were one of the previous overlord of Divine Wind Continent. Although due to the demon clan's invasion of thousands of years ago, their strength had taken a heavy hit, but Starved Came is still bigger than Horse, their strength should not be underestimated. But even after searching for 3 years, he basically didn't find any trace of Dragon Island. It was not that easy to find a single island in this vast sea. Finally, after his training finished, he decided to adopt a plan to pull a snake from its hole. So he placed Magic Domain as their target. At first Ren Tianyu wanted to place Shiman clan as their target, and wanted to make use of this chance to eradicate in one fell swoop, but after some thought, Ren Tianyu decided against it. Because the stronghold of Shiman clan was in imperial capital of Alar Empire, if he went ahead and gave rise to too big of a chaos, then first the member of Alar Empire's royal clan will not let him have his way, and perhaps other clans of imperial capital will also not stay idly. As a result, Ren Tianyu decided Magic Domain as first target. First, he could help Jade Maiden to complete her wish, i.e. killing one of the 4 leader of Magic Domain Ling Yanqi, so that she could get her revenge on her enemy who had killed her whole family. Second, Ren Tianyu wanted to take this chance to disrupt the water of continent. If the news about him going to invade Magic Domain was to spread, Shiman clan and Dragon clan will absolutely make some movement. At that time, relying on his means, he could catch a Dragon clan. After that, using illusion to force open its mouth, he would be able to find the location of Dragon Island. After formulating this plan, Ren Tianyu separated the 8 members of his Akatsuki organization into groups, then move about separately. One group of Vermilion Bird and Void, one group of Great Bear and Jade Maiden, and one group of White Tiger and newly added member i.e. his elder sister Yuer, codenamed Black Tortoise, had left for the Dark Empire where the stronghold of Magic Domain was located. What was worth mentioning was, after going through the 3 years of training, and relying on the strength of Spring of Life and their own super powerful talent, everybody of Akatsuki organization had reached boundary of God's domain. Moreover, White Tiger, Void and Great Bear, these 3 had already advanced to mid-god realm. One might well say this was extremely heaven-defying. And under the guidance of Ren Tianyu, Miyue had already stepped into Jiaonan. So far, she had already mastered the nature change and form change of her 3 attributes, but she was still not able to mix together these attributes. Okay, now we are all here, let's begin our move. Jade Maiden, make your move. Ren Tianyu walked towards Jade Maiden and said. Okay, everyone enjoy. Jade Maiden said with a smile. Then walking over to an open space of 2nd floor, she sat down cross-legged, preparing her magic. Great Bear, you go to guard the stairs, don't allow anyone to enter 2nd floor. Ren Tianyu turned around his head towards Great Bear and said. Although the entire 2nd floor was already rented by Ren Tianyu and others, but it was hard to avoid some trespassers. So it was best to arrange someone to defend. No problem. Great Bear answered. Then he directly kicked the table by his side. This table directly flew to the side of head of a flight of stairs. After that, Great Bear directly jumped on this table and sat cross-legged with his right hand holding that spear. He would not allow anyone to enter 2nd floor. Illusory world drifting in the void blood lineage, open. Jade Maiden, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly opened her 2 beautiful eyes, and yelled. Then suddenly illusionary aura sprang out from her body. This was Jade Maiden's evolved blood lineage after she passed through baptism of element storm when she advanced to boundary of God's domain. Jade Maiden extended her delicate hand, then white-colored rays of light quickly gathered on her hand. And after passing through her right hand's index finger, this gathered white-colored rays of light quickly floated in front of her. Heaven and earth, illusory world, myriad magic arts flow into void, illusory sky, dazzling light mirror, congeal. Along with the incantation of Jade Maiden, the white-colored rays of light flew out from the index finger of her right hand, then slowly condensed into substance, which magically changed into a white-colored energy mirror. In this white-colored magic mirror, the image inside was unceasingly moving, which dazzled the people. Finally, after a while, the moving images inside this mirror stopped. In the image, appeared a huge valley, and there were towering lofty magic towers inside this valley. A powerful magic halo rose above them, which spread through the entire sky of this valley, condensing a huge barrier. This barrier surrounded this entire valley. And after seeing this valley, a pallid light flashed through the eyes of Jade Maiden. Then the white light around her body, directly rushed inside this mirror and disappeared. Haha, it's showtime, let's sit back and watch it play. Ren Tianyu laughed heartily, then found a place to sit. After that, picking up wine cup from the table, he slowly drank wine. His face revealed a simile while looking towards the energy mirror. Other member of Akatsuki naturally knew what Jade Maiden was doing, so mimicking Ren Tianyu, they also began drinking alcohol while looking at that mirror with smiles on their faces. In the west 30 li away from Dark Empire's dark capital, there was a huge valley. And in front of this valley stands a huge stele, which was carved with few large character. Magic Domain, Death to Trespasser. Inside this valley, many magic towers stood in great numbers at all place. These towers were glimmering with huge magic halo. And among those many magic towers inside this entire valley, there was only 4 exceptionally towering huge magic towers. The magic fluctuation of these 4 magic towers compared to ordinary magic towers were far more powerful. These 4 magic towers were glimmering with 4 large magic radiances, making a huge barrier surrounding the entire magic domain. And at this moment, a discord white-colored radiance regarded that huge barrier as if nothing, and directly passed through its obstruction, infiltrating the magic domain. And at this moment, in the centermost tallest magic tower, a middle-aged man wearing fiery red magic robe was sitting on a huge throne with his eyes shut. But just when this white-colored radiance passed through the barrier, the eyes of this middle-aged man suddenly snapped open, and with a huge flame around his body, he disappeared from that audience hall. Who dares to intrude magic domain, roll out for me. In the sky of magic domain, along with a flash of flame, a loud voice resounded through the magic domain. After that, with this condensation of this huge flame, that middle-aged man slowly appeared at that place. Then he began to firmly stare at that place from where white-colored radiance had infiltrated. And at the same time, from the sides 4 huge magic towers, fly out a yellow, a purple, a green and a blue lights respectively. Very quickly those lights flew behind this middle-aged man, and dissipated, revealing 4 magicians holding magic staff, including Jade Maiden's personal enemy Ling Yanqi among them. These 4 peoples were the 4 big leader of magic domain. Earth System leader residing in Earth God Magic Tower, Ling Yanqi. Lightning System leader residing in Violent Thunderclap Magic Tower, Lei Ba. Wind System leader residing in Pure Wind Magic Tower, Feng Yunxiang. Water System leader residing in Sea Source Magic Tower, Shui Linglong. Domain Master, what's the matter? Ling Yanqi stepped forward towards this middle-aged man and asked respectfully. Domain Master, this middle-aged man was this generation's Domain Master of Magic Domain, Flame High God, Fen Tian. Someone have broken through the barrier and sneak into Magic Domain just a moment ago. Fen Tian indifferently said. After that, a fiery red magic staff with 3 best quality huge fire magic core embedded on it suddenly appeared in his hand. Then a pale magic radiance flew out from that magic staff which spread in all direction. He was clearly using probing type magic. But what made Feng Tian disappointed was, even with this magic, he made no discovery. But at that time, in the sky in front of these 5 people, suddenly a white-colored radiance flashed. This white-colored radiance slowly reorganized, forming an illusionary figure of Jade Maiden in the midair. But right now her body nevertheless was illusionary without substance. It clearly was only a phantom. And inside the fragrance restaurant of Dark Capital, which was 30 li away, Ren Tianyu and his group clearly saw the circumstance of magic domain from the dazzling light mirror created by Jade Maiden. Let the show begin. Ren Tianyu slowly thought while drinking wine. You. Seeing this figure, Fan Tian frowned, but before he could open his mouth, Ling Yanqi behind him cried out in alarm with shock flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously he was continuously thinking in his heart, as he was very clear that Jade Maiden had come here to talk with him. He had killed her whole family, so if she could she would have already skinned and pull out his tendons. Last time, because of Ren Tianyu, he had wasted large amount of energy, and used his own blood to use secret skill to escape. After that he had to lie on the bed for 1 year, slowly recovering over time. Do you know this woman? Hearing Ling Yanqi, Fan Tian frowned and turned around to look at him, then asked. Reporting back to Domain Master, this woman is member of Akatsuki organization. Ling Yanqi respectfully bowed slightly and answered. He however was very clear about the means of this person before his eyes, so he didn't dare to have slightest amount of disrespect. He didn't expect the strength of Domain Master is this high. I had just entered and you have already discovered me. Seeing 5 big experts of magic domain in front of her, Jade Maiden lightly laughed after covering her mouth and said without a shred of pressure of being surrounded. This was not because the strength of Jade Maiden was too high, rather her current body was basically formed by using her power of blood lineage. There was no substance, so even if this was destroyed there wasn't any loss. Talk less nonsense, don't know what matter your Akatsuki organization have with our magic domain. In my impression, we don't seem to have any intersection between us, so there ought to be no enmity. Fan Tian frowned, but didn't take any action. With his eyesight, he naturally knew that this was merely a phantom, nothing more, so there was no use even if he destroyed it. Domain Master Yu however spoke incorrectly. Looking at Ling Yanqi behind Fan Tian, Jade Maiden said without any fluctuation in her mood. She was looking towards Ling Yanqi as if she was looking at a dead person, and that would indeed become fact very soon, because when Akatsuki organization arrive here, Ling Yanqi absolutely won't be able to flee again relying on his any means. Oh. Don't know where I spoke wrong. Fan Tian indifferently said, still frowning without any fluctuation in his mood. We Akatsuki organization have very big hatred against you magic domain, so how can it be said that we don't have any enmity? Jade Maiden said while looking at Fan Tian. Haha, this instead is a surprise for me, where is the hatred between us? Fan Tian gave out a loud laugh, then staring at Jade Maiden with domineering eyes, he said. You can ask about this matter to your Earth System leader of magic domain, Ling Yanqi. Looking at perspiring profusely Ling Yanqi, Jade Maiden indifferently said. What's going on? Fan Tian turned around his head and indifferently asked looking towards Ling Yanqi. But hearing that discontented tone, Ling Yanqi was afraid. Domain Master, this, Ling Yanqi didn't know what to say. He couldn't afford to say the matter of him slaughtering her whole family to seize treasure in front of everyone. Humph, after a while, I will settle with you. Fan Tian snorted coldly, then ignoring him, he rather looked over to Jade Maiden and said, don't know how you want to settle this enmity. Very simple, we have 2 options. Jade Maiden showed 2 fingers, then looking over to Fan Tian and his group of 5 with a smile, she slowly bent her 1 finger. First, destroy Ling Yanqi's cultivation, and hand him over to us. Moreover, apologize publicly, then this matter is settled. Bastard, who do you think you are, actually wanting us magic domain to apologize? Do you believe I, your father, will annihilate your Akatsuki or whatever organization? Hearing those arrogant words of Jade Maiden, the complexion of Fan Tian slowly sunk. But the Lightning System leader Lei Ba behind him cursed, staring at Jade Maiden. Aren't you Akatsuki organization talking very big? Don't know if you have strength to back your words. Wind System leader Feng Yunxian calmly said while looking at Jade Maiden with ill gaze. Speak your second option. Fan Tian didn't lose his temper, he calmly stared at Jade Maiden and said flatly. But those 4 leaders who were familiar with him knew that he was already thoroughly angry. Second. With calm complexion, Jade Maiden slowly bent her other finger, then looking at Fan Tian, opened her mouth. Second, after 5 days, we Akatsuki organization will come here in your magic domain, and personally. Pine. Before Jade Maiden could finish speaking, huge flames surrounded her, and her figure was thoroughly consumed, and disappeared after changing into bits of lights. The complexion of Fantian standing in front of 4 leaders blackened just like bottom of a pot, and he slowly opened his right hand. After he saw the figure of Jade Maiden had disappeared, he looked towards 4 people and said, "Come to audience hall." Finished speaking, he changed into flame and disappeared from that place. In the imperial capital of Dark Empire, inside Sky Fragrance Restaurant, Ren Tianyu and his group of people were sitting around the table and simultaneously drinking while happily looking at the matter occurring in the magic domain in the dazzling light mirror created by Jade Maiden. When the projection of Jade Maiden was eliminated by Fantian, Jade Maiden who was sitting cross-legged on the floor also slowly opened her eyes. Then with a wave of her right hand, that dazzling light mirror immediately disappeared. "Well, now the challenge is done, we will take action after 5 days. Seeing Jade Maiden had woken up, Ren Tianyu slowly said to everyone on the scene. "Zero, how can you be sure that Shaman clan and Dragon clan will absolutely come?" Vermilion Bird couldn't help but ask. He, Vermilion Bird, how can you be so stupid?" Before Ren Tianyu could answer, White Tiger said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Vermilion Bird was slightly dumbfounded. She didn't understand the meaning of White Tiger. What White Tiger meant is, the people of Magic Domain will transmit this news for us. Draining the cup of alcohol in one gulp, Void opened his mouth. Why? If Magic Domain gave out this news, then wouldn't they lose their face? So why would they do this? Vermilion Bird was even more confused. She didn't understand what was going on. Do you really think Magic Domain which is so big is completely clean? They definitely have spies of other power. Toady Jade Maiden stirred up trouble like this, which was seen and heard perfectly clear by everyone of Magic Domain. Wanting to keep this news a secret is basically impossible, so very soon this matter that we are going to invade Magic Domain will be spread by these spies. At that time, will Shaman clan not obtain this news? And after Shaman clan obtain this news, they will absolutely tell Dragon clan too. So we don't need to worry about the experts of Dragon clan not coming. White Tiger slowly said. Yes, and the reason why I set up 5 days gap to attack is to give preparation time to Shaman clan and Dragon clan. And at that time when they gather in Magic Domain, we will take action. Ren Tianyu nodded his head and agreeing to White Tiger he said. But you should also remember that, the main target of the action after 5 days is only disruption, not killing. Ling Yanqi, this person will be handled by Great Bear, Vermilion Bird and Jade Maiden. Void and White Tiger will be responsible to obstruct other people of Magic Domain. All remaining things, leave it to me, I will finish them. Then what about us, Little Yu? Hearing Ren Tianyu didn't call out her and Little Yu's name, Miyue couldn't help but ask. As for Little Yu, Ren Tianyu had already told about this plan, so she didn't ask. Elder sister Yue, Little Yu is not too well these few days, so I want to trouble you to take care of her. Ren Tianyu said the good excuse he had already prepared. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu didn't want Miyue to join this operation, because after 5 days, Shaman clan would most likely appear in Magic Domain. Although she had already lost her memories, but everyone of Shaman clan however hadn't. So Ren Tianyu didn't want to make any unexpected mistake. And previously, the relation between Shaman Yue and everyone of Shaman clan was unlike his, she didn't have any hatred towards them, so Ren Tianyu didn't want to let her hands contaminated by the blood of Shaman clan, as that would be very unfair to her. As a result, Ren Tianyu requested Little Yu to help him in concealing this matter when they were on the way. And asked her to stay with elder sister Yue in Dark Capital until they resolved the matter of Magic Domain. After that they would return to Dark Capital and all of them will leave this place together. What happened to you, Little Yu? Where are you feeling unwell? Hearing Ren Tianyu, as expected the attention of Miyue shifted to Little Yu and she asked with concern while sizing up her body. I also don't know what's wrong, these past few days, my head always feel dizzy and I cannot exert strength as if I have no strength at all. Sure enough, after hearing Ren Tianyu, little Yu immediately held her forehead and feigned to be unwell. Since that is the case, I will stay to take care of you. I will also not be in ease if I leave you alone here. Seeing little Yu's that feeling unwell appearance, Muyue immediately said worriedly. She didn't insist on going to Magic Domain with everyone. Seeing she no longer insists to go to Magic Domain, Long Yi heaved a long sigh of relief while wiping out the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, in that case, here and now dismiss. Everyone do your respective activity and wait for the arrival of the day after 5 days. Ren Tianyu looked at everyone, then said after standing up. In the imperial capital Tianlong city of Ailer Empire, inside a mansion, Shiman Batian hit the table. Along with the ping sound, this table was directly smashed into pieces. And the teacup on the table also shattered after falling on the ground. Finally found that beast after 3 years, didn't expect he would actually come out on his own initiative. Shiman Batian coldly said with his face filled with fury. Clan head, according to the news received from spy, Akatsuki organization will invade Magic Domain after 5 days, what should we do? In the hall, one spy kneeling in front of Shiman Batian said respectfully. Humph, I won't let this beast have an easy time. Shiman Batian snorted coldly, and waved his hand to signal this guy to retreat. After that guy retreated, Shiman Batian turned around and walked to Sella. He was going to arrange a plan for after 5 days. Inside Flame Phoenix Villa of Light Empire, Feng Yunmeng was reading the intelligence report. Finally she slowly placed it down and sighed, didn't expect after 3 years, this little fellow actually got mad like this, moreover this time my daughter is also following him to Magic Domain. His gallbladder truly have enough guts. Villa Master, should we send reinforcement? An old woman standing by the side of Feng Yunmeng politely asked. No need, I will personally go for a round trip, but unless it is out of absolute necessity, I will not raise my hand. Moreover Feng Yunmeng's daughter is also not weak, beside that kid is also not that simple. Feng Yunmeng shook her hand to signal her to not worry. In Elf Source, when Elf Queen heard the reported news from the elder, her matchless beautiful face exposed a smile, that kid is actually planning to fight Magic Domain. Very good, this time I will go personally and see this kid's and his organization's means. Finished speaking, the body of Elf Queen changed into green-colored radiances and disappeared from this main hall. While at the same time, all the big forces of continent had basically received the news about Akatsuki organization invading Magic Domain after 5 days, which suddenly shocked the entire continent. They had never thought that the organization that had invaded the Shiman clan last time was actually going to appear once again, moreover their target this time actually was Magic Domain, which was scared place for all magicians. All the big forces immediately sent someone to Dark Empire planning to take a look at the strength of Akatsuki. Along with the news of Akatsuki organization going to invade Magic Domain spread, various big forces of Divine Wind Continent were alarmed. They had never thought that this organization which had laid low for 3 years would actually appear suddenly like this. And the target this time was the sacred place of all magicians, Magic Domain. Akatsuki organization, no one of Divine Wind Continent had ever heard the existence of this organization. They appeared for the first time in the wedding of eldest son of Shiman clan Shiman Feng and eldest daughter of Wang clan, which was being held 3 years ago. In that battle, 2/3 of Shiman clan's experts perished, which included 2 gods domain experts who were the real pillars of the clan. And the Dragon clan who had come to aid Shiman clan also suffered serious damage. More than 20 Dragon clan died, and 5 High God Realm 5 Great Dragon Kings also died. One might say this was very heavy casualties. And after that battle, Akatsuki organization formally entered the eyes of everyone. Innumerable forces began to investigate everything about Akatsuki organization, but they basically got zero information. They even don't know exactly how many members were there in Akatsuki organization. Other than those few known people, they knew nothing else. They also knew everyone from Akatsuki organization wore black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and wore bamboo hat with wind bells on it on their head, but as for everything else, they didn't know. But after the battle in Shiman clan, this Akatsuki organization suddenly disappeared from the scene. Regardless of how they searched, no one could find even a trace of them. But right now, they suddenly appeared in such high-profile manner, declaring they would invade Magic Domain. And the person of Akatsuki organization that had appeared in Magic Domain at that time however was not among the 4 people who had appeared previously in Shiman clan. When invading Shiman clan, only Ren Tianyu, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Void had showed their face. Jade Maiden was staying inside the Kamui space of Ren Tianyu taking care of Little Yu, so others didn't know about the existence of Jade Maiden. And it seems like every time Akatsuki organization appears, they would bring about the rain of blood and violent storm. Last time they slaughtered in Shiman clan, and the target of this time was Magic Domain. It seems every time they appear, they were bound to shed blood of someone. In the past few days, it seems the number of people in Dark Capital have rose sharply. If it were not for us paying tenfold the price for the second floor of this restaurant, I fear the proprietor of this restaurant would have already forced us out of this second floor the other day. Standing at the windows side of Sky Fragrant Restaurant's second floor, and watching those clearly increasing number of people in these past few days, White Tiger slowly said. All of them are people attracted by the action of Jade Maiden 4 days ago, but I reckon these people ought to not hold too big of a hostility towards us Akatsuki organization. I guess those people who have evil planned for us are already in Magic Domain and are now discussing countermeasures for our tomorrow's invasion. Great Bear stepped forward holding 2 bottles of Sky Fragrant alcohol and gave 1 bottle to White Tiger, then spoke while drinking another. The taste of this Sky Fragrant alcohol is pretty good, even after drinking all this time, I am not tired of it. But Zero is truly too generous, these past few days, he had already spent nearly 1 million or so gold coins for only this Sky Fragrant alcohol. White Tiger took the bottle of Sky Fragrant alcohol given by Great Bear, opened the bottle cap, then drank mouthful of it. Next, recalling their luxurious life of past 4 days in this Sky Fragrant restaurant, he couldn't help but sighed with feelings. Actually this level of wealth is merely a worldly possessions for us. What is truly important for us are those cultivation items. As for money, if we want to then we can have it as much as we want. Just then, Ren Tianyu walked out from inside his room, then said. Zero, didn't expect you think like that. Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger lightly laughed and said. This is truth nothing more. Ren Tianyu walked to the side of window, then looking at those pedestrians in the streets, he said, oh that's right, did Void and Jade Maiden return back? Not yet. Following your instruction they had went over to Magic Domain to make advance arrangement. They had left 5 hours ago, with their speed, it's about time they return. White Tiger shook his head, then looking at the sky outside, he slowly said. They are back. Just at that moment, far off in the sky, 1 white and 1 ash 2 lights flashed, these 2 lights were clearly captured by the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, 2 lights suddenly entered inside from the window, then Jade Maiden and White Tiger simultaneously appeared inside the second floor. You are back, how was it? Seeing Jade Maiden and Void, Ren Tianyu hastily asked. Already arranged. With the ability of Jade Maiden, no one notice us. Moreover Jade Maiden severed the energy aura of surroundings, so it is absolutely unlikely to be discovered by anyone. Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, Void answered. This time he had went out, because Ren Tianyu had asked him to arrange a thing in Magic Domain. Fearing his movement and energy fluctuation would be perceived by other people, Jade Maiden was also dispatched with him. She used her blood lineage power to cut off the energy fluctuation. Jade Maiden, how was it, got any new information? Ren Tianyu looked over to Jade Maiden, and asked. With the exception of helping Void, she was to use her ability to collect the information of inside Magic Domain. They came as you expected, the people of Shiman clan really came. This time there are only 2 people, and both of them are High God Realm expert. Jade Maiden slowly nodded her head, and said all the information she knew. Hey, sure enough, after they knew our whereabouts, they will not let this chance slip by. Hearing the information, Ren Tianyu sneered. But seeing only 2 people coming, it seems the massacre of last time really injured them seriously. As an alone-type force, they can only have few gods' domain realm experts. So this time they ought to stress on yet another group that want to kill me, Dragon Clan. When the time comes, the main force of Dragon Clan will absolutely come, and they must be hoping to eliminate me, this great trouble with the aid of Magic Domain's hand. Then is there any other force that is helping Magic Domain this time? White Tiger asked. No, with the exception of the people of Shiman Clan, no one else entered Magic Domain. Even the people of Dark Dynasty who were always in friendly terms with them didn't go. I reckon they have some misgivings towards Zero after his move in Shiman Clan. Jade Maiden shook her head and slowly spoke about the matters she had scouted. Humph, they better not raise their hands, else we will chop off their outstretched hands. Ren Tianyu coldly snorted and said with disdain. After that, looking towards Jade Maiden and Void, who had a little bit of tired complexion, he said, well, you two go back to rest and recover your energy. Tomorrow we will take action according to plan. Okay. Void and Jade Maiden replied. Then they returned to their respective room for a rest. They were busy for a long while, so they were indeed a little bit tired. After Void and Jade Maiden entered their room, Ren Tianyu looked towards far-off sky outside, then his eyes' pattern changed into the form of Mangekyo. Tomorrow is destined to be a bloody day. In Sky Pond Valley 30 li outside the dark capital, the sky had just lit up, but large crowd had already gathered around this valley. Their gaze were focused on the barrier surrounding this valley. This barrier was the famous barrier technique of Magic Domain, for Divinity's Barrier. It was set up using the energy of those 4 huge magic towers which were in 4 sides of this valley. Once the barrier was formed, its energy was closely bound with these 4 magic towers. Its defense was very powerful, which easily exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Furthermore, the master of these 4 magic towers could enter inside these magic towers, and use their own strength to add the attacking means in this barrier. It was incomparably mysterious. Now inside these 4 magic tower, Earth System Leader, Ling Yanqi, Lightning System Leader, Lei Ba, Wind System Leader, Feng Yunxiang, and Water System Leader, Shui Linglong, all of them had already entered inside to the top of these towers respectively. According to their plan, they were responsible for defending the first wave of today, and stop the people of Akatsuki organization from breaking through the barrier and entering inside the Magic Domain. Is that for Divinity's Barrier? It seems this time Magic Domain is also playing a heavy hand. A middle-aged man wearing black robe standing on the top of small mountain and looking towards that raised barrier underneath, not only his eyes shone at the moment, he also slightly whispered. Behind him, a young girl wearing black robe and black veil was standing, and next to them, 20 dark knights wearing black knight armor were guarding. Just like Iron Mask Death God, they were quietly guarding on all sides. Master, why aren't we helping Magic Domain? Aren't our Dark Dynasty and Magic Domain always on friendly terms? Also looking at that barrier underneath, that young girl asked curiously. She didn't know why her master, who was Palace Master of Dark Dynasty, unexpectedly ordered everyone of Dynasty to not interfere in this matter of Magic Domain. AI, you are still too young, meow meow. Hearing this young girl, this middle-aged man, i.e. Palace Master of Dark Dynasty, sighed. Although the strength of Magic Domain is very strong, but is the strength of Akatsuki organization weak? Are they just fools who are daring enough to brazenly invade Magic Domain? 3 years ago, they directly attacked Grand Shiman Clan, nearly reducing them to second-rate power. Don't this clearly shows the strength of Akatsuki organization? Moreover, this Akatsuki organization is too mysterious. We don't even know how many individuals are there in that organization. Last time when they Shiman Clan, there were only 4 people. And according to the report from spies 5 days ago, the person appeared in Magic Domain was not among those known for, so we can only take a wait-and-see attitude first. It is true that we are on friendly terms with Magic Domain, but our friendly terms is also for the sake of benefit. Only benefit can advance our cooperation. Now there is not any benefit, but you want us to go and help them to deal with completely unknown enemy. I would like to ask again who would go and do this kind of matters. Looking at the people of Magic Domain who were standing in combat readiness, Palace Master of Dark Dynasty slowly explained. Just like he said, majority of true power of this world seek benefits, no benefit, then who would go and help, and who would do arduous and thankless task. Moreover, we can also take this opportunity to take a good look at the strength of Akatsuki organization, this too mysterious organization. But in front of 4 passage of 4 divinities formation of Magic Domain, 4 God-ranked magicians are arranged to defend. If they came in front of 4 divinities formation, they must first pass through the obstruction of these 4 God-ranked magician. After speaking, he looked towards those 4 passage of Magic Domain Valley, but because of trees obstruction, he was able to see nothing. Just like Palace Master of Dark Dynasty, other people above the valley were also looking underneath. They wanted to take a look at whether this Akatsuki organization would again become famous in this battle or would get buried inside Magic Domain forever. Time slowly passed, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. Very quickly it became noon, but there was no sign of the appearance of Akatsuki organization's people. Just when everyone were beginning to think the people of Akatsuki organization didn't dare to come, they however came with a great deal of movement, attracting the attention of everyone. From the canyon in the west side of Magic Domain, suddenly a loud blood-curdling scream resounded. Shortly afterwards towering huge gray-colored sword blade appeared high up in the sky, then directly chopping underneath valley. Hong hong hong. Explosion sound continuously resounded. This sword blade continuously rushed towards barrier, and finally hit the barrier creating a large amount of ripple on it. After that this sword blade disappeared. They came. The eyes of everyone who had gathered here to watch this battle involuntarily shone. And they immediately looked over towards that huge cloud of dusts raised due to explosion. Ding-ling-ling, 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 sound of wind bells came from the midst of dust cloud. Shortly afterwards a figure of a person came out from inside the cloud of dust. After this figure walked out from cloud of dust, they could see this person was wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and also wearing bamboo hat on his head. He was also holding a short sword. He slowly stepped forward towards the 4 divinities barrier, and finally stopped his steps in front of it. And simultaneously, in the south passage, accompanied by a horrible shriek, a powerful sword chi flew out from inside, which created a huge gully throughout its path. After the cloud of dust in this location disappeared, similarly dressed figure with 3 sword on his back walked out. And after standing in front of the barrier, he also stopped his action. While on the east side of valley, along with the loud crow cry, a huge golden flame engulfed the entire east passage. And a figure holding a spear slowly waked out from inside the flame. In contrast to these 3 sides grand entrance on the scene, in the northern passage, only a illusionary white-colored halo rose, and 2 similarly dressed figure walked out unhurriedly from inside, then stopped in front of the barrier. From the build of these 2 people, both of them seemed to be women. It seems those 4 God-ranked magicians are already dead. Seeing unhurriedly walking out members of Akatsuki organization, everyone above the valley simultaneously thought. But what made everyone on the scene surprised was, these 5 people of Akatsuki organization stood motionlessly in front of the barrier. It seems they had no intention to attack this barrier. What's going on? Why are they motionless? Don't tell me that they can't even breach through this barrier. Seeing everyone of Akatsuki organization were motionless, everyone couldn't help but find this strange. They didn't understand what the hell Akatsuki organization was thinking. If that is the case, then this time Akatsuki organization is going to greatly lose their face. After making such big ruckus, now they are at a loss what to do in front of their opponent's door. Seeing everyone of Akatsuki organization standing motionlessly in front of barrier, everyone couldn't help but think these inside their heart. But just then, an ear-piercing sharp resonant sound resounded throughout this entire valley, and this sound was getting louder and louder. What's this sound? At that time everyone discovered all the member of Akatsuki organization standing in front of the barrier were looking towards the sky. Don't tell me, a thought suddenly appeared in the heart of everyone present there, then they immediately lifted their head and looked towards the sky. In the sky, a person who was holding an unceasingly spinning huge energy blade was straightly falling towards the barrier underneath from the sky. And that sharp resonance sound was coming from that huge spinning energy blades. The rays of sun illuminated this huge spinning blade, giving out a dazzling radiances, which forced everyone to narrow their eyes, but in the heart they were thinking, so these people were waiting for someone. Meanwhile everyone of Magic Domain also discovered this figure in the sky, and all 4 leader magicians sitting cross-legged in their respective towers simultaneously sense foreboding, then all of them coincidentally pour their magical power in the barrier at the same time. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Along with the loud roar, this person holding that huge spinning energy blade slammed that spinning energy blade into underneath barrier. Suddenly the energy wall of this barrier ceaselessly twisted out of its shape under the attack of Raisin Shuriken. Then the radiances of this barrier quickly dimmed greatly. How could this be? How could the attack power of this single attack be so strong? Sensing the enormous pressure coming through the barrier, all 4 leaders couldn't help but thought this while being greatly shocked inside their heart. And if this goes on like this, then the barrier would be broken very soon. This frightened them so much that all of them hastily poured all their magical power into the barrier. Humph, break. Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, then the Raisin Shuriken in his right immediately advanced forward. Along with ka disintegrated sound, this huge barrier was directly broken off. And at the moment when this barrier was broken, the complexion of all 4 leader in Magic Tower simultaneously become red, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. They didn't have any time to be shocked. They immediately flew out from their respective magic towers, preparing to meet enemies head-on. Simultaneously, when the barrier disintegrated, magic halo appeared in all magic towers, ready to battle head-on. Even after the barrier was broken, without any reduction on his strength, Ren Tianyu immediately used the remaining energy of Raisin Shuriken to completely destroy a magic tower underneath, killing everyone inside that magic tower in the process. Ren Tianyu stood on the debris of that magic tower, then looking at those magic towers all around which were gradually giving rise to magic halo, he loudly yelled, "Everyone of Akatsuki organization, heed my command." White Tiger and everyone else immediately paid attention. Disperse in all side, you are free to hunt and kill, slaughter everyone inside Magic Domain, leave not even a blade of grass, I want not even a single survivor here. That voice of Ren Tianyu which was filled with killing intent floated inside the valley. And everyone who heard this couldn't help but shiver. Yes. All 5 of Akatsuki organization answered, then directly changed into 5 light and dispersed all around inside Magic Domain, beginning to take action. A war was about to unfold. After the command of Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others scattered in all directions. Changing into 5 light, they directly rushed inside Magic Domain. A gray-colored battle chi had appeared around the body of Void, which gave other people a kind of as if return from death abyss feeling. His first target was a huge magic tower in front, which was lit up with huge magic halo. The magicians inside this tower obliviously discovered incoming Void, then along with the incantation of these magicians, a huge ring of fire appeared from this tower, which attacked incoming Void. Humph, death opens the heaven slash. Seeing this ring of fire, the eyes of Void shined with disdain. He didn't even feel like dodging this attack, the karma transmigration in his right hand directly hovered out, and with a wave of his right hand, in empty sky appeared a huge energy blade. After that with the momentum as if it would really split the heaven, it directly advanced forward. And when this huge blade came into contact with ring of fire, it directly spilt open ring of fire without any obstruction. Then this ring of fire changed into flame specks and disappeared. After that without any reduction in its power, under the alarmed and panicky gaze of everyone in the tower, that energy blade directly cleaved that magic tower. Immediately this magic tower created by using many rare and precious materials directly scattered into debris, under this incomparably domineering energy blade attack. And the magicians inside this magic tower also directly changed into blood fog and disappeared in the sky, leaving behind flesh and blood in that place after they were engulfed by its incomparably tyrannical sword chi. On the side of White Tiger, Great Bear and others, they had also began destruction. At that time, for light streak across in the sky. They were precisely those 4 leaders who were rushing over after the barrier was broken. But when they wanted to go and obstruct the steps of Ren Tianyu, in front of each of them, a person appeared. White Tiger obstructed Lightning System Leader, Lei Ba, Great Bear obstructed Wind System Leader, Feng Yuxiang, Vermilion Bird obstructed Water System Leader, Shui Linglong, and finally Void and Jade Maiden obstructed one of the target of this time Earth System Leader, Ling Yanqi. There was 2 of them to deal with Ling Yanqi because they wanted to finish him off as earliest as possible. This was the first phase of the plan Ren Tianyu and other designed. First they would closely watch these 4 great experts of magic domain, then they would finish Ling Yanqi off at the earliest speed possible while Ren Tianyu and others were holding back others. One should know, in Divine Wind Continent, magician restrains illusionist, illusionist restrains warriors, and finally warriors restrains magicians. Although the magic of magicians were very powerful, nevertheless powerful magic required time to prepare the magic, but under the fast speed of warriors, they basically don't have any time to chant incantation. Ren Tianyu quickly ran towards the center of magic domain. Throughout the way, those ordinary magicians basically didn't dare to even show their head. Even if they appeared, Ren Tianyu would finish them off with a single casual move. At this moment, suddenly a huge fireball with heat wave came towards him from the front. Humph, Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Seeing this huge fireball, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted in disdain. Playing with fire in front of him who possessed the bloodline limit of Uchiha clan, they were naturally courting death. Quickly making a series of hand seals, he too spat out a huge fireball from his mouth, which advanced towards the incoming fireball. The fireball of Ren Tianyu and that fireball in front of him confronted each other, depleting each other's energy. Just at that time, he suddenly heard 2 light dragon roar, and suddenly 2 golden-colored figure flashed towards him from both his right and left side. These 2 figure and those half-dragon mode people he had seen in Shiman clan last were alike. Now they were punching towards him. Playing diversion. Too naive. Seeing the sudden appearance of these figures, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly. Just after that those 2 fists directly landed on the location where Ren Tianyu was standing, causing large amount of dusts to rise. But after the cloud of dusts disappeared, other than those 2 half-dragon state people, there was no trace of Ren Tianyu in that location. Did he dodge? One half-dragon person among them stood up and looked towards the sky. Both of them were High God Realm experts named Shiman Han and Shiman Wuwang of Shiman clan, sent here to assist magic domain. They were here to seize a chance to eliminate Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu had jumped out to the midair from the dust which was brought about by explosion. But just then, suddenly a sound of clap of thunder came from above the sky. And black clouds suddenly began to appear in the sky above Ren Tianyu. Not good. The complexion of Ren Tianyu changed. Then he immediately threw a special kunai to far-off ground. And after this kunai flew far, Ren Tianyu also disappeared from that location. Kacha. A huge lightning directly struck down from those black clouds, immediately creating a huge crater on the ground where it struck. At a distant point, Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared in front of that thrown special kunai. After that, looking at that lightning strike far away, Ren Tianyu murmured, "Other than the gods domain experts of Shiman clan and magic domain, are there other expert too?" Very soon, the guess of Ren Tianyu was proven. He saw 2 people wearing magic robe flying towards him from far away. Other than Fen Tian, there furthermore was one white-beard old man. "Old man, who are you? That lightning magic of just a moment ago you released was extremely tiny." Seeing old man with high god realm strength just like Fen Tian, Ren Tianyu narrowed his eyes and asked. "I am previous domain master of magic domain, Lei Wui." Staring at Ren Tianyu, This old man slowly opened his mouth, never thought that the leader of Akatsuki Organization 0 is actually so young, but because of your offense towards us magic domain, you will certainly die today without a doubt. He, who can't talk big, old man, but it depends on whether you have strength or not if you wish to kill me. Hearing Lei Wui's full of killing intent words, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted in disdain. Furthermore, this situation of today is caused by the move of your magic domain. 5 days ago, we gave you a choice, but it's too bad, you selected the worst choice. No need to talk with that damned beast, it's better to directly kill him. Shimin Wuwang suddenly flew over, then releasing dense killing intent, he emitted a large amount of golden light in his right hand. Go to hell for me, violent dragon fist. Humph. Seeing the move of Shimin Wuwang, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly with disdain. Then pulled out that Uchiha round fan with his right hand from his back, then directly placed it in front of his body blocking that fist. Pine. The fist of Shimin Wuwang directly landed on the round fan, and was stopped without any explosion. The golden light on his right fist was gradually being absorbed by the round fan of Ren Tianyu. This is, seeing the energy of his violent dragon fist was being absorbed, suddenly a bad feeling appeared in the heart of Shimin Wuwang. Yuki Higeshi. Uchiha reflection. At this time, the eyes of Ren Tianyu who was under this round fan lit up, then he softly said. And along with these words, the round fan in his hand suddenly flashed with bright golden light. Yuki Higeshi. Uchiha reflection. Firmly holding the round fan with his both hands, his eyes which were concealed under his bangs flashed with stern countenance, then he lightly moved his right hand. Then the round fan directly faced towards Shimin Wuwang. Along with this movement of Ren Tianyu, suddenly golden radiance rose above this round fan. Sensing that energy however was familiar, Shimin Wuwang was shocked. This is, the energy of violent dragon fist. Along with the dazzling golden light, suddenly everyone heard violent exploding sound. Along with that long, loud sound, a huge golden-colored shockwave was sent out from that round fan, which completely engulfed Shimin Wuwang, and sent him flying. The ground below his flying body was also destroyed, creating a huge gully, and it gave rise to a large cloud of dust which spread all around. Wuwang. Seeing the sudden change, the complexion of another expert of Shimin clan Shimin Han couldn't help but change, then he directly rushed towards the heart of explosion. Shimin Han caught Shimin Wuwang who was being sent flying in the mid-flight, then said, Wuwang, how are you alright? I'm fine, this is merely a superficial wound, nothing more. The majority of impact were already blocked by the defense of my dragon scale. Shimin Wuwang got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then solemnly said towards Shimin Han, we have to be even more careful, this fellow is a little strange, he is actually able to directly reflect my attack. Shimin Han solemnly nodded his head, then similarly looked towards the center of the cloud of dust. Along with ta-ta. Footstep sound, a figure holding a huge round fan walked out from inside. Seeing unscathed Shimin Wuwang, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but smile lightly, didn't expect your skin is so thick. Even after receiving such powerful impact, you are actually still uninjured. Humph, boy, no matter what you say, today you will definitely die. Hearing the taunting of Ren Tianyu, the eyes of Shimin Wuwang shone, and his powerful killing intent firmly locked on to Ren Tianyu. Thinking about how he, Shimin Wuwang who was famous several hundreds of years ago, was now unexpectedly being ridiculed by the younger generation, how could this not make him angry? That's right, no matter how strong your Akatsuki organization is, today is the day your Akatsuki organization is wiped out from this world. Fen Tian and Lei Wui of Magic Domain also flew to the side of Shimin Han and Shimin Wuwang, then stared at Ren Tianyu in front of them with dense killing intent. Ha, it's so funny. Didn't expect you all are still talking big like this at this moment. Ren Tianyu looked up to sky and laughed, as if he had heard an extremely funny joke. After that he pointed in all direction with his round fan. Open your eyes and take a look, the 4 leader of your magic domain are already being completely suppressed by the member of my Akatsuki organization. Before long, they will be killed and go to chat with Death God. As for you all. Looking at Shimen Wuwang and others in front of him, the eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with stern countenance, and his eyes automatically changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. I will soon send you down to accompany them. Next, just as Ren Tianyu pointed out, the 4 leader of magic domain were completely suppressed. All 4 leader of magic domain were low god realm magician, moreover many high-level magicians were gathered here, but even so, they actually fell into disadvantageous position. This instant, the complexion of Fan Tian and Lei Wui changed. From the beginning they had thought that only Zero was true expert in Akatsuki organization, and everyone else were weakling. Moreover, according to what Ling Yanqi had said, he alone was able to completely suppress all others, and the highest cultivation among them was only at peak god rank, nothing more. So how could the current situation become like this? From the beginning they intend to, if Akatsuki organization break through the barrier, the 4 leader would quickly finish off the other member of Akatsuki organization, while they 4 would stall Ren Tianyu. After that all of them would surround Ren Tianyu, and annihilate him in magic domain. But with current situation, it seems the matter they had expected was taking opposite turn. If Ren Tianyu had known their plan, then he would have burst out laughing. Afterwards he would have firmly praised Ling Yanqi. This information was already behind the time. Did you think after 3 years of arduous training, it would still be same? On the cliff of outside valley, seeing the circumstance of battle underneath, that young girl called Miao Miao couldn't help but sighed, didn't expect the strength of this Akatsuki organization is actually so strong. Now since the 4 leader are already in complete disadvantage position, at the time if Zero finish off the 4 people in front of him, this magic domain can only become history. It's not that simple, Miao Miao. Palace Master of Dark Dynasty who was standing by her side shook his head and said, those 2 magic domain and 2 of Shimen clan, all of them are true high god realm experts. If they go all out without regarding their life, then they will be very terrifying. So it is unknown whether this leader of Akatsuki organization Zero can actually deal with them or not. Moreover, saying this, that middle-aged man looked towards the 2 people of Shimen clan. Moreover, the Dragon clan have endless hatred towards Zero, and last time he had killed over 20 dragons at Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, so do you think Dragon clan will let him go? When Shimen clan call big army of Dragon clan, that will the time of Akatsuki organization's complete destruction. But this Palace Master of Dark Dynasty would have never thought that the reason why Ren Tianyu had attacked Magic Domain was to force Dragon clan to appear. Moreover, the most important point was, if he want to walk away, no one could stop him. Now we can only finish him off as soon as possible, sparing no effort. Looking at Zero in front of them, and again looking at 4 leader who had fallen into disadvantageous position, Fan Tian said. Brother Shimen, when will Dragon clan arrive? Looking at Shimen Wuwang, Lei Wui asked. Roughly in 10 minutes, after all it would take a long time to open a space passage from Endless Sea to here. Shimen Wuwang answered. They had already notified Dragon clan, but in order to conceal their existence from Akatsuki organization, they didn't come here in advance. They decided to come after the battle had begun. Furthermore, this time Dragon clan is sending one of the 3 great Dragon Guardian who is under the direct leadership of Dragon God himself. And when he arrives here, this boy will definitely die without a place for burial. Arrive in about 10 minutes. Far away Ren Tianyu read their lips through his Sharingan. So even though he didn't hear their voice, Ren Tianyu also understood what they were speaking. Since that is the case, I will play around with these guys for a while, but I still cannot kill them until the Dragon clan arrive. After that I will finish them off together. Finished speaking, he began making series of hand seals, and quickly circulating chakra inside his body. You guys still have time to chat. It seems I should exert pressure on you all. Finished speaking, and along with the completion of hand seal, the ground where Shimen Wuwang and others standing on violently shook. Mokutan, Hotei no Jutsu. Wood style, Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, for more than 10 meters huge wooden arms suddenly break out from the ground, then slapped towards those 4 people. Not good. Seeing this, 4 of them instantly yelled inwardly. After that they immediately changed into light and flew in the sky. Along with hong, 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 for loud sound, 4 huge wooden palm directly slammed the ground, causing the ground to shake unceasingly. And 4 more than 10 meters huge palm prints appeared on the ground. Humph, want to run, it's not that easy. Looking at them flying in the sky, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted with disdain, then along with his thought, the arms of those 4 huge wooden arms stretched quickly towards those 4 people. Flame Dragon Dance. Seeing those huge wooden palms, Fen Tian quickly chanted incantation. Then very quickly along with the loud roar of a dragon, a huge flame dragon rushed towards that underneath wooden palms. But the unexpected thing was, one of the wooden palms as if swatting a fly, slapped down that huge flame dragon. His flame dragon dance was slapped to disintegrate, and changing into small flame specks, it disappeared within the air. How can this be possible? Seeing what had happened just a moment ago, the eyes of Fen Tian nearly popped out due to extreme shock. How is this possible? Seeing his high-level magic, Flame Dragon Dance was directly slapped to scatter just like swatting a fly, and disappeared changing into fire element. The self-confidence of Fen Tian received a serious hit in this moment. What he didn't know was, the Mokuton used by Ren Tianyu was the ability of Senju Hazarama of Naruto World which he had used to suppress the turbulent days of Ninja World. Moreover, after the physique of Ren Tianyu was remolded by the life force of Forever Green, now his body contained much more life force compared to even Senju Hazarama. However, because he was not strong enough, he was not able to completely refine all of those life force, and that life force was stored inside his body. He had to refine it over the period of long time so that he could completely refine all of it and become able to use it for himself. Now after refining for past 3 years, Ren Tianyu estimate that he had refined roughly 1/10, but just these 1/10 of life force already greatly enhanced the power of Ren Tianyu's Mokuton. The binding power of Mokuton was also many times more powerful than before. Although he couldn't use some secret techniques, nevertheless he could use sufficient techniques for now. Seeing after destroying his flame dragon dance, the wooden palms were still continuing to advance towards him, Fen Tian was powerless and was forced to quickly move to dodge. But still he simultaneously chanted incantation for the preparation of powerful magic. Lei Wui on the side too, after seeing ordinary magic was useless, he also began to prepare even more powerful magic, intending to break wooden arms in one attack. While on the other hand, the brothers of Shimen clan were very direct. The body of both of them flashed with golden light, as they speed up the circulation of their golden holy dragon battle chi inside their body, then looking towards the sky they gave out a loud roar. In that roar, there was a faint sound of true dragon roar. After that the golden dragon scales which covered their body flashed with mysterious luster. Shimen Wuwang and Shimen Han glanced at each other, then their body immediately changed into huge golden light beam, and as if golden-colored meteor streaking across the sky, directly advanced towards underneath 2 incoming towards them huge wooden hand. Humph, too naive. This level of attack however is powerless to destroy my Hote no Jutsu, laughing Buddha Jutsu. Seeing the move of Shimen brothers, Ren Tianyu said with disdain, while using his thought to control those 4 huge wooden palms to make a move. Along with peng, peng, 2 colliding sound, Shimen brothers who had changed into 2 golden meteors directly collided against wooden palms. Even with the control strength of Mokuton, these 2 palms staggered after they were hit, but very quickly under the control of Ren Tianyu, their movement stabilized. After that these 2 palms gradually closed, and with Shimen brothers in the center of the palms firmly changed into fists, wanting to directly grind them into meat pulp. But just then, Ren Tianyu who was in the process of controlling these wooden hands couldn't help but let out a surprised voice, then looked at those 2 wooden palms. Ren Tianyu clearly sensed 2 powerful brute force from inside those fists, and these 2 fists were being forced to open. After that along with 2 towering dragon roar, Shimen Wuwang and Shimen Han directly rushed out. Then Shiman Wuwang suddenly swung out his right hand, and a huge golden dragon form energy wave fly out from his right fist. This energy wave attack advanced towards that huge wooden palm with great power. Golden Holy Dragon Fist. While on the other side, Shiman Han joined his two palm together, and sent out more than 20 meters long golden energy slash with his joined palms. After that, with pallid light shining on his eyes, he madly yelled, "Go to hell, Golden Destruction Dragon rise." Along with peng, peng, two loud sound, those two wooden palms broke under the attack of Shiman Wuwang and Shiman Han, and its pieces fell down from the sky. Moreover, the remaining power continued to advance towards underneath Ren Tianyu. Really capable. Looking at those two attacks flying towards him, Ren Tianyu grinned, then he tightly held the Uchiha round fan. After that, with a large amount of red-purple colored radiances rising around his body, the Uchiha round fan in his hand took the shape of huge chakra barrier in front of him. Along with a peng, peng, two sound, those two attacks were directly blocked. Fire System Level 8 Magic, Fire God's Right Hand. Far away in the sky, Fan Tian also completed the preparation of his magic. Along with a loud yell, a huge flame palm formed in front of him. Then this flame palm burned the wooden palm which was in hot pursuit towards him from behind, and with the fire spread all over this wooden arm, this wooden palm was directly burned down to ashes. Over the side of Lei Wui, along with a clap of thunder, a huge lightning spear ran through wooden arm. And that attack was enough to make that wooden arm drop down from the sky. I must not kill these four guys before the arrival of Dragon Clan, so as to avoid ruining my plan. Ren Tianyu frowned looking at those people. Now he was extremely overcautious as he couldn't use many killing moves, because he had to wait for the arrival of Dragon Clan, but when the Dragon Clan arrived here, he would immediately act. At this time, two wind-breaking sounds suddenly came from his side. Shiman Wuwang and Shiman Han, these two people had already rushed in front of him, and their fists were advancing towards him. Ren Tianyu immediately disappeared from that location, and appeared by the side of Mark's special kunai he had left behind in advance so that he could use it for dodging. Damn, how could the speed of this guy be so fast? I'm simply unable to grasp his trajectory. Seeing Ren Tianyu had disappeared and their fists had hit empty air, Shiman Han couldn't help but gloomily said. After he had used holy dragon blood lineage inside his body to simulate his body to carry out half-dragon change, his physical attack power, defense power, and speed had sharply risen, but even so he however wasn't even come across the shadow of Ren Tianyu, let alone hit him. It seems this guy really is very hard to deal with. While looking at Ren Tianyu who had dodged his attack, Shiman Wuwang also solemnly said. They believed Ren Tianyu was able to dodge their attack because of his high speed. It was impossible for them to guess that this was high-level spacetime ninjutsu of another world, Hiraition no Jutsu. And they even more failed to notice Mark's special kunai stuck in the ground by their legs. Your attack is very powerful. After Ren Tianyu placed Uchiha round fan on his back, extended both of his hands, then circulating chakra within his body, Rasengan appeared in each hand, but I don't know how your speed is. Be careful, he wants. Seeing those two energy balls in his hands, Shiman Wuwang warned to Shiman Han. But before he could finish warning, he felt blur before his eyes, and Ren Tianyu had already appeared before them. Along with peng, peng, two muffled sound, two Rasengan of Ren Tianyu directly hit their abdomen as well as were also marked simultaneously. How can his speed be so fast? This was the final thought that appeared in the mind of these two human before they were sent flying backward. These two people were directly sent flying by the huge impact force of the attack, which was accompanied by too loud friction with ground sound. Throughout the way, two huge gully appeared on the ground. Only after flying over 20 meters, they finally stopped. Cough cough, Wuwang, are you alright? Shiman Han struggled hard and finally crawled out from inside the gully, then wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rubbing his abdomen which had received that huge impact force, he said towards Shiman Wuwang who was still inside the side's gully. Pop! A hand covered with dragon scale came out from inside the mound, and shortly afterward Shiman Wuwang also crawled out from inside the gully. After that, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, "I'm fine, with the protection of dragon scales, I merely suffered a bit of minor injuries, nothing more." After they each received Rasengan of Ren Tianyu, they merely sustained minor injuries as well as the golden light on the surface of their body dimmed a little, nothing more. But this was also because Ren Tianyu not wanting to kill them just now, and also because he didn't want Shiman Wuwang and Shiman Han notice that mysterious curse seal which had appeared in their abdomen, otherwise Ren Tianyu would not have used Rasengan just a moment ago, rather directly change it to Rasen Shuriken, and at that time, regardless of how strong the defense power of their dragon scale was, they would have already become dregs. Okay, now only those two magicians are left. Seeing those Shiman brothers were already marked with curse seal of Hirashin no Jutsu, Ren Tianyu looked towards those two magicians who flew down and stood next to Shiman Wuwang. "Be even more careful, you two, this guy is too fast, absolutely don't forget to activate magic shield." Seeing Fan Tian and Lei Wui, Shiman Wuwang warned them. We know, but are you alright? After getting hit by such heavy attack, is there any big obstruction?" Lei Wui nodded his head, then looking at sorry figure of Shiman brothers, he asked with concerned tone. It's not that Lei Wui was kind, rather now they were standing on same side, as well as they magic domain had to rely on Dragon Clan which Shiman Clan was about summon, so even if it was only for appearance sake, they had to do so. "We are fine, only a minor injury, that's all." Shiman Wuwang shook his head to express they were fine. On the other side, when Ren Tianyu was ready to make his move, suddenly a magic fluctuation came through behind him. Sensing this, Ren Tianyu frowned, then pulled out Uchiha round fan from his back with his right hand and blocked behind him. After that a huge heat wave flashed though, which was directly blocked by Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu looked behind him while frowning, and saw a youngster with roughly great magic master raked strength looking at him in terror. It seems he had never thought his attack from behind would be blocked so easily. Humph, pesky ants. Ren Tianyu directly changed into a light and rushed towards him. After that, along with peng sound, this youngster was directly swatted to death by the Uchiha round fan of Ren Tianyu. It's settled, first let's clear these ants, so as to avoid getting disturbed while fighting. Ren Tianyu looked at those magic towers all around, then he said to White Tiger and others who were in the process of fighting, "You all move your fight to outside areas, I will clean up this place." "Yes." White Tiger and others replied. Then they directly began to make big move to force 4 leader to move towards outside areas. And Ren Tianyu directly darted toward the sky, then began his move. What on earth does he want to do? Seeing Ren Tianyu flying towards the sky, Shiman Wuwang and others suddenly had a foreboding in their heart. After forcing Lightning Leader, Lei Ba outside the valley, White Tiger looked over to Ren Tianyu who was quickly ascending in the sky. Then he said to Great Bear who was in the process of suppressing Wind System Leader, Feng Yunxiang, "Hey, Great Bear, looking at the current movement of Zero, doesn't that seems he is intending to use that move?" "Ought to be so." Looking at Ren Tianyu flying higher in the sky, Great Bear answered while dodging wind magic of Feng Yunxiang. Simultaneously the scene of Ren Tianyu using this move 6 months ago appeared in his mind. At that time with world-destroying momentum, the sea area within entire 5 li radius was completely engulfed by this move. And the region within that 5 li radius changed into Death Domain, where countless corpses of sea magical beasts floated on the surface of sea. He could still clearly remember that scene till now. Then according to our plan, Zero would destroy Magic Domain, when Dragon Clan is about to arrive, isn't that so? It seems we also need to speed up, so that we would not hold up the plan of Zero. Looking at still rising to the sky Ren Tianyu, White Tiger said while recalling their plan. "What did you say? How could he destroy our Magic Domain? What move does that bastard want to use in the end?" Hearing the conversation of White Tiger and Great Bear, Feng Yunxiang couldn't help but felt uneasy inside his heart, then looking at Great Bear who was holding a spear, he asked in a stern voice. "You'd better ask Death God, I don't have time to play around with you anymore. White Tiger, Void, Little Wu, you all also quickly end your battle. Then move according to plan. Hearing the question of Feng Yunxiang, Great Bear coldly snorted in disdain. Then spoke towards White Tiger and others. Shortly afterwards, the flame of sun around his body quickly came pouring in towards the spear in his hand, set ablaze prairie to nothing. Immediately Great Bear stabbed the spear in his hand towards Feng Yunxiang with huge might. The spear also sent out a surging heat wave of true sun fire. This heat wave was seemingly evaporating all the air in the surrounding, practically leaving nothing behind. The wind shield in front of Feng Yunxiang was directly pierced through by his spear as if paper, stabbing his body too. After that, even before Feng Yunxiang could give out a horrible shriek, that surging true sun fire burned him to ashes, leaving behind one divinity crystal, which was caught by Great Bear. White Tiger and other also began to show their true might. Their strength was already comparable to 4 leaders, and especially White Tiger, Void and Great Bear, they had already advanced to mid-god realm in strength. Moreover, with their saint-ranked blood lineage, one might well say they were invincible within same realm, even to the extent that they could give a good fight to high god realm experts. So after they got serious, the 4 leaders were instantly crushed with absolute strength. Void, we should go to the place where you had made arrangement yesterday and start our move. After the enemies were finished off, White Tiger said to Void. Follow me. Void immediately changed into ash-colored light, flying towards west side of this valley. Great Bear and others followed closely afterwards, preparing to make their move according to their plan. In the valley, Ren Tianyu quickly flew high up in the sky, then standing in the sky high up, he looked down at underneath magic domains, those towering magic towers. He could still indistinctly see human figures in those magic towers. What a beautiful scenery, but it's too bad, very soon it will no longer exist. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame you magic domain yourself for protecting Ling Yanxi, that scum. Looking that flourishing scene underneath, the eyes of Ren Tianyu didn't have even a shred of emotion. Along with huge amount of eye power, suddenly purple-gray colored lightning appeared around his body, which slowly changed into huge skeleton. After that it slowly took the form of huge demon god which surrounded his body. This was precisely the Susanoo form of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. What does this guy want to do? Everyone make preparation, my heart is feeling strong restlessness. Looking at Ren Tianyu high up in the sky, whose body was surrounded by demon god, Lei Wui couldn't help but have misgivings, so he advised to everyone. And all the people around this valley who were in the process of watching this battle also couldn't help but raise their head to look towards Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu inside Susanoo quickly made a series of hand seals. And along with the hand seals, the chakra inside his body quickly circulated. For ordinary ninjutsu, with the sealing speed of Ren Tianyu, he could basically complete within 2 seconds, but now he had already made a series of hand seals for almost 10 seconds, but was still not completed. Moreover, what was more surprising was, the Susanoo around his body was also slowly making hand seals using its huge hands, which was completely different to what Ren Tianyu was making. Mainly this ninjutsu was too multifarious, so Ren Tianyu needed his Susanoo to make yet another hand seals to maintain the balance and flow of chakra within his body. And his body in itself was using these chakra to speed up this ninjutsu. Suddenly the hands of Ren Tianyu no longer made hand seals, both hand maintain ox seal, and Susanoo's hands maintain ram seal. Ninja art, scorching stars fall and exterminate. Neither Shinra Tensei nor meteor summoning. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, that huge amount of chakra inside his body quickly depleted. It instantly depleted by nearly 1/3, only then slowly stopped. And after the chakra inside his body was instantly depleted, the sky above Ren Tianyu began to quickly change. Reckless bastard, how could this be possible? Seeing the changes in the sky, cold sweats began to appear on the forehead of Fen Tian, who was standing underneath on the ground, and his eyes firmly shrunk. He opened his mouth and cursed, but no one heard his voice because of that strong dread feeling. Don't tell me that we can only wait for our ending. Looking at this situation, which was as if the world was about to get destroyed, Lei Wui said with fear. Bastard, how could the strength of this beast be so powerful? Is this really something humans are able to do with their strength? Looking at the current situation, Shimen Wuwang cursed with ghastly pale complexion. And everyone in the cliff around this valley were also frightened seeing this move of Ren Tanyu. And everyone had disbelief expression on their face. In the sky, suddenly countless specks of flame appeared. And when distance decreased, they saw these were basically more than 2 meter in diameter fireballs. Upon closer look, these were burning red rocks with flame around it, which were falling down towards the ground from the sky in a high speed. This simply was just like a meteor shower, only every meteors were a little bit smaller, but the might contained within them however was not that simple. Moreover, the area covered by this move was very wide. Not only did it completely covered underneath magic domain, even the periphery of this valley was within this attack's range. So naturally all the peoples who were watching this battle from the cliffs which were in the periphery of this valley were also within the range of this attack. Not good, quickly run. Instantly those people watching the battle snapped out of their trance, and began to quickly run away from the periphery of this valley in dread. Now they were hating themselves for not having more than 2 legs. Quickly leave this place. Seeing that the current situation was far from good, Palace Master of Dark Dynasty couldn't help but cursed, that madman. Quickly leave, otherwise it will also involve us. Yes. All those dark knights bowed and answered. Then taking the lead, they began to quickly run outside. Didn't expect he was actually powerful like this. The might of this one move has probably attained the divine power of peak true god. Seeing those countless bolides in the sky, Elf Queen who was hidden in the dark couldn't help but praised inside her heart. Shortly afterwards she also changed into green light and flew away from this place. Although this move couldn't possibly injure her, nevertheless she had to spend certain amount of efforts to defend herself. We should also get out of here at once. This is not a move we can resist with our strength. Seeing those countless bolides, Shimen Han said to Fan Tian and others. You can go, I am domain master of magic domain, so I will not leave this place, I will live and die with magic domain. Fan Tan shook his head and gritted his teeth. Now he really regretted why he was so arrogant at that time and didn't hand over Ling Yanqi, bringing this calamity of destruction to their magic domain. It was impossible for him to concede and leave this place, because he had devoted his entire heart and blood for this place. Little Tian, quickly leave, else you'll die. Lei Wui persuaded. This as if world exterminating might made him simply unable to have any thought of resistance. You can leave, but I will not leave. Fan Tian tightly gritted his teeth, then shaking his head, he said resolutely. If he isn't leaving, then we should leave now, else it will be too late for even us to leave. Shimen Wuwang was not in the mood to talk too much with them in current situation. After finished speaking, he and Shimen Han directly changing into light, disappeared from that palace, quickly rushing towards outside of this valley. For the sake of killing Rentinho they would give a hand, but it was not worthwhile for them to throw away their life for the sake of this magic domain. Lei Wui sighed, directly changed into lightning light and also quickly flew towards outside of valley. Between magic domain and his own life, he clearly selected his own life. Reduced to ashes. Looking at underneath magic domain as well as those people with dread expression, Ren Tianyu said without a trace of emotion in his eyes. After that he directly disappeared in the thin air. As a matter of fact, he had used Hiratian no Jutsu to fly away. This move Scorching Stars Fall and Exterminate, was one of the 3 original ninjutsu developed by Ren Tianyu in these past 3 years. The flame surrounding around those meteorites of this move was also not ordinary flame, but was scorching flame created by Ren Tianyu Shikuten, Scorch style, which had terrifying killing power. Once it came into contact with human body, this flame could completely evaporate all the liquid inside their body, changing them into corpses. Moreover, the bolides inside the scorching flame would bring about a huge explosion, completely blowing off their dried corpses into pieces. One might as well say it would not even leave behind intact corpses, extremely ferocious. However, this move's consumption of energy was also very large. Even with the amount of chakra Ren Tianyu possessed now, it instantly depletes 1/3 of it. Moreover, there was also a risk, which was if he excessively used Shikutten, Scorch style, bloodline limit ability, along with the acute consumption of chakra, the power of this Shikutten, Scorch style, had danger of backlash, which might burn his own body. As a result, Ren Tianyu had no other choice but to use Susanoo so that both of them simultaneously make a series of hand seals. Helping one another while using this move would greatly reduce that risk. Along with the disappearance of Ren Tianyu, countless bolides rained down towards the underneath magic domain from the sky. Bring it on, bastard. Looking at those falling countless bolides, Fen Tian resisted the fear in his heart, then urged all the flame divine power inside his body, which changed into huge blazing flame waves spreading in all direction. But shortly afterwards those falling countless bolides landed on the ground. Immediately series of explosion sound resounded inside the valley. Inside those explosion sounds, indistinct blood-curdling scream could be heard. Swish, 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 sounds unceasingly resounded, and those countless huge red-hot bolides which were over 2 meters in diameter directly fell down from the sky. Hong, 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 successive sound of explosion unceasingly resounded. Entire magic domain was suddenly engulfed with these meteors. Those huge magic towers collapsed in succession. Each and every magicians of magic domain who thought themselves to be cut above other people lost their power to resist in this moment. The face of everyone were filled with dread of death about to befall on them. But this dread didn't continue for very long, because they were engulfed by this immense explosion, and died without leaving behind intact bones. Because the range of this attack of Ren Tianyu was too large, even the surrounding cliffs of magic domain were also engulfed. Large amount of meteors fell down on the cliffs too, which brought about a series of loud exploding sounds. Those cliffs unceasingly shook, and pieces of huge rocks directly tumbled down into the magic domain. Suddenly the magic domain suffered one disaster after another. And all those people who were able to successfully escape the range of explosion were standing far away. Looking at that place engulfed by those countless bolides, huge explosions, huge flames and heat wave, and pieces of burning hot rocks, all of these people were terrified, cold sweat involuntarily flowed down from their forehead. All of them were pleased with themselves for successfully escaping this disaster. If they were even a bit slow, then majority of them would have lost their lives. On the distant place, Shimen Han, Shimen Wuwang and Lei Wui were watching the destruction of far-off magic domain. The face of Lei Wui exposed a grieved expression. This magic domain was the place where he and his ancestors had poured painstaking effort, but now it was destroyed like this, for leaders and the current domain master Fen Tian also died, and there was also countless casualties among those magicians who had yet to enter boundary of God's domain. Now an entire magic domain, only he was left who was now just a general without an army. Looking at those still continuously falling meteors, regarding Akatsuki organization and Ren Tianyu, if Lei Wui said he didn't hate them, then that would naturally be a lie, but the fear towards them far surpassed the hatred inside his heart. He feared dying, he feared those breeding like flies means of Akatsuki organization, moreover he feared Ren Tianyu's that move which seemed capable of destroying world. He had lived for several hundred years, making him treasure his life even more. He felt as long as he was alive, then any matter could turn for a better. As a result, when Fen Tian spoke he wanted to live and die with magic domain, he however cowered, he feared, so he turned around and fled without slightest hesitation. Now he saw the magic domain was already destroyed completely. All those originally towering magic towers were already buried in a sea of flames, changing into broken bits. So before Shimen Han and Shimen Wuwang could take a note of him, he stealthily retreated several steps back. After that, before anyone could notice his movement, he actually turned around and stealthily fled this battleground. Where is that Lei Wui of magic domain? After a short while, Shimen Wuwang discovered Lei Wui was missing, so he couldn't help but ask Shimen Han in surprise. I also didn't see him, but it doesn't matter. Although the might of this move was very powerful, nevertheless all in all, both of us are completely unscathed. And I guess even for that Beast Zero, it was not that easy to use this move. Moreover now we two only need to stall him for a very short time until the Dragon Clan arrive. And when that time comes, this boy will absolutely die. Shiman Han slowly said. Shortly afterwards, both of them stood back to back, and were extremely alert for any of Rentienyo's surprise attack. But the unexpected thing for them was, even after 3 minutes, Ren Tianyu didn't show up. Just then, from the sky above their head, suddenly a loud sound of space cracking come, then the space slowly cracked creating a huge black hole in the sky. And from inside that black hole, loud roars of dragon came out. They are finally here. Hearing those familiar dragon roar, Shiman Wuwang and Shiman Han looked at each other's face, and saw excited expression in each other's eyes. Along with the sound of dragon roar becoming louder and louder, those people far away clearly understood that Dragon Clan whom Shiman Clan relied on had finally arrived. Now the real battle would begin. For Dragon Clan emitting huge power slowly flew out from inside that black hole. Shortly afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing feminine Chinese clothing flew out from inside the black hole and stood in the sky. We pay respect to your Highness Camilla. Seeing that middle-aged man in the sky, Shiman Han and Shiman Wuwang looked at each other's face with excitement. They had never expected His Highness Camilla himself would come this time around. Afterwards both of them simultaneously bowed respectfully towards that middle-aged man, and greeted respectfully. No need for these mere formalities. Where is that bastard who killed our over 20 Dragon Clan? I can feel the aura of that guy here. Camilla waved his hand, then loudly asked Shiman Wuwang and Shiman Han. Reporting back to your Highness Camilla. This person was still here until just a moment ago. Just a moment ago, he used a move to thoroughly destroy this valley, after that he disappeared and never showed up again. Now it's already been 4 minutes since he disappeared. Shiman Wuwang respectfully answered. Then pointed towards magic domain which had already turned into ruins and said. Camilla looked over towards the direction pointed out by Shiman Wuwang, then his pupil instantly shrunk. This is. He only saw ruins in front of him. In the valley there were pieces of incomplete magic towers, and countless not intact corpses were scattered all over the ground. Moreover there were countless craters on the ground, and inside those craters, one could vaguely see a number of broken down corpses, arms, legs, heads, and so on. Is this the work of that guy? Seeing this sight, Camilla a little bit solemnly asked. Yes, your Highness Camilla. Shiman Wuwang respectfully answered. It seems this guy is not too weak. Looking at that disaster, Camilla solemnly thought inside his heart. He could also do the same thing in front of him, but he need to spend huge amount of effort. Didn't expect this time Dragon Clan actually send true God Realm expert. It seems that kid will suffer this time. Wait, if he persists continuously, then he might be able to take him down. By the way, where did this guy learn nature magic? From the hidden place, seeing the appearance of Camilla, Elf Queen was a little bit surprised. She had never thought that this time Dragon Clan would actually be so ruthless, sending out a top-seat true god, and 4 peak high god realm Dragon Clan experts. As for why that Camilla was in human form, that was naturally because after Dragon Clan step into true god realm, they would transform into human form. Did that boy run away? After not discovering the trace of Ren Tianyu even after looking around, Shiman Wuwang couldn't help but said with some uncertainty. Normally after Ren Tianyu destroyed magic domain, he had already reached his goal of this time. Moreover, he had definitely spent huge amount of his power for that move of just a moment ago, so withdrawal was also very possible. Humph, he can't run. Because he has soul mark of our Dragon Clan on his body, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I can still find him. Camilla snorted coldly in disdain, then closed his eyes intending to use the secret magic of Dragon Clan to find the track of Ren Tianyu. In the distance place within the valley, Ren Tianyu quietly stood there. Along with the disappearance of his shadow clone by his side, the chakra within his body was instantly replenished. Finally Dragon Clan came, it's time to take action. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu made a hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with peng, peng sound, 2 white-colored smoke appeared. Then 2 exactly same shadow clone appeared by the side of Ren Tianyu. After that Ren Tianyu extended his right hand, and those 2 shadow clones unceasingly waved their hand around the chakra gathered by Ren Tianyu. After that, along with ear-piercing sharp sound, a huge wind shuriken which was continuously spinning appeared above his right hand. Hey, first I will give you a big gift. Ren Tianyu mischievously laughed, then those 2 shadow clones by his side changed into white smokes and disappeared. Then with the wave of his left hand, Ren Tianyu also disappeared from that place. And at the same time, in the place where Shimen Wuwang and other were gathered, Camilla had just closed his eyes intending to use the secret magic of Dragon Clan to search the track of Ren Tianyu. Just then, suddenly a cold voice entered their ears, "No need to search, I'm here." Instantly everyone including Camilla raised their head and looked towards the origin of voice. But after raising his right hand's huge shuriken, Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared in the middle of everyone, then looked everyone around with stern countenance, and said, "Receive my big gift, wind style, Raisin Shuriken." Finished speaking, the Raisin Shuriken in his right hand directly hit Shimen Han, then without wasting any time, he disappeared from that place using Hiraition no Jutsu, and appeared on faraway mountain. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Ren Tianyu had used the mark of Hiraition no Jutsu on the body of Shimen Wuwang and Shimen Han to directly appear in the middle of everyone from faraway valley, then before any one of them was able to react, he directly hit the body of Shimen Han with the Raisin Shuriken in his right hand. After that, without looking for the result, he directly flew away. Not good. Sky Dragon's domain. Seeing that attack contained extremely powerful wind energy, the pupils of Camilla firmly shrunk as he immediately reacted. Suddenly a loud dragon roar sound rose from his body, and a huge dim golden energy screen suddenly spread all around rapidly with his body as a center. That barrier immediately surrounded those yet to react 4 High God Realm Dragon Clan as well as Shimen Wuwang, forming a dragon-shaped firm barrier blocking everything in front of their body. And just after Camilla had finished his move, Raisin Shuriken burst open with a loud bang, changing into powerful energy storm engulfing everything in the surrounding. Shimen Han gave out a miserable shriek as he was being continuously incised by these countless fine wind blades inside that energy storm. The barrier set up by Camilla was also being unceasingly hit. And because of this, the barrier was swaying and shaking as if it might burst at any time. Even Camilla, who had set up this barrier, didn't have any confidence in this barrier, so he swung his right and charged out forcefully from inside this huge energy storm, taking everyone out along with him. Number 1. After the barrier stabilized after they came out, Shimen Wuwang recalled Shimen Han was directly hit by that attack. So he suddenly became anxious, then he prepared to forcefully charge in to rescue Shimen Han. But just then, a vigorous hand caught his shoulder and directly pulled him back, causing him to fly back and fall down on the ground. Cough cough, Your Highness Camilla, why did you stop me? Number 1 is still inside. Shimen struggled to stand up from the ground. And while struggling to stand up in front of Camilla, he anxiously asked after coughing few times. Don't stop you, then you want me to helplessly look at you going to your death? Expressionlessly staring at Shimen Wuwang, Camilla said. As for that youngster of Shimen clan, there isn't any hope left for him. Under this kind of attack, anyone below True God Realm would certainly die beyond doubt. Moreover, at that time, he was directly hit by that attack, so even I don't have any way to rescue him. Hearing Camilla, the complexion of Shimen Wuwang suddenly became bleak, and his eyes were filled with sadness, but instantly that sadness was replaced by strong hatred. Akatsuki Organization, 0, I will absolutely kill all of you, I will definitely, ah. The right hand of Shimen Wuwang, which was covered with dragon scales, firmly grabbed on the ground. Huge grabbed mark appeared on the ground where he had grabbed. Shortly afterwards, he roared loudly, and making his right hand a fist, he hit the ground. Along with ping sound, the ground was full of cracks. At this moment, the huge energy storm created by Raisin Shuriken slowly stopped. A crater with more than 300 meters in diameter appeared in front of them. And a figure powerlessly fell down from the sky. Looking closely, if not Shimen Han, who else it could be? Number 1. Seeing Shimen Han was falling, Shimen Wuwang immediately jumped up anxiously, intending to fly over to catch him. But just then, huge chains suddenly appeared in the sky, which curled around the body of Shimen Han and pulled him towards the west side of the huge crater. Along with ping sound, the body of Shimen Han fell on the ground and still slid backwards. At that time, a right leg with boot on it firmly stepped on the head of Shimen Han, stopping his sliding backward body. Closely looking, the person stepping on Shimen Han was Ren Tianyu. "You bastard, get your filthy leg off from number 1's body. I will kill you, I certainly will." Seeing Ren Tianyu was stepping on the head of Shimen Han, the eyes of Shimen Wuwang immediately become very red, and as if he went mad, he madly roared towards Ren Tianyu. "You calm down a little, since I'm here today, this guy can't run away." Camilla frowned, then walking over he placed his hand on Shimen Wuwang's shoulder, hinting him to calm down a bit. Ho. Hearing Camilla, Shimen Wuwang deeply breathed few times, then his complexion slowly returned back to normal, gradually calming down. "Haha, it's truly funny. Why should I listen to you? You want me to remove my leg, but I don't want to." Hearing Shimen Wuwang's that roar as if he had gone mad, Ren Tianyu wore ridiculing expression and said. Moreover, he exert force in his right leg, making the head of Shimen Han to enter the ground. This zero seems a little too excessive. Actually treating a deceased like that. He is humiliating deceased's corpse like that. Don't tell me he is not afraid of the wrath of heaven. On the faraway mountain cliff, seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, that young girl called Miao Miao of Dark Dynasty frowned and said towards Palace Master. "With his standing, what does he fear?" Dark Palace Master shook his head, and slowly said. What this Miao Miao don't know was, later on Ren Tianyu would use Edo Tensei, reanimation Jutsu, to directly reincarnate those deceased experts, throwing this continent into chaos. "You bastard." Seeing Ren Tianyu's action, Shimen Wuwang cursed, but his heart however was unceasingly restraining him, by telling himself not to be impulsive, must not be impulsive. "Are you the one who had killed over 20 of our dragon clan? I can clearly sense the imprint of our dragon clan from your body. Only at the time of the death of dragon, these imprints come into being and imprints the murderer's soul." Camilla walked forward, then looking at Ren Tianyu, slowly said. "Yes, I am that person. I indeed killed those dragons." Ren Tianyu nodded his head. Everyone was already aware of this matter, so there was nothing to deny. Moreover, wasn't he doing all of these things for the sake of forcing Dragon Clan to come here because of that? However, that was also your Dragon Clan themselves courting death. Who asked them to actually become daring enough to help my enemy Shimen clan while I was dealing with them? Since they did so, I had to kill them too. Since I am not mistaken. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Camilla tightly curled his hands into fists, which released clear and melodious bone-cracking sounds. Then lifting his head, he looked at Ren Tianyu with his eyes flashing with stern countenance. "Then you can go to hell, Sky Dragon's blast wave." Roar. Along with the roar of dragon, a huge dim golden dragon-shaped energy wave charged towards Ren Tianyu from the body of Camilla. Throughout the way this attack advanced, a deep gully appeared on the ground. Humph. Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, and he pulled out Uchiha round fan from his back with his right hand. Along with a red-purple energy fluctuation flashing around it, Uchiha round fan formed a huge chakra screen in front of him. After that, that huge energy wave collided at this protective screen, and vanished like the mist. Since you have attacked, not reciprocating is against etiquette. So take my move too. Ren Tianyu slowly pulled back Uchiha round fan. Both eyes quickly spun and changed into 3 spiraling curves around the pupil pattern. After that, huge amount of eye power sprang out from his right eye, then his right eye quickly became bloodshot. With veins being visible in his eyeballs, it looked very frightening. This feeling. Seeing the unusual condition of Rentieno's eye, Camilla had a foreboding. Then thinking for a bit, he noiselessly chanted an incantation. After that an obscure dark-colored light flashed around his body, then immediately disappeared. Taijutsu, Amaterasu. Ren Tianyu coldly spoke. Suddenly above the shoulder of Camilla, which was focus of his vision, a deep black flame abruptly appeared and directly fell on his shoulder. Ah! Camilla issued a blood-curdling scream, and wanted to put out this flame, but nothing was effective. This flame immediately spread all around his body quickly, and completely surrounded his body. Finally Camilla powerlessly fell down on the ground, rolled for a few times and became motionless. Your Highness Camilla. Seeing the miserable condition of Camilla, Shimen Wuwang and those 4 dragon clan immediately roared in shock, but due to that terrifying flame, they however didn't dare to step forward. Who is he done for? Seeing Camilla was motionless in the midst of Amaterasu's flame, Ren Tianyu covered his little bit aching right eye, while muttering softly. Of course not. Just then, what was unexpected to Ren Tianyu was, a voice came from behind him. Camilla was standing behind him completely unscathed, and his right hand with black light around it was attacking towards his, Ren Tianyu, back. What? Sensing the unusual state behind him, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but was startled. And seeing that hand covered in huge energy attacking towards back, the pupil of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk. This moment, he had Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, and it was already too late to change it. Whoosh! Ren Tianyu suddenly disappeared without any sign, making Camilla's right hand hit empty air. This kind of speed, how can it be possible? Don't tell me that is space magic. Seeing Ren Tianyu had suddenly disappeared, Camilla frowned. This ghostly speed of Ren Tianyu reminded him of space magic. If this is really the case, then it is troublesome, and it will be a little more difficult to deal with this fellow. Thinking this, the complexion of Camilla became a little bit unsightly. Ordinary moves were useless against space magicians, so he could only use some special moves to make him powerless to move. Ren Tianyu used Hiraition no Jutsu to instantly fly to the coordinate he had marked in advance. After that, looking at Camilla, who was standing at the location where he was standing just a moment ago, Ren Tianyu frowned, then looked towards the location where his Amaterasu's flame had burned. In the location where his Amaterasu's flame had burned Camilla, there was basically only dragon scales, nothing more. It seems this fellow used shadow clone jutsu like magic to avoid my Amaterasu. Now this is troublesome. Originally I was thinking of using Taijutsu to instantly finish off this most dangerous fellow, but now it seems that is not possible. Because this fellow is already wary of my Taijutsu, as soon as there is slight change in my eyes, he will instantly discover it. Ren Tianyu frowned as he thought inwardly. He had never thought that this Camilla's alertness was actually so strong. Even before he had used Amaterasu, he had actually already used a clone to replace himself, and he himself secretly hide on one side. Just now, if it was not for his Hiraition no Jutsu, then he would really have fallen in a bit of trouble. Isn't your speed very fast? You ought to be using space magic, isn't that so? Never thought after so long period of time, I am able to actually see space magic again. Looking at suddenly appeared Ren Tianyu, Camilla, who was standing at a distant place, slowly said. Do you expect me to tell you my secrets? Ren Tianyu sneered, while thinking, this won't do, this way the situation will become more and more unfavorable for us. 1 true God Realm expert and 5 high God Realm experts, it will be very hard even for me to deal with all of them unless I summon Shikaku and Matatabi. But this time, my goal is not the life of these guys, rather the location coordinate of Dragon Island. And I also must not kill that sole remaining person of Shimen clan, because there is a use for the Hiraition mark on his body in the future. Since this is the case, I will directly use a big move, and capture one dragon alive first. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu no longer hesitated, he quickly made a series of hand seals, and the chakra within his body quickly circulated. Mokuton, Jukai Koten. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the chakra within his body quickly flowed into the ground, then the ground around immediately began to violently sake, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. After that countless huge trees instantly burst out from the ground in succession. Now with Ren Tianyu as a center, huge trees suddenly appeared in the area of 500 meters which became just like a small forest. This past 3 years, every day every night Ren Tianyu had continuously refined Forever Green's life force which was inside his body. And now he had finally refined and assimilated nearly 1/10 of it. So with his current strength, he could finally use Jukai Koten, deep forest emergence, with some difficulty, but Ren Tianyu was still powerless to accomplish instantly creating continuous chain of wide forest as he pleased like Senju Hashirama. However, this 500 meters small forest was already sufficient for current Ren Tianyu. This is. Seeing the instant change of terrain with the forest growing out from the ground, Camilla, Shiman Wuwang and other 4 dragons were greatly shocked, while thinking, how can this guy be so powerful in nature magic, don't tell me he has some kind of relation with Elf Clan. But what they didn't know was, that beautiful face of Elf Queen hidden in the dark was now filled with extreme shock. How is this possible? So powerful nature magic, this scale is comparable to the nature magic when I use it, just why can he be so skilled in nature magic? But Camilla and others didn't have any time to think, countless huge trees which grew from the ground directly surrounded them inside the forest, simultaneously countless huge vines suddenly flew out from woods attacking towards them, causing them to have no other choice but to struggle to dodge. Mokutan, Jukai Koten, wood style, deep forest emergence, this jutsu used particular chakra within body, i.e. sage bodies that huge life force, to create plant life, and transform the surrounding terrain in large scale, changing it into a favorable environment. Everything within this tree domain were under the control of user, and the user could use everything inside this tree domain at will. And within this tree domain, those countless vines attacked Camilla and others sparing no effort under the control of Ren Tianyu. Although Camilla was extremely powerful and these vines couldn't injure him, but there was no issue in just stalling him. Moreover, Camilla also didn't dare to let these vines tie him, because just a moment ago when one vine hit his back, in that split second, he clearly noticed that a little bit of his energy was absorbed by that vine. Although not much, nevertheless it caused Camilla to instantly raise his vigilance inside his heart. Void, begin your move. After having done all this, Ren Tianyu immediately roared towards Void and others who were at the distant valley. Void, White Tiger, Great Bear and all others sat surrounding a magic formation, and all others' power was being transmitted to Void with a special method. And Void was silently chanting the incantation while floating cross-legged in the midair. Along with the sound of incantation, a large amount of ash-colored radiances slowly rose from that magic formation in front of them. Along with the rise of ash-colored radiance, an illusionary space door floated in the midair. And after hearing the roar of Ren Tianyu, everybody who were already prepared for a long time immediately opened this magic formation. Death door, open. After hearing the voice of Ren Tianyu, Void immediately opened this door. Along with the opening of door, ash-colored dense fog slowly floated out from inside, slowly gathering behind Void. This ash-colored dense fog slowly gathered, gradually forming a person's projection. Upon closer look, this however was a middle-aged man with ash-colored long hair. He was wearing ash-colored suit of armor with jade tied on his waist. And he was holding a huge scythe in his hand. It's ready, Zero. After everything was ready, Void yelled towards faraway Zero. Haha, I was waiting for those words. Ren Tianyu laughed, then clones slowly separated out from him. This was in fact Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood style, wood clone jutsu. After 2 clones separated, one flew towards the location of Void, and another one walked inside the woods. But the original body of Ren Tianyu stood on the same place. Along with the change in his hand seals, those vines inside the tree domain become even more concentrated while flying around. And the situation of those people who were already struggling hard inside the woods become worse. One Moku Bunshin, wood clone, of Ren Tianyu arrived inside the woods, and very quickly targeted one of the dragon. Seeing this dragon was already tired, Ren Tianyu laughed, and made a series of hand seals, Genjutsu, Kokwanjio no Jutsu. Genjutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. After Ren Tianyu completed making hand seals, suddenly the vision of this huge dragon directly become dark. The environment around him suddenly become pitch black, nothing was visible. And taking advantage of this chance, the vines around firmly tied up his body in the midair. Now he couldn't move at all. Roar, damn it! Feeling his body was firmly tied up, although he didn't understand why his vision went dark, nevertheless he instinctively began to resist. He wanted to struggle free from these vines binding, but it was too bad, he would never get that chance. On the other side, Ren Tianyo's other Moku Bunshin, wood clone, arrived at the location of Void, and said, "Let's go." Finished speaking, he immediately took Void and disappeared, then he appeared at the side of other Moku Bunshin, wood clone, within the woods. "Hurry Void, these vines will not be able to hold him much longer." Ren Tianyu said to Void, then looking over the projection behind Void, he thought, "Is this the projection of Lord God? Don't worry, this guy can't escape." Void slowly said, then a radiances immediately rose from his body, and he quickly made hand gestures. Along with his movement, the projection behind him also moved. That projection raised the scythe in its right hand directly pointing towards far-off huge dragon. Death God reap soul. Along with the voice of Void, that illusionary scythe directly rose in the air and fell at that dragon's huge body. After that suddenly an illusionary dragon shadow flew out from the body of that dragon towards the direction of Void, this precisely was that dragon's soul. After this dragon's soul was extracted out from its body by the scythe of that huge projection made up of energy, this soul looked all around in alarm and panic, causing it to see it was getting increasingly farther away from its own body. This soul was surrounded by the strange ash-colored substance, and was basically unable to move, so it couldn't help but issued an alarmed and panicky roar, but now issuing out even a sound was very difficult, as its entire soul was already under the control of Void. This move of Void was a secret skill of Death Clan that Void was able to use only after he advanced into boundary of God's domain, Death God's Reap. This principle of this move was, using their Death Clan's blood lineage to connect with Death Domain, then opening the Death Door, summoning the Master of Death Domain, Death God's Projection. The user of this move could use Death God's Projection to instantly kill the expert who were at most one big realm greater than himself by extracting their soul. Although it seems this move was extremely powerful, which could instantly kill any expert who was one realm greater than the user, but from the point of view of Death Clan, this move however was downright chicken ribs move. It was so because this move had many restriction. T.L. Chicken ribs equals extremely weak. First, this move's prerequisite was, had to open special death door to summon Death God's Projection. And to open this death door, they must first arrange special magic formation. And this magic formation was very tedious to set up. When Void and Jade Maiden had set it up here together according to the instruction of Ren Tianyu, it had taken full 3 hours to completely set it up. Second, according to how much energy was inputted determines how long it would take to activate this move. Under the help of White Tiger and Great Bear, these two mid-god, in addition Jade Maiden and Vermilion Bird, these two low-god, and his own energy, he was finally able to summon Death Door and also summon Death God's Projection only after almost 5 minutes. Third, this Death God's Projection can only exist for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it will disappear. In a real fight, no need to mention 5 minutes, even a split second was enough to change the tide. Do you think your opponents are fool enough so that they would give you such a long time to open Death Door? The moment you began chanting the incantation, that moment you will be killed. As a result, this move was nevertheless extremely chicken ribs move for Death Clan. Although its might was very powerful, nevertheless it was too unrealistic to use it in actual combat, so very few people used this move. But when Ren Tianyu heard about this move, Death God's Reap of Void, his eyes immediately lit up. He thought that he would stall Dragon Clan and Shiman Clan's experts, letting Void and others to quickly finish off those 4 low god leaders, then go to open Death Door, but this plan had 2 risks. First was whether White Tiger and others could finish 4 leaders or not. If they couldn't, then they basically would not have time to go and open Death Door. Second was Ren Tianyu bet the strength of the experts dispatched by Dragon Clan would not exceed True God Realm. He feared very much, if the Dragon Clan dispatched God King Realm expert, then the entire matter would change and become extremely troublesome. But at that time, White Tiger and Void told Ren Tianyu that all the God King Realm experts were basically the strongest strength of the clan. Generally they would never dispatch them unless it concerns very important matters such as danger of the annihilation of their entire clan. But even so, Ren Tianyu still had plan B. If his first plan won't do, then he would use next one, but that plan B might be a little bit more troublesome. However, everything was already successful now. Now under the control of Void, he had already placed the soul of that dragon into a white-colored bottle, then he closed the bottle with its bottle cap. After that, taking out one talisman, he stuck it on the bottle. Suddenly an ash-colored incantation seal filled the whole battle. This was the incantation seal developed by Death Clan, focusing on soul, which could effectively control souls, making them unable to move. Good. Now quickly evacuate from this place with others, and also be careful all along the way. And after return to the Sky Fragrant Restaurant of Dark Capital, wait for me. Seeing everything was successful, Ren Tianyu relaxed. As long as he held its soul, Ren Tianyu had plenty of means to make it open its mouth and speak out the location of Dragon Island. Okay. Void answered, then quickly left the woods. After meeting with White Tiger and others, under the white-colored radiances emitted by Jade Maiden, the aura of everyone disappeared. Then Great Bear waved his right hand, causing his body surrounded by flame. After that, 2 huge wings spread out from his body which surrounded everyone. After that, directly changing into light, everyone disappeared from that place. Among everyone present here, Great Bear was fastest, so making him take everyone to retreat was not a bad means. And after knowing White Tiger and others had already retreated, Ren Tianyu's those 2 Moku Bunshin, would clone, separately took the divinity crystal of Shiman Han and that huge dragon whose soul was stolen, as these were money And after thinking for a moment, Ren Tianyu took out a long bandage, and directly used sealing jutsu to seal Shiman Han and that dragon. T.L. I think he used sealing technique used by Sand Village using some kind of white cloth. After finishing all this, one might well say this time's goals of Ren Tianyu were already completed perfectly. Ling Yanqi was killed personally by Jade Maiden, avenging her whole family. Magic domain was already destroyed by him, now it no longer exists, and one of the dragon had already fallen into his hand, so now he could know the location of Dragon Clan very soon. Moreover, he had already marked the only Shiman clan inside the woods with Hiratian's cursed seal, setting it aside for later use. So now it was time to leave. Hey, Shiman clan and Dragon Clan, just wait for me. It won't be very long before I appear before you all once again. When that time comes, I will absolutely give you a big gift. Looking at tree domain far away, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals. Before leaving, take this small gift in advance. Katan, Goka Mekyaku, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Ren Tianyu spat out huge flame from his mouth that surrounded the woods in front of him. Immediately this vast forest began to burn rapidly, spreading all over this woods. After having done all this, Ren Tianyu immediately used Hiratian no Jutsu to fly away, returning to Sky Fragrant Restaurant where he had left behind a mark of Hiratian in advance. Roar, damn it, Sky Dragon's Nirvana. Experiencing endless vines as well as that rapidly burning flame, Camilla couldn't help but roared loudly. Then his body released a dim golden dragon-shaped energy wave which quickly spread in all direction. Throughout the way, all the trees and flame which encountered this energy wave was destroyed in succession. Those three Dragon Clan and Shiman Wuwang were also swept away by this energy wave, causing minor injuries. Are you alright? Looking at already destroyed trees, Camilla arrived in front of them, and asked indifferently. We are fine, Your Highness Camilla. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and standing, Shiman Wuwang answered respectfully. Where is that wicked human? Looking all around, Camilla searched for the trace of Ren Tianyu, but this moment, he however discovered something was wrong. Xylazite? Where is he? He suddenly discovered one dragon was lacking, and he immediately had a foreboding, so he asked people all around him. Your Highness Camilla, I also didn't see Xylazite. At the time when this wood suddenly emerged, all of us were separated, so we didn't know the state of each other. After looking all around, Shiman Wuwang slightly bowed and answered respectfully. Other three dragons also expressed they didn't know the state of Xylazite. This split-second Camilla determined Xyliasite had already met with mishap, and the person who was capable to accomplish this was none other than that wicked human. Immediately after that he raised his head and issued an ear-deafening dragon roar, "Roar, wicked human, I will absolutely kill you bastard. I as an eldest prince of Dragon Clan Camilla, Andali's name swear, no matter whether you flee to the ends of the earth, I will absolutely tear your body to thousands of pieces." Camilla's that roar filled with fury resounded throughout the tragic battlefield, which quickly spread in all direction. And those people who had come to watch the battle, around valley silently watch everything that had occurred underneath. This fight of today had completely shocked all those people. That as if heaven destroying and earth exterminating meteors, that instantly changing terrain into woods, and everything else finally made them understand the strength of Akatsuki organization. After Ren Tianyu left, this battle of magic domain swept across the entire Divine Wind continent as if hurricane. Now all the people on the continent knew, magic domain was already destroyed thoroughly by Akatsuki organization, becoming a dust of history, which would be lost among the endless currents of history. And the original magic domains, those flourishing scene, noble magicians, and magic towers which people yearn for, everything had now already changed into debris. Some of those people who were watching this battle had used special alchemy prop memory magic crystal to record the entire battle of this magic domain, which also spread all over. When people saw the scene of Ren Tianyu flying in the sky and summoning countless bolides which rained down to underneath magic domain, every one of them were immediately shocked deeply. Seeing those usually noble magicians of magic domain, now as if lambs waiting to be slaughtered, lacking strength to even resist, and that deep dread they were feeling in the face of those countless bolides, furthermore that heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating momentum was deeply carved in the mind of those people who were watching the scene from memory magic crystal, as if they were personally on the scene. And especially that final scene where Ren Tianyu had stepped on the head of the expert of Shiman clan Shiman Han, that scene of him regarding everything with disdain was also carved in their brain. Even though Shiman clan had called experts of Dragon clan in the midst of battle, they were also useless. On the contrary, Ren Tianyu killed Shiman Han along with the arrival of Dragon clan. And finally Ren Tianyu instantly created a woods, changing the surrounding terrain, which was also deeply imprinted in the minds of those people. This battle made various big forces of the continent to finally understand the strength of Akatsuki organization. They were able to exterminate Divine Wind Continent's well-known sacred land of magic, where every magicians of the continent yearns to be part of magic domain. In less than half a day of time, magic domain became the dust of history. Moreover, Akatsuki organization's manner of handling affairs seemed too ruthless. When they first appeared in Shiman clan, there they wiped out nearly half of their younger generation, killed 2 gods domain experts, and finally killed over 20 Dragon clan who had come to aid Shiman clan. But after Shiman clan's incident, Akatsuki organization faded out from public eyes. No one found a single trace of them, merely the rumor about someone seeing them in Light Empire circulated. And after 3 years, just when everyone had almost forgotten about Akatsuki organization, they again appeared mysteriously, and they had directly declared war against magic domain in high profile. Sure enough, after ultimatum of 5 days, everyone of Akatsuki organization arrived as planned. And just like wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, directly swept away magic domain completely. It was exactly as if every time Akatsuki organization appears, they would bring about calamity. Their exactly alike robes, red clouds, were just like scarlet blood, foreboding every time they appear, someone would inevitably shed blood, just like the first time incident of Shiman clan, and now of magic domain. When Akatsuki organization had appeared first time, there was not that many death and had also not brought about great destruction like this time, so this time all the forces of continent were a little bit afraid of Akatsuki organizations, that terrifying power, and also feared their mysteriousness. Even now no one knew Akatsuki organization's true color, and were also unclear about how terrifying their actual strength was. Right up until now, altogether only 6 members of Akatsuki organization appeared before everyone. Namely leader of Akatsuki Organization 0, then White Tiger, Void, Jade Maiden, Great Bear, and Vermilion Bird. As for how many member Akatsuki Organization possessed, no one was clear. But after Magic Domain was easily destroyed by Akatsuki Organization, all forces of continent transmitted down a common order, and gave strict order to all the members under their leadership, no matter who they are, nobody are to offend people of Akatsuki Organization. If you offend them, then I'm sorry, you are no longer the member of our organization, whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with us. They greatly feared Ren Tianyu would come into their organization and use that terrifying move to rain down countless bolides. Naturally there were also some malicious people trying to find people of Akatsuki organization, so that they could kill them to become famous overnight. In Dark Capital's Sky Fragrant Restaurant 2nd floor, inside the room, there was one special kunai hanging on the room's wall. On the handle of this special kunai, stuck a talisman where mysterious incantation was drawn. And at that time, Ren Tianyu wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it suddenly appeared inside that room. And after looking around the circumstance of this room, as well as seeing special kunai hanging on the wall, Ren Tianyu slowly relaxed. After that he placed Uchiha round fan on his back into his space ring. Right now White Tiger and others still hadn't arrived back here. So he just used water style to create bathing water in the bathtub, then removing his clothing, he began to bath. He washed clean all the dirt and dusts on his body. Finished bathing, Ren Tianyu exchanged the dress of 4th Hokage. Currently outside was in great disorder, and many people were definitely investigating Akatsuki organization, so Ren Tianyu naturally shouldn't wear that obvious clothing of Akatsuki organization and swagger out. If he did so, then wasn't that him searching for trouble? Although Ren Tianyu was not afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to look for trouble for no apparent reason to spice up their lives. After opening the door, he saw elder sister Yuer and little Yu were currently sitting in front of the window and drinking tea, while boringly looking outside. After Ren Tianyu came out, both of them notice him. Ah, idiot, you are back. How were things, are you injured? Little Yu, how were things, are you alright? Both little Yu and Muyue simultaneously asked in concern. Hehe, rest assured, I'm fine. Relying on the strength level of those people, they are not qualified to injure me. Ren Tianyu walked over with a smile on his face and sat down on the empty seat, then explained everything that had happened. These 2 people in front of him were the closest person to Ren Tianyu in this world, so he didn't hide any of this matter. White Tiger and others are already on the way back. I think they will arrive very soon. Ren Tianyu had just finished spoken, and running footsteps sound came through the flights of stairs, as if someone was hastily running upstairs. Hearing these footsteps sound, the eyes of Ren Tianyu immediately shone, that he said with a smile, just mentioned, and they are here. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, White Tiger and others hastily came into second from the head of staircase. All of them had already changed their clothing. Now they were wearing their usual favorite clothing. Haha, Zero, you are too fast, this space magic is really convenient. We expend great effort to run around a great circle to return back, but you have already taken a bath and comfortable sitting here accompanying 2 beautiful women to drink tea. White Tiger walked over and seeing Ren Tianyu was already sitting there drinking tea while chatting with little Yu, he was a little bit envious as he said. With regarding to Rentieno's that mysterious space magic, he very much envied it, but what is the use of envy, with no cultivation talent, he couldn't cultivate it. And just when Rentianyu wanted to reply back, Jade Maiden dressed in plain clothing and white skirt suddenly walked quickly in front of him. And under the inconceivable expression of everyone, she directly kneeled before Rentianyu. Jade Maiden, why on earth are you doing this? Seeing Jade Maiden kneeling in front of him, Rentianyu frowned, and asked in confusion. Yes, elder sister Jade Maiden, is there anything you want to say? If you have any difficulty, then everybody will help you to resolve it. Kind-hearted little Yu directly got up hurriedly and hastily came over to Jade Maiden wanting to support Jade Maiden to stand up. No, I want to think Zero. Jade Maiden lifted her head, this moment her two beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. I want to thank Zero. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to personally kill my mortal enemy with my own hand, on behalf of my parents, sister, and my pitiful 2-year-old younger brother's revenge. Jade Maiden, you are wrong, first quickly get up. Rentianyu still frowning get up and came over to support Jade Maiden to stand up, then with a stern countenance, he said to her, when you joined Akatsuki, I personally promised you to help you in your revenge. And this time is counted as me helping you to fulfill my promise of that time. Furthermore, from the time you joined Akatsuki, all of us regard you as sister. Even if I hadn't promised you at that time, do you think if there is someone who had hurt you before, then I will not take revenge for you? No need to talk about me, just ask everyone else, ask White Tiger, Void, Great Bear and them. Rentianyu pointed towards White Tiger and others in the surroundings, and said to Jade Maiden, you ask them, if someone dare to harm you, even if I don't raise my hand, will they let it go at that? Yes, Jade Maiden. White Tiger walked over and said to Jade Maiden, originally I joined Akatsuki because of Rentianyu. I deeply respect him as a powerful expert, and also deeply respect him for his character. Originally after I lost in the battle against him, I abide by the promise and joined Akatsuki organization. But now I am most willing to remain in Akatsuki organization, not only because of that commitment, but even more because of everyone. I feel very happy to have you brother and sisters, so if anyone dare to hurt you, then I, White Tiger will be the first one to not let him off. Yes, originally I joined this organization because of my aunt's request. Great Bear also walked over and said to Jade Maiden, but honestly speaking, that 3 years training on that isolated island with everyone was something I had never experienced previously. Because I had lost both my parents, from childhood I lead a vagrant life in the continent while cultivating. And was accustomed to drifting clouds and wild storks kind of life by myself. But now knowing you all brothers and sisters, for me it's really a kind of good fortune. If anyone dare to injure you or want to injure you in front of me, then he must first ask my hands this great Sun Gaudy Yang spear. Looking at Jade Maiden, Great Bear directly raised his hand spear and said. Insult Akatsuki or its member, kill. Void as before coldly said few words, but this also make his feeling clear. Thank you, everyone, I also. Hearing White Tiger and others, unusually incomparably calm Jade Maiden was choking with sobs in this moment. Elder sister Jade Maiden, don't cry anymore. Let's go inside the room and have a good heart-to-heart talk. If there is any matter you want to tell us, then we will help you share responsibility. Vermilion Bird went to the side of Jade Maiden and placed Jade Maiden's hand on her neck and walked towards their room. Ren Tianyu gave a meaningful glance to little Yu and elder sister Yuer. After receiving the hint from Ren Tianyu, both of them also immediately accompanied Jade Maiden to her room. After seeing Jade Maiden and others entering into the room, Ren Tianyu looked towards Void and others and said, all of you come with me, let's interrogate that dragon and obtain the location of Dragon Island first. Yes. Void and others answered. Soon afterwards everyone entered his room, and after closing the door, Ren Tianyu looked towards Great Bear and said, Great Bear, set up a mute barrier, otherwise when that dragon yell loudly after coming out, the people underneath might come over to take a look, which is certainly bad. No problem. Great Bear answered, then took out his spear from his back, and poured his battle chi into this spear. Along with the input of battle chi, suddenly a golden-colored flame with burning chi appeared on his spear. Divide. Along with the voice of Great Bear, from this spear, for illusionary spear shadow appeared, which dispersed and stood on the four corners of the room respectively, making an illusionary golden-colored energy barrier shield surrounding the whole room. Now, Void, let that guy's soul out. After Great Bear had finished setting up barrier, Ren Tianyu said to Void. Okay. Void answered. Then with his left hand, he took out that bottle where the soul of that dragon was sealed, and he gradually raised his right hand which was covered with ash-colored light and pressed that talisman stuck the bottle, while noiselessly whispering an incantation. This was Death Clan's special sealing soul's secret magic. If one doesn't possess the Death Clan's dispel incantation, then this talisman was basically impossible to tear off. Moreover, if someone tried to forcefully break the bottle, then that would only make the soul inside scared out of its wits. Along with incantation, this charm slowly loosened and finally came off. After that, opening the bottle cap, that soul of dragon immediately fly out from inside the bottle. Roar, wicked human, what do you want to do? Seeing Ren Tianyu and others who were glaring at like a tiger watching its prey, this dragon soul couldn't help but roar while floating in the midair. Haha, you say it yourself, why do you think we went through a lot of troubles to bring you here? Hearing this dragon soul, Ren Tianyu smiled with disdain, then said. While Great Bear and others in his side also employed eyes with harboring evil designs to stare at him. You. Hearing Ren Tianyu's taunting words, this dragon soul immediately got angry inside his heart. But this moment he was just a soul, so he was basically unable to bring out to play any of its previous strength. Okay, no more nonsense. Void, control him, don't let him move randomly. Ren Tianyu was not in the mood to waste any more time. He wanted to quickly interrogate it, Dragon's soul, and know all the things he wanted to know, so as to avoid any complication that may arise due to long delay. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Void concentrated his ash-colored battle chi within his body, and used his clan's special secret magic. An illusionary chain flew out from his right hand binding this dragon soul. When this chain bound this dragon soul, many sharp-pointed thorns came out from this chain, directly stabbing this soul, making it unable to move. This was Death Clan's another secret magic, soul-binding chain. This chain possessed extremely powerful binding effect towards soul or soul-kind body, making them unable to move. Damn it, what is this? Quickly release me, otherwise we Dragon Clan will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Even your brothers, sisters and friends will all die without a place for burial. Quickly, feeling that strange soul chain, this dragon unceasingly tried to struggle while his mouth continuously roared loudly. Humph, too talkative. Taijutsu, Tsukuyomi. Hearing the loud roars of this dragon, the complexion of Ren Tianyu slowly sunk. He actually dared to use his, Ren Tianyu, dear ones to threaten him, this was simply courting death. His eyes slowly changed into the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, and initiated the Tsukuyomi. Along with the start of Tsukuyomi, this huge dragon slowly quieted down, and motionlessly floated in the midair. Speak out the location of your dragon island. Looking at this dragon who had fallen into the illusion of Tsukuyomi, Ren Tianyu asked. Dragon Island is at Endless West Sea Area's most center location. This dragon who had fallen into illusion answered without slightest hesitation. How many true God realm and above experts are there in Dragon Clan? Ren Tianyu again asked. Since he wanted to destroy the entire Dragon Island, he should at least know how many experts are there in Dragon Clan, so he could make preparation. I only know our Dragon Clan's 4 prince are all true God realm expert, and our Dragon Clan's His Majesty the Emperor is God King realm expert. What? God King? Hearing the answer of this dragon, the complexion of Great Bear and others changed. God King realm expert was not that easy to deal with, because after entering God King realm, they begin to slowly comprehend elemental law. With every move, they could use elemental power between heaven and earth, which would make their strength truly astonishing. If there is God King Realm Expert, then I should postpone the trip to Dragon Island, until I exchanged Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart. Only after he awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could possibly fight evenly with God King Realm Expert, otherwise it would be useless even if there was large amount of people. These past 3 years, coupled with the war at Magic Domain, altogether Ren Tianyu now had only around 600,000 system points. But compared to require 2.5 million system points to exchange Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, this was too low. Humph, now I have already asked all the things I need to know, your existence is no longer necessary. Looking at this dragon soul, the eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with pallid light. Now he and Dragon Clan were already mortal enemies, so he would not be soft-hearted towards Dragon Clan. Just when he was intending to exterminate this dragon soul, Void stopped Ren Tianyu. "Zero, you should never do this kind of soul-exterminating thing." Seeing what Ren Tianyu was about to do, Void solemnly said. "Why?" Ren Tianyu asked curiously. "The soul of all living things under heaven are the creation of this world. If someone dares to exterminate soul, then she will be marked by this world, and at the most crucial juncture of her life, heaven will send down a punishment, making you unable to reincarnate." Void solemnly said. With regarding to the study of soul, no one could compare their Death Clan in any aspect. Turned out to be so. Ren Tianyu nodded his head. The Xianxia novels he had studied before in the earth had also stated something like this, and it was called the principle of karma or something like that. "So let me handle this guy." Finished explaining, Void stepped forward, and waving his right hand, he pulled soul-binding chain, causing this dragon soul which had fallen into illusion arrive next to his right hand. Then placing his right hand above this dragon soul, he circulate his ash-colored battle chi inside his body, while noiselessly chanting incantation. After that this dragon soul actually began to quickly shrunk, finally assembling at the center of his right hand's palm. Undead 6 Tao, everything dissolve into a liquid, dead spirit's path, answer me and open. Along with the voice of Void, an illusionary ash-colored passage suddenly appeared in the space in front, which emitted a chilling cold aura. "Get in for me." Seeing this illusionary passage was opened, Void's eyes shone, then he threw that dragon soul into this passage. Shortly afterwards, Void recalled his energy causing this passage to slowly close and disappear. That was, seeing the move of Void, Ren Tianyu asked curiously. "That was Dead Spirit's path which leads to Death Domain. I delivered his soul to Death Domain." Void explained to Ren Tianyu. Turned out to be so. After they had finished all their matters, Ren Tianyu and everyone else walked out from the room. But to their surprise, Jade Maiden and others were already outside. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Jade Maiden walked over to him. After that she took out an earth yellow-colored magic staff from inside her space ring and gave it to Ren Tianyu. Seeing this magic staff, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt it was a bit familiar. "Zero, this is magic staff is Ling Yanqi's that magic staff." Jade Maiden explained to Ren Tianyu. "So that's why it looked a bit familiar." Ren Tianyu understood inside his heart, then he said, "Then why are you giving this thing to me? Even if I take it, it's of no use to me. What I want to give you is not this magic staff, rather this crystal core embedded on this magic staff." Jade Maiden pointed at that huge crystal core embedded on the top of this magic staff. That crystal core was emitting simple and vigorous earth element power. Even though it no longer had master, people could still sense profound feeling from this crystal core. This crystal core is... Seeing that out-of-ordinary crystal core, Ren Tianyu curiously asked. "This crystal core is Earth Emperor Crystal, originally was our family's heirloom treasure. In this crystal core, it contains extremely powerful earth magic power, but even after researching it for a long period of time since our clan obtained this, we only know 2 things. With it, if we use earth magic, not only the casting speed is faster by 10% compared to speed without using it, but even the consumption of magical power is reduced by 20%. Outside of this, we didn't get any clue of its uses even after researching countless time again. Jade Maiden slowly explained. Even with only that, this crystal core is extremely powerful treasure. But why did it fall into the hand of Ling Yanqi? Vermilion Bird walked over and asked curiously. Because this crystal core attracted the calamity of extermination of our entire family. After Ling Yanqi heard we have Earth Emperor Crystal, he directly slaughtered to our house, and exterminated our whole family of 13. If it were not for my master's coincident appearance, I would have also already died in that bastard's hand. Recalling this, Jade Maiden's eyes slowly become red. Jade Maiden, now you have already killed your greatest enemy with your own hand, so don't be sad. Ren Tianyu said. Then taking the magic staff he intend to give it to little you, although this magic staff is good, but I don't have any use for it, so. But when the right hand just touched that magic staff, the sound of system rang inside his brain, making Ren Tianyu blankly stand on the spot. Ren Tianyu took that magic staff, and when he touched that earth heaven crystal with his right hand's index finger, suddenly a system prompt sound unexpectedly rang in the mind of Ren Tianyu. Congratulations to host for finding Earth Element's condensed product, Earth Emperor Crystal's fragment. If host lets system absorb it, then host will be rewarded with 7.5 million system points. This sudden voice of Naruto System instantly froze Ren Tianyu on the spot. His face was filled with shock, as well as disbelief and unexpected pleasantly surprised expression, as if he encountered something much unexpected. Zero, what's up, are you fine? Just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard someone calling him, and instantly sobered up. Then he saw Jade Maiden unceasingly shaking her right hand before his eyes. I'm fine, no need to worry. Ren Tianyu adjusted his state of mind, then holding that magic staff, he said to Jade Maiden, "Thank you Jade Maiden, this thing is very useful to me. Don't mention it, you've earned it. Speaking about it, after our family obtained this thing, it didn't bring any fortune to our family, instead attracted the calamity of extermination of my family. Now handing it over to you however settled one of my worries." Looking at that earth yellow-colored crystal core embedded on the magic staff, Jade Maiden said with a complex expression on her face. Precisely this one crystal core however attracted a calamity which exterminate her family. Perhaps this was the reason why people said treasuring a jade rings becomes a crime. Well, don't be sad, all in all this matter is already long past. Now there is also no mission, so everyone rest well. I have something to do, so I am returning to my room first. After comforting Jade Maiden once, he was unable to hold himself back to return back to his room with that magic staff. What's going on with Zero? Seeing Ren Tianyu hastily returning back to his room, Vermilion Bird curiously asked. I also don't know, perhaps he is too tried because of that big battle of just a moment ago. White Tiger scratched his head, and expressed his thought. Then let him take a rest. Now everyone come, let's drink, everyone was quite tense these past few days, now we can finally relax properly. Taking the sky fragrant alcohol from the table, Great Bear called everyone to drink. After returning to his room, Ren Tianyu closed the door, and sitting cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness sank into his brain's sea of consciousness. After that entering into that familiar Naruto System interface, Ren Tianyu immediately asked, System, what was that back then? Is the value of this crystal core really 7.5 million system points? Yes, this crystal core in itself is Earth Element's crystallization, Earth Emperor Crystal. This is the heavenly treasure on the level of that forever green you had found in Elf Clan. System slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. Forever green level heavenly treasure. Hearing the explanation of System, Ren Tianyu recalled that forever green he had obtained inside Tree of Life in Elf Clan. But at that time System had stated that if he let System absorb it, then he however would get 100 million system points, moreover all the functions of the system would be unlocked. So why was there such a huge gap even though both of them were same level treasure? That is not right System, if this is heavenly treasure on the same level of forever green, then why is its value only 7.5 million points? Ren Tianyu confusedly asked to System. Like I said just a moment ago, this is not complete Earth Emperor Crystal, it is only a fragment of Earth Emperor Crystal, nothing more. Fragment of Earth Emperor Crystal. How could that be? Hearing System, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but become confused. The real Earth Emperor Crystal is the aggregate of all the Earth element in this world. Just like its name suggests, Earth Emperor, it is the Emperor of all Earth element. If one absorbed the Earth element power inside it, then the Earth elements between heaven and earth however would change her physique into Earth Emperor body. After that her every movement would bring about a powerful feeling of Earth's profoundness and heaviness. System slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. But this piece of crystal core nevertheless is only a piece of Earth Emperor Crystal after it was disintegrate encountering unknown mishap. Moreover, Earth Emperor Crystal had already lost majority of its energy when it disintegrated, so its value is very lacking. Turned out to be so. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then looking at this piece of Earth Emperor Crystal, he asked, System, according to you, these heavenly treasures are very rare that can only be encountered by chance, but cannot be sought for, but here I encountered 2 such treasures in an extremely short period of few years, it seems my luck is very good, isn't that so? Humph, obtaining me in itself is a kind of as large as heaven luck. Hearing Ren Tianyu's that self-important voice, System coldly snorted in disdain. Haha, well, since I don't have any big use for it, you can absorb it. After that I will exchange Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the reward system points. Ren Tianyu took out that crystal core from that magic staff, then threw that magic staff to one side and holding this crystal core, he said to System. Ren Tianyu had never thought to have such a lucky break, now he was actually able to exchange Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. According to his beginning plan, only after next 3 or so years, he might be able to exchange it, but now, not only could he exchange it, furthermore there was several million surplus system points. Okay, initiating to absorb Earth Emperor Crystal. After hearing Ren Tianyu, System replied. Then began to absorb that crystal core in the hand of Ren Tianyu. A vigorous golden-colored energy suddenly gushed out from the brain of Ren Tianyu, which surrounded that crystal core in his hand. Instantly this Earth Emperor Crystal changed into earth yellow-colored energy and began to enter the body of Ren Tianyu, flowing all the way to the sea of consciousness of Ren Tianyu. Ding, congratulations to host for absorbing Earth Emperor Crystal, reward, 7.5 million system points. After waiting nearly 5 minutes, the sound of System was transmitted directly into his brain. After that Ren Tianyu opened his eyes and looked at his system points. Sure enough, his system points were already increased by 7.5 million system points. Now he had total of 8.1 million or so system points. This however was huge sum of system points he had never had before. System, I want to exchange Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I want every Mangekyo Sharingan I have already exchanged merged together. Ren Tianyu said to System. Okay, exchanging Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires altogether 2.5 million system points. Before exchanging, may I ask which Susanoo host want to keep? System voice sounded in the mind of Ren Tianyu. Which Susanoo I want to keep? What does this mean, System? Hearing System, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate evolution of Sharingan. After awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, each corresponding original Taijutsu of 2 eyes, Susanoo would also reach its ultimate evolution, becoming complete body Susanoo. But once evolved to Eternal Mangekyo, all the Susanoo of other eyes will gradually disappear, their strength will be concentrated to one Susanoo's form, strengthening its strength. This is the reason I asked which Susanoo you want to keep. System slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. After hearing the System, Ren Tianyu pondered for a long time, slowly considering the uses of Susanoo's form and performances. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo had Tatsuka blade that could seal everything, Yata mirror that could reflect everything, and Yasaka Magatama for long-range attack. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo had bow and arrow for extremely long-range attack, as well as after Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his Susanoo had Amaterasu Ball. And his own Susanoo had Futsu no Mitama sword, which possessed power to control myriad of thunder, moreover could also seal all soul. System, exchange eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, and resolutely said, as for Susanoo, keep. System, exchange eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as for Susanoo, keep my own eyes form. Ren Tianyu said to System inside his mind. Okay, now initiating to merge all eyes possessed by host, forming a new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. During this time period, please don't open your eyes, otherwise System will not be liable for any accident that may take place. The voice of System resounded inside the mind of Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards his system points were deducted by 2.5 million system points, and huge power flowed out from his brain and seeped into his eyes. When this huge power entered his eyes, Ren Tianyu felt peerless power was entering his eyes, slowly changing his eyeballs, which was accompanied by a kind of immense pain as if his eyeballs were crushed. Groan. A muffled groan involuntarily came out from the nose of Ren Tianyu, while cold sweats were continuously flowing down from his forehead. And from those closed eyes of Ren Tianyu, two bloodstream flowed down his face. Ren Tianyu was tightly clenching his hands above his leg while sitting cross-legged on the bed. One could easily see blue veins on that clenched hands. From this one could clearly see that Ren Tianyu was in the process of enduring extreme pain. With the perception of Ren Tianyu, he sensed all the original powers of Sharingan were in the process of being pulled out by a kind of mysterious power, and slowly assembling together. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kamui, and so on, all of his Taijutsu continuously assembled, and slowly under that soft mysterious power, formed a new power. This new form's power includes all the Taijutsu of Ren Tianyu's previous Mangekyo Sharingan, moreover it gave birth to new additional Taijutsu too. One might well say the power of Ren Tianyu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan which was now taking form had already surpassed all the Sharingan of Naruto world. Even the eyes of Uchiha Madara couldn't compare with this eye. From the beginning, Ren Tianyu had already exchanged eyes of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shisui. In addition to these, he had his own Mangekyo Sharingan too. So altogether he had power of 5 Sharingan. And now with the help of System, all the power of these 5 Sharingan were being fused together forming a new eye, so there was a qualitative change in the power of this new eye. Here saying the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu had already surpassed Uchiha Madara's didn't mean the strength of Ren Tianyu was comparable to Uchiha Madara, rather saying Ren Tianyu's aptitude had already surpassed Uchiha Madara's. If afterwards Ren Tianyu grew up without running into unexpected mishaps, then his strength would definitely surpass both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Along with the slow passage of time, Ren Tianyu sweated even more. Roughly after 2 hours, suddenly that inhuman pain he was feeling instantly disappeared. Shortly afterwards, he felt a kind of incomparably comfortable feeling. He felt a clear stream was continuously flowing in his eyes, slowly removing internal injuries of eyes which was caused when his eye power were being forcibly merged to take new shape. Even the hidden injuries that was caused when he had previously used Taijutsu also disappeared. Along with this clear stream flowing, Ren Tianyu clearly sensed the power of his both eyes were in the process of stabilizing rapidly. While Ren Tianyu was being fascinated with this power, his 2 eyes quickly took shape. This power is really strong. Feeling the power, Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart while being somewhat fascinated. In just this fashion, roughly half an hour passed, and the internal injuries of his eyes were completely removed by that clear stream. After that this clear stream slowly disappeared. And the power of his eyes also gradually stabilized successfully. Congratulations to host for awakening eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of Sharingan is further evolved. With eternal light, the darkness curse is completely removed, and the Taijutsu are also further enhanced. Moreover now you can use full-body Susanoo. Furthermore you opened Rinnegan exchange method. System voice resounded inside the brain of Ren Tianyu, pointing out the exchange of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was complete. System, can I open my eyes now? Ren Tianyu asked. You can, now the powers of Sharingan have already merged completely, so there is no problem. System answered. Hearing System, Ren Tianyu slowly opened his closed eyes. And an unusually evil eyes slowly appeared in the room, sweeping away the little dark room. Now the pattern of Ren Tianyu's eyes had already changed thoroughly. The current pattern of his Mangekyo was a pentagon pattern in the middle, with decorative patterns around the circular sides veins. It looked incomparably mysterious. After opening his eyes, Ren Tianyu clearly felt the changes. In his eyes, the world became even clearer. Ren Tianyu could even adjust the focus of his eyes. Moreover, he could clearly see the movement of a fly's wings which was several tens of meters away. The little bit of dark environment inside the room wasn't able to obstruct his vision in any way, he could even see his image in the mirror clearly. Next there was Taijutsu of his eyes. This as if vast ocean eye power really fascinated Ren Tianyu very much. This eye power was at least 10 times more powerful than previous. Moreover, current eyes contain all the Taijutsu of those 5 eyes he previously had. Kamui. Ren Tianyu immediately used Taijutsu of right eye. A spiral-shaped space ripple came out from his right eye, and with his thought, this space ripple again disappeared from this room. Pretty good, hereafter I don't need to keep on changing Sharingan. Feeling he could use any Taijutsu as he please, Ren Tianyu nodded his head and said. Next the blindness values also disappeared. This means, after possessing eternal light, he don't need to worry about going blind. And to his surprise, he had unexpectedly refined another 1/10 of Forever Green's life force. So, now the strength of his Mokuton, wood style, was also further enhanced. Oh, that's right, didn't System say the exchange method of Rinnegan is also open? Let's take a look at how it can be exchanged. Ren Tianyu consciousness immersed into the familiar Taijutsu exchange tab. Originally dark Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was already illuminating, and underneath it, there was Rinnegan exchanging method. No, exchanging Rinnegan is actually abnormal like this. Seeing the requirement needed to exchange Rinnegan, the complexion of Ren Tianyu blackened. This Rinnegan required whole 50 million system points to exchange, and this was only first condition. In addition to this, he actually must have the chakra of Senju Hazarama, in other words, he must first exchange Senju Hazarama's Mukuton, wood style, with 60 million system points. Altogether he unexpectedly required 110 million system points to exchange Rinnegan. F***K, must this be so black-hearted? The complexion of Ren Tianyu suddenly become black, and he couldn't help but cursed. Oh, that's right, how can I be this stupid? Don't I already possess Forever Green's life force? Now my physique has already changed into true sage body. And after I completely refine all the life force of this Forever Green, my sage body will even surpass even Senju Hazarama's. This should be regarded as already meeting the prerequisite to exchange Rinnegan. Patting his own head, he slowly thought. Ren Tianyu asked this question to System. But the System answered only after remaining silent for a long while. And this answer instantly made Ren Tianyu excited. But looking at his current measly 5.6 million or so system points, he was still very far away from exchanging Rinnegan. This caused his enthusiasm to disappear by lot. After that, adjusting his state of mind, Ren Tianyu wiped the blood trials on the corner of his eyes and face. Then got up from the bed and walked out from his room. He had holed up inside the room for nearly 3 hours. Now the sky was already dark and he was a little bit hungry too. Opening the door, Ren Tianyu walked out and came to hall. He saw White Tiger and others were currently sitting on the side of window and were about begin eating. It seems the dishes had just arrived, as the chopsticks were still not moved. Haha, it seems I came just in time to eat. Ren Tianyu walked over and said while laughing. You finally came out, Zero. Just now we saw your room's door was tightly shut, so we didn't disturb your cultivation. Hearing Rentianyo's voice, everyone turned around their head. And White Tiger said to Rentianyu. Just now I was studying that crystal core. Sitting next to little Yu and taking the bowls and chopsticks she was giving, Rentianyu said, Jade Maiden, this time you really helped me greatly. The energy inside that crystal core qualitatively enhanced my strength. Didn't expect you were able to crack the profound mysteries inside that crystal core so quickly. It seems you and that crystal core really had a predestined connection, so it seems handing over this Earth Emperor crystal to you was a right choice. Hearing Rentianyu, Jade Maiden said to Rentianyu with a smile. It seems after everyone had talked her round, she has already stepped out from her sadness. Okay, everyone, let's talk while eating. This time with the help of Earth Emperor crystal, my strength is greatly enhanced. So the plan to destroy both Dragon Clan and Shaman Clan will be shifted to an earlier date. Rentianyu said while eating. Then what's the plan, Zero? Hearing Rentianyu, Great Bear asked. The plan is like this. Rentianyu drank mouthful of wine, then looking at everybody around, he said, we will set out after 2 days and move separately. This time I want to make Shaman Clan thoroughly disappear from this continent. Great Bear and Jade Maiden. Both of you are responsible for getting rid of all the forces related to Shaman Clan in Alake Empire, including their stores, auction houses, trading centers and so on, destroy all of them. Looking at Great Bear and Jade Maiden, Rentianyu said. No problem. Great Bear and Jade Maiden answered simultaneously. Void and Vermilion Bird, you two get rid of all the forces related to Shaman Clan in Light Empire. Turning around and looking at Void and Vermilion Bird, Rentianyu said to them. Okay, leave it to us. Vermilion Bird answered. As for White Tiger, I leave this Dark Empire to you. Rentianyu turned to White Tiger, and said to him. Okay. White Tiger nodded his head while agreeing to Rentianyu. Then what about us too? Are you again telling us to stay behind? Hearing the arrangement of Rentianyu, Muyue couldn't help but gloomily said. Elder Sister Yue, please help me to take care of little Yu again, you should know that she is not feeling well these past few days. Rentianyu helplessly said while looking at Muyue. He couldn't let her take part in the matter of Shaman Clan. Fine, then what about you, little Yu? Muyue reluctantly nodded her head and asked. I will personally go to Dragon Island. After ending the matter over there, we will gather in Imperial Capital, Tianlong City of Ailer Empire, and finish off Shaman Clan, making this Shaman Clan to thoroughly disappear. After that we will rush back to meet you too. Rentianyu slowly explained, moreover all of you must remember, until I return, don't do something on your own initiative and go to Tianlong City. Can you deal with Dragon Clan by yourself without any problem? White Tiger solemnly asked Rentianyu. No problem, you all can rest assured. I also want to take this chance to test out my new moves. Rentianyu drank sky-fragrant alcohol from his cup, then with his eyes flashing with pallid light, he said, this time I will definitely stir up Dragon Clan until the sky and the earth is turned upside down. Then okay, since you have already decided, then we'll also do well. But this time you must be careful, because Dragon Clan isn't that easy to deal with. White Tiger sighed, then said to Rentianyu. You all can rest assured. Now this is the case, everyone will take action separately after 2 days. But I will set out tomorrow. Rentianyu finished speaking, and everybody began to eat seriously. Originally the beginning plan of Rentianyu was to first awaken Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before going to Dragon Island. But now with unexpected situation, he awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at an earlier date, this however made Rentianyu extremely happy. 2 days later. In the endless vast West Sea, a huge turtle-type magical beast with 3 tails was strolling about in sea surface. And in its back, a person wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and with round fan on his back was standing. This person naturally was Rentianyu, and that turtle-type magical beast underneath him was Naruto World Sanbai, 3-tailed, Isabu. This Isobo was Naruto World Sanbai, who was owned by Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. Its former human host was 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who was later under the control of Uchiha Obito. And after the death of Yagura, Sanbai was freed. Finally Sanbai was defeated by Deidara of Akatsuki organization, and brought back to the gathering place of Akatsuki. After that everybody of Akatsuki sealed it. According to legends Hoshigaki Kisame's that great sword Samahata was a footman fish under Sanbai, T.L., this naturally was merely a legend. But Sanbai itself had ability to control water, so in this endless vast sea, one might well say it was like a fish back in water. On that day, after Rentenyo left everyone and arrived at Shikaku and Matatabi's place, he exchanged Sanbai. Finally after that he told them about the matter of attacking Dragon Island, so that they would be prepared at all times for his summoning jutsu. And after arriving to Endless Vast Sea, Ren Tianyu directly summoned Sanbai. In this sea area, the strength of Sanbai would greatly help him to scout round. Sanbai, how is it, find anything? Looking at that huge body underneath him, Ren Tianyu asked. No, little you. My detection-type ninjutsu didn't discover any islands with powerful energy in the sea area around here. Sanbai replied Ren Tianyu. This Sanbai had low muffled voice, which really gave a kind of naive feeling. Sanbai possessed a kind of detecting-type ninjutsu in sea area, and with the strength of Sanbai, the sea area around 5 li was within its detection range. In the vicinity of 5 li, it can detect everything that possessed powerful strength, which included both human and things. Then let's go a bit into the front. According to that lizard, this Dragon Island ought to be somewhere not too far away around here. Ren Tianyu frowned. They had already searched for nearly half a day, but was still not able to discover any trace of Dragon Island. Okay. You can rest assured, little you, as long as it is within the range of 5 li, they absolutely can't escape my senses. After speaking, Sanbai began to swim forward again with its 3 tails unceasingly swinging behind it. In the endless ocean's West Sea, Ren Tianyu and Sanbai Isabu had been searching for already more than half a day, but there was still not any discovery. This made Ren Tianyu very vexed. At that time, Sanbai Isabu underneath of Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed a place nearly 4 kilometers away in southeast direction. And with his detection ninjutsu, he detected many living things with powerful energy present in that place. And among those many powerful living things, there was one unthinkably powerful existence. Even he himself was not confident to be able to win against that existence. Little you, found it, 4 kilometers away in southeast direction, there is an island which possess many living things with powerful energy, ought to be the place you are looking for. After discovering the target, Sanbai Isabu immediately told this information to Ren Tianyu. Haha, I finally found these damned lizards, just wait for me. After hearing Sanbai Isabu, Ren Tianyu's that gloomy expression because of fruitless search, now immediately changed into excited expression and he said. After that looking at the time, he said, Jade Maiden and others should already be talking action. Isabu, immediately take me to that place, and I will also start to take action. Okay. Sanbai Isabu answered, then immediately began to swim towards the discovered target place. Just now it seems there was a perception power spread all over the place. Who was it? At a faraway island, a middle-aged man wearing golden battle armor was sitting cross-legged inside a golden palace. This moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and thought confusedly. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly sensed a scouting power spreading all over this islands, but disappeared very soon. Just to be sure, I should go and take a look. Thinking this middle-aged man directly changed into golden light and disappeared from that location. Didn't expect Dragon Island to be so big. Seeing that island with radius of over 20 li not far away in front of him, Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart. But now that I have discovered it, the existence of this island is no longer necessary. Looking at that defense barrier shining with golden light around the Dragon Island, Ren Tianyu said to Sanbai Isabu, Isabu, prepare to use Baijidama, I will use Kamui to open a gap in this barrier, then you fire your Baijidama inside this dragon island. Okay. Sanbai Isabu answered, then immediately opened its huge mouth. And a powerful yin and yang chakra slowly gathered in the proportion of 2:8, forming a huge black-colored chakra ball, which emitted a heavy pressure. And when Sanbai was gathering Baijidama, Ren Tianyu also began to rise up to the sky, and stood in high altitude. Then after looking at the barrier in front of him, he slightly closed his eyes, and opened his eyes again immediately after. But his two eyes had already changed into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form. After that the pupil of his left eye began to spin rapidly, and a powerful eye power gushed out from that left eye. His left eye's sight was focused on the barrier in front of him. Baijidama. Kamui. After gathering Baijidama, Sanbai Isabu directly fired it towards the barrier in front of it. The sea surface throughout the way this Baijidama was passing as if a huge power split it open, formed a long waterless zone, which was just like a path in the middle of sea. The moment Baijidama flew out, Ren Tianyu immediately launched his left eye's Kamui, and in the location of barrier where his sight was focused, a small black speck slowly appeared. This black speck quickly enlarged, forming a huge space black hole. Instantly after that, the barrier around it twisted, forming a huge gap. And the Baijidama flew inside the barrier from that huge gap. At that time, the matter which was not within the expectation of Ren Tianyu happened abruptly. Suddenly a golden light flew out from a distant place of this island and appeared in front of this gap in barrier. And before the disbelief looks of Ren Tianyu, a loud dragon roar come from inside that golden light, roar, divine heaven jealousy. Along with this voice, huge golden-colored radiances flew out from inside, illuminating the entire gap, which directly hit the Baijidama, causing it to change its direction. The Baijidama of Sanbai flew out, falling in the far-off endless sea. Along with a hong, very loud explosion sound, a huge explosion occurred in the sea surface of far away. And a terrifying energy storm engulfed the surrounding of more than 1 kilometer range. The water within this more than 1 kilometer range instantly evaporated and disappeared, forming an eternally impressive sight. After that terrifying sea waves unceasingly surged. This is, Ren Tianyu descended from the sky, and ignoring that faraway explosion, he looked at that golden light inside the gap of that barrier. He had never expected that, exactly at that time, a person would unexpectedly fly out and directly knock Baijidama to another direction, completely foiling his plan. Moreover, the matter Ren Tianyu cared the most was, that lightly touching kind of hit had actually caused the Baijidama of Sanbai to change its direction. One must know that, Baijidama contained powerful chakra gathered by tailed beast, and was extremely heavy, which was not easy to deal with, but this person actually knocked flying Baijidama without extra effort. This shows her strength was extremely high. Is this guy that God King realm expert of Dragon Island? Ren Tianyu guessed inside his heart. At this moment, that huge golden light slowly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man wearing golden battle armor. This was the same middle-aged man who had sensed Sanbai's probing. Now seeing that destruction caused by Baijidama in that distant place, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of this middle-aged man. He endlessly feared inside his heart, if it was not for his timely appearance, and had this thing fallen inside Dragon Island, then under the unaware state of his dragon clan would have suffered very heavy casualties. Thinking this middle-aged man looked towards that huge sea magical beast and that young man on the back of this magical beast in front of him. But just at that time, he felt his soul quivering, then his eyes were immediately filled with dense killing intent while looking at Ren Tianyu, because he suddenly sensed numerous soul imprints on the body of Ren Tianyu which could be possessed only by the murderers of Dragon Clan. It seems there was at least 20 of those soul imprints. In fact, honestly speaking, Ren Tianyu also had not thought he would actually kill so many dragons. But as if Ren Tianyu and Dragon Clan were predetermined by fate, when Ren Tianyu made a move for the first time, he ran into Dragon Clan, and at that time, when Ren Tianyu intercepted Shiman Clan for Divinity Crystal, he killed a dragon too. Afterwards in Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa, Ren Tianyu finished off over 20 dragons all at once. And now not long before, again another one dragon fell in the hand of Ren Tianyu. So this dragon clan who usually set themselves high above the masses constantly suffered losses in the hand of Ren Tianyu. Now he had already become a slaughterer of dragon household. Thanks to the powerful activity created by Baijidama of Sanbai, all the dragons on Dragon Island were woke up with a start. Loud dragon roars unceasingly resounded within the island, reverberating throughout the entire horizon. And the sea magical beasts in the sea far away ran away for their life from that place after hearing these unceasing dragon roars. Many dragons flew out from within Dragon Island towards this place. Among them 4 golden dragon were the first to arrive here. They descended by the side of this middle-aged man. After the appearance of 4 golden light, from inside these 4 golden light, 4 young men wearing golden Chinese clothing walked out. Among them, there was Camilla who Ren Tianyu had already met in Magic Domain. And after these 4 dragons had arrived, many other dragons arrived here in succession, covering the entire sky. Roughly estimating, there was nearly 300 dragons. With all of them concentrated here, powerful dragon might spread in all direction. Very extravagance. Never thought welcoming ceremony for me would actually be this powerful. Looking at those thickly dotted dragons, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the forehead of Ren Tianyu. Mainly because the scene before him was overwhelming. The shock of seeing more than 300 dragons covering the sky in front of him was not something words could express. Emperor Father, what is going on here? Camilla walked forward, and asked that middle-aged man with unsightly face. This person was Emperor of Dragon Clan Flora, Andila. And those 4 young men behind him were his sons, 4 princes of Dragon Clan, eldest Prince Camilla, second Prince Brenda, third Prince Brooke, and fourth Prince Chloe. Next Camilla looked towards the direction his Emperor father was looking at, then seeing Ren Tianyu not too far away, his complexion instantly become very red. This bastard, didn't expect even though I didn't go to look for him, he actually came here himself looking for death. Eldest brother, who is he? Second Prince Brenda walked to Camilla and asked. Who else could he be but the human who killed more than 20 of our clansmen? Camilla replied. That bastard. Hearing Camilla, the complexion of those 3 princes blackened, then they glared at Ren Tianyu and Sanbai with dense killing intent all over their face. And those hundreds of dragons behind them also glared at Ren Tianyu with murderous look. All those who have yet to enter boundary of God's domain, retreat back to Dragon God Valley. And those of boundary of God's domain and above get ready for a battle. Flora said towards those dragons behind him. We obey your command, your majesty Dragon Emperor. After the command of Dragon Emperor, instantly 2/3 of dragons flew back. Now only 100 or so dragons were left in the scene. And the unexpected thing for all the dragon clan was, Ren Tianyu directly jumped down from the back of Sanbai, and landed on the surface of water. After that looking at them, he slowly waked towards them. War was on the verge of breaking out. Ren Tianyu jumped down from the back of Sanbai, then facing towards Sanbai, he said, Isabu, use large-scale water-style technique to attack the entire island. And after I summon other tailed beast, take action according to our original plan. Okay, no problem. Sanbai answered in its muffled voice. And after Sanbai agreed, Ren Tianyu slowly walked on the surface of water towards Dragon Island. Seeing Ren Tianyu slowly walking on the water towards them, Dragon Emperor and 4 princes above the Dragon Island couldn't help but narrowed their eyes, and prepared themselves to fly out and attack Ren Tianyu. Because at their level, any casual move could cause great damage to the surrounding environment. So if they stayed in the island, then that would be very unfavorable for them, as it was very likely for them to accidentally destroy Dragon Island. Want to fly? Who gave you permission? Seeing dragons wanted to fly, Ren Tianyu sneered. Shortly afterwards, the sea surface in front began to violently roll over and over, as he heard the voice roar of Sanbai Isobi, water style, water flooding golden field. T.L, don't know which jutsu it is. If you have any idea, comment below. Thanks. Along with Sanbai's voice, from the sea surface in front, suddenly a monstrous wave reaching up to 7 or 8 meters high suddenly advanced towards Dragon Island. Humph, Dragon Domain's wall. Seeing this rolling over and over huge sea wave, the eyes of Camilla flashed with disdain, followed by him waving his right hand, causing a huge dim golden-colored energy protective screen to appear in the sky in front of Dragon Island. This protective screen safely stopped that monstrous wave outside the Dragon Island, was not able to intrude even a tiny bit of Dragon Island. But just at this time, in the sky above this sea wave, Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared. And his hands were quickly making a series of hand seals. Katan, Goka Mikyaku, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, he spat out wide-ranged blazing flame with surging heat wave from his mouth towards everyone underneath him. Holy Domain. Holy radiance rose from the body of Third Prince Brook, which changed into huge energy barrier in front of everyone, firmly blocking Ren Tianyu's flame. Humph, let's see how you block this, Enten, Kagutsuchi. Inferno Style, Flame Control. Ren Tianyu's right Sharingan spun rapidly, and huge amount of power gushed out, then the blazing flame created by Ren Tianyu's fire style quickly gathered together and its form changed greatly. And along with a loud dragon roar sound, 9 huge flame dragon came out from inside the gathered flame, then pressed forward with an indomitable will towards underneath holy domain set up by Brook. Enten, Kagutsuchi, Inferno Style, Flame Control. After Uchiha Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, this was his right eye's Taijutsu. This jutsu could control morphological change of Amaterasu's eternal black flame. When Sasuke was fighting against Raikage, he had controlled flame of Amaterasu to take the form of Amaterasu defense around his body, to counter the speed of Raikage, making Raikage unable to attack him casually. This Kagutsuchi, Flame Control, was able to control even Amaterasu's this kind of eternal black flame, so how could it not control ordinary flames? Moreover, in Japanese myth, Kagutsuchi in itself was god of fire, who could control myriads of flame. These 9 flame dragons under the control of Ren Tianyu's Taijutsu Enten, Kagutsuchi, Inferno Style, Flame Control, pressed forward with indomitable will momentum and lashed on underneath holy domain. Hong, 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 extraordinarily large explosion sound unceasingly resounded. Under the assault 5 flame dragon in quick succession, this originally bright holy domain become incomparably dim, as if it would disappear at any time. Then under the assault of additional 2 flame dragon, this holy dragon changed into specks of holy element and dissipated in the air. And the remaining 2 flame dragons and huge flame created by Ren Tianyu continued to advance towards underneath people. Humph, Holy Storm. Seeing huge flame and flame dragon flying towards them, Dragon Emperor frowned, then with a wave of his right hand, terrifying holy element flew out from his right hand which changed into huge energy vortex flying towards Ren Tianyu's incoming attacks. The first to be affected was 2 huge flame dragon in the front. Without any time to even reflect, they were directly swallowed by this terrifying energy holy storm. Next the remaining huge flame was also completely swallowed. Quite competent. Seeing his attacks were blocked, without even a hint of fretting, he jumped down from the sky directly towards Dragon Emperor and others. Didn't expect even before we came to you, you actually came here yourself to court death. This just so happens to save our time to find you. Seeing Ren Tianyu in front of him, Dragon Emperor said to Ren Tianyu in a tone densely filled with killing intent, and was also staring at Ren Tianyu as if he wanted to swallow him up in this instant. More than 20 dragons had already met their death in the hand of Ren Tianyu, so he and Dragon Clan were already mortal enemy. Moreover, Ren Tianyu didn't have any good impression of Dragon Clan. All day long they believed they were high above the masses, and were the ruler of this world. Furthermore, they were helper of his mortal enemy Shiman clan, so how could Ren Tianyu have any good impression on them? As for Dragon Clan, all of them take a great pride on their existence. But now more than 20 dragons had died in the hand of Ren Tianyu, so with their matchless proud nature, how could they let Ren Tianyu slip by? As a result, this fight was already doomed to happen sooner or later, merely Ren Tianyu choose to fight sooner. Who will kill who is still unknown, perhaps today could be the day of your dragon clan's extinction. Hearing Dragon Emperor's those words filled with killing intent, Ren Tianyu smiled in disdain, and then shrugging his shoulder, he indifferently said. Roar, you damned bastard, I had already stated I will definitely butcher you before. So now go to hell, Sky Dragon's explosion. Just at that time, in the sky directly in front of Ren Tianyu, Camilla appeared and swung his right fist which was covered a dim golden radiance towards Ren Tianyu's face. Last time in Magic Domain, Ren Tianyu had actually killed one of the High God Realm dragons silently in his presence. So how could he who was usually extremely proud of himself bear this insult? Moreover, after returning to Dragon Island, he was severely reprimanded by Dragon Emperor too, so if he could he would have already peel off the skin and pull out the tendons of Ren Tianyu. As a matter of fact, when Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared, the very first person that couldn't bear any longer was him. Humph. Looking at Camilla's fists covered with dim golden radiances flying toward him, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then pulled out Uchiha round fan from his back with his right hand, and placed it in front of him. Pang! The fist of Camilla hit Ren Tianyu's Uchiha round fan, explode for me. Yelled Camilla, and his right fist's dim golden radiance flickered even more violently. But to his disappointment, this radiance of light not only failed to explode, but was also slowly absorbed by Ren Tianyu's Uchiha round fan. This is. Seeing the bizarre scene before his eyes, Camilla instantly had ominous foreboding. The eyes of Ren Tianyu behind the Uchiha round fan was flashing with a smile, then he slowly spat out few words, Yukihigeshi. Uchiha reflection. Along with the words of Ren Tianyu, the Uchiha round fan instantly glimmered with dim golden radiance, which directly attacked Camilla who was already too late to defend. The huge explosion had thoroughly hit his body sending him flying. Camilla. Seeing Camilla was sent flying, Dragon Emperor instantly appeared behind Camilla and caught him. How are you, is everything alright? Putting down Camilla, Dragon Emperor asked in concern. Many thanks Emperor Father, I am fine, only injured slightly, no big problem. Camilla wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and settling down his violently rolling over and over chi and blood within his body, he slowly replied. Be more careful, this guy is tough, don't be reckless. Dragon Emperor warned, then looked towards the huge cloud of dust raised due to explosion. Ren Tianyu slowly walked out, then looking at those Dragon Emperor, Camilla and his brothers, furthermore other 100 or so dragons flying in the sky, Ren Tianyu bit the thumbs of both hands. After blood flowed out from his thumbs, he said, looking at your stance, isn't this wanting to have a group brawl? Then. Ren Tianyu's eyes suddenly glimmered with stern countenance, both hands quickly made a series of hand seals, then placed his both hand on the ground in front of him, causing huge formation to appear, let's see whose helper is biggest. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. After Ren Tianyu slammed his hands on the ground, with the circulation of chakra within his body, black formations rapidly spread all around in the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, on the ground in front of him, with pang, 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 3 sounds, huge white-colored smoke appeared, spreading in all direction. After that 3 powerful imposing aura spread all around, which blew off those dragons flying in the sky tumbling backward. Come out, my tailed beast fellows, Ichibi Shikaku, Nibi Matatabi and Yanbi Sun Goku. Looking at the white smoke in front of him, Ren Tianyu stood up, then looking towards Dragon Emperor and others whose complexion had greatly changed, he slowly said with a grin. After 3 cloud of white smokes disappeared, 3 huge strange magical beasts who were several tens of meters in height appeared in front of everyone. Among them, one was Raccoon Dog whose body was covered with earth-yellow sand. There was huge tail unceasingly swaying behind it. It was Ichibi Shikaku. Another one was Demon Cat whose entire body was covered with blue-colored flame vigilantly looking all around it. There was two tails which was also covered with blue flame unceasingly swaying behind it. It was Nibi Matatabi. And final one was a gorilla with two huge horns in its head whose body was covered with fiery red as if burning flame furs. There was four tails unceasingly striking the ground behind it. It was Yanbi Son Goku. After Ren Tianyu exchanged Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he understood that it would take a very long time for him to be able to exchange Rinnegan, so after considering for a while, he decided to first exchange few-tailed beasts. Ren Tianyu spent 60,000 system points to exchange Sanbai and 120,000 system points to exchange Yanbi. As for other tailed beasts, he didn't plan to exchange for the time being. If he exchanged too many tailed beasts then he would not be able to control them perfectly, so he had only 4 tailed beasts for the time being. Moreover, these 4 tailed beasts were Ren Tianyo's gift for Dragon Clan. Boy, are these herd of lizards your opponent? Looking all around, Yanbi Son Goku opened its mouth while breathing out 2 long flame from its nose, then asked in a loud voice. Yes. Shikaku, Matatabi, Son Goku, you 3 help me stall those 3 guys. As for Isobi, you take care of remaining 1. And allow me to take care of this strongest one and those flying lizards. Ren Tianyu slowly said while looking all around. No problem. 3 tailed beasts answered in unison. Second, third, fourth, you 3 take care of those 3 huge fellows. Be a bit more careful, those 3 magical beasts are not weaker than you all. In addition, don't let them destroy the island in any circumstance. Looking at those 3 magical beasts in front of him, Dragon Emperor also arranged his 3 sons to take care of them. He did so because other than him, only these 4 princes could match these 3 magical beasts. As for others dragons, they would only be food for these tailed beasts if they were sent to fight against them. Roar, roar, roar. After roaring, these 3 princes changed into their true form. After changing to huge dragon, then rushed towards 3 tailed beasts. Only after turning back to their true form, they would be able to deal and contend with these tailed beasts with huge body. Seeing 3 huge dragon incoming, 3 tailed beast welcomed them respectively. After choosing their respective opponent, they immediately began fighting. Second Prince Brenda against Ichibi Shikaku, third Prince Brook against Nibi Matatabi, and fourth Prince against Yanbi Son Goku. With their huge dragon form and powerful holy magic, they however were roughly comparable to tailed beasts for the time being. And when Camilla and Dragon Emperor wanted to jointly attack Ren Tianyu, Isabu in that sea began to directly use large-scale water-style attack towards Dragon Island, wanting to flood this entire island. So with no other choice, Camilla had to fly out of island and began to fight with Isabu. In just this fashion, all true God Realm experts were dragged away, greatly reducing the pressure on Ren Tianyu. But looking at those 100 or so dragons hovering behind Dragon Emperor, Ren Tianyu inwardly thought, I must find an opportunity to eliminate all of those annoying lizards first, otherwise with so many of them working together, they will be able to affect our fight. Thinking this, the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu firmly stared at Dragon Emperor in front of him. And an invisible illusion power entered the eyes of Dragon Emperor from his eyes. In an instant, Dragon Emperor sensed the surroundings around him had greatly changed. This moment, the original huge island had changed into a vast expanse of whiteness space. This is. Looking at the changes in the surrounding environment, Dragon Emperor confusedly thought inside his heart. Just then, the sky above suddenly cracked open, and countless huge sharp swords suddenly appeared in the sky above him. After that, under the unexpected expression of Emperor Dragon, they rained down towards him in high speed. Illusion. Didn't expect you are actually able to cast illusion on me. This is something that happened for the first time in these past thousands of years. Is this because of your eyes? Looking at the surroundings around him, Dragon Emperor talked to himself, as he recalled those unusual eyes of Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards, Dragon Emperor raised his head, then issued a loud dragon roar from his mouth, and the huge sound wave of this loud dragon roar quickly spread in all direction. Suddenly the environment around quickly scattered and disappeared, including those glimmering with pallid light sharp swords. When his vision restored, the surroundings around him had already reverted back to original state, and Ren Tianyu was still in front of him just like before, hadn't even budged. Didn't expect your illusion is so powerful, actually able to make me fall into it. Looking at Ren Tianyu in front of him, Dragon Emperor said while praising a little, despite being enemy. Now he was able to confirm Ren Tianyu's strength. Hehe, there are many things you don't accept. Now that it's like this, we don't need to play any of these boring game, let's begin for real. Seeing his illusion losing efficacy so quickly, Ren Tianyu was very surprised, but his face nevertheless was calm. Okay, if that is your wish. Along with the voice of Dragon Emperor, suddenly powerful aura which could cover the sky and earth rose from his body, pressuring Ren Tianyu as if Emperor had descended. At this moment, Ren Tianyu also released as if vast starry sky powerful aura, which welcomed the aura of Dragon Emperor. Under the confrontation of these two aura, the ground around slowly cracked open, unable to endure the pressure. Very powerful aura, didn't expect this wicked human could actually contend with our His Majesty the Emperor. Looking at those two people with evenly matched strength, the numerous dragons hovering in the sky thought in surprise. At this time, the two people who were releasing this powerful aura suddenly moved simultaneously, rushing towards each other. Suddenly a huge golden battle halberd appeared in the hand of Dragon Emperor, which he stabbed towards Ren Tianyu, while on the other hand, Ren Tianyu had pulled out Uchiha round fan to receive it. Pang, two people collided with each other in the sky. Uchiha round fan and golden battle halberd which were holding by these two people unceasingly tried to forcefully advance towards the other party. At that moment, Dragon Emperor suddenly kicked towards Ren Tianyu with his right leg covered with majestic golden light. But Ren Tianyu, who was looking at every moment of Dragon Emperor attentively, had already noticed this kick the instant Dragon Emperor had initiated the kick with his Sharingan. Ren Tianyu immediately circulated huge amount of chakra in his right leg and kicked towards his right leg's calf. Along with a muffled sound, the ground around suddenly cracked open, creating a huge crater with them as a center. And just at that time, the right eye of Ren Tianyu spun rapidly, and a huge amount of eye power gushed out from his eyes, forming a huge spiral-shaped space ripple which slowly surrounded the body of Dragon Emperor, wanting to suck him in inside his right eye. Not good. Starting from illusion of Ren Tianyu's Sharingan, Dragon Emperor had always paid special attention to Ren Tianyu's eyes. And when he saw the change in the space around him, he instantly had ominous foreboding, so at that instant, he released majestic golden light from his body, and forcefully struggled free of Ren Tianyu's binding and retreated back quickly. And after seeing his Kamui had lost effectiveness, Ren Tianyu also retreat back without staying on that same place. And while still in the sky, Dragon Empire waved his right hand. Then the holy elements between heaven and earth quickly gathered, forming several tens of huge golden light arrows which shot towards Ren Tianyu. Humph! Seeing light arrows glimmering with pallid light incoming towards him, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted. Then began to quickly make a series of hand seals while the chakra within his body also quickly circulated, and the ninjutsu quickly took shape, Mokuton, Mokujihiki. Wood style, domed wall jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front of him cracked open, and a huge wooden pillars flew out from underground, forming a huge wooden rampart in front of him, blocking his front. Pang, pang. The light arrows of Dragon Emperor hit this wooden rampart. And this wooden rampart trembled endlessly due to the attack, but it strongly blocked all the attacks of Dragon Emperor. On the other side, Dragon Emperor landed on the ground with cold sweats on his forehead, while thinking, the information about him being able to use space magic was really not mistake, he unexpectedly almost had his way just now. That really was a close call. But that space magic of just a moment ago seemed to want to suck me in, and he had initiated that move only when and his body was joined together. Although there is no way to guard against it, but very probably that move is effective only when the opponent is close, and from the change in his eye, this move ought to be part of his blood lineage power. What a troublesome blood lineage. Dragon Emperor, who had huge amount of battle experience, continuously analyzed the brief exchange of just a moment ago. Since it is like this, let's give energy attack a try. Thinking this way, Dragon Emperor stared at Ren Tianyu in front of him, and began to circulate the energy within his body. And just at that time, in the mind of Ren Tianyu, the system voice however suddenly sounded. Congratulations to host for triggering mainline mission, kill Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and 4 princes. Mission reward, 1.2 million system points. Mission failure, seal hosts Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for 1 year. At that time, the voice of system suddenly wake up Ren Tianyu with a start. He didn't expect system would take advantage of this time to make this even more exciting. Hearing the system prompt inside his mind, Ren Tianyu looked towards Dragon Emperor, who had already become glittering golden light, and said, "Now I have one more reason to absolutely kill you all." Thinking this, Ren Tianyu decided to no longer delay to avoid further complications. Ren Tianyu raised his hands, then quickly made a series of hand seals, and circulated his chakra within his body. Mokuton, Shinra Bansho. Wood style, all creation. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, with his body as the center, the ground around began to violently shake rapidly, causing huge cracks to appear all round on the ground. After that, along with several ka disintegrated sound, countless long tree tendrils broke out from the ground, while Ren Tianyu raised to the sky and formed the ground underneath Dragon Empire. Countless tendrils broke out which quickly brandished towards the body of Dragon Emperor. As early as when the grounds began to shake, Dragon Emperor had already taken precautions against Ren Tianyu's movement, so when tendrils broke out from the ground, Dragon Emperor had already seized that instant to waved his right hand's huge golden halberd and stuck it in the ground. After that he poured his powerful holy dragon power inside this golden halberd. Holy obliteration. After a loud roar of Dragon Emperor, with Dragon Emperor as the center, the surrounding of 10 meters in radius was suddenly covered with golden radiances, and the tendrils created by Ren Tianyu's wood style was swept away by that golden radiance, causing them to instantly change into powder and dissipate in the air. Roar will also help His Majesty the Dragon Emperor to kill this wicked human. Those dragons in the sky far away, under the drive of one dragon, suddenly fly over towards Ren Tianyu. Humph. Looking at those dragons, Ren Tianyu merely coldly snorted in disdain. After that he took out a huge scroll from his space ring, directly pulled it open, then made series of hand seals to undo the seal. Along with pang, pang, sound, several white smokes appeared. With the dissipation of these white smokes, 7 huge shuriken appeared around him, which were picked up by the tendrils created by Ren Tianyu's wood style. Then under the control of Ren Tianyu, these tendrils threw these several shuriken towards those dragons flying in the sky. And while these shuriken was still in mid-flight, Ren Tianyu immediately made a series of hand seals. Ninpo, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, those flying 7 shuriken suddenly multiplied exponentially. And these thickly dotted over several thousand shuriken attacked towards those dragons. But those dragons were also not this easy to deal with. The dragons in the lead open up their huge dragon mouth and spat out their powerful dragon breath, drowning all of these shuriken. And under the effect of this blazing dragon breath, all of these shuriken changed into molten iron and fell on the ground. While Dragon Emperor had already arrived in front of Ren Tianyu with that huge golden halberd in his hand. And that huge golden halberd was glimmering with terrifying cold light. Humph, give me a peace for a moment. Seeing Dragon Emperor, the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu spun rapidly. Then huge amount of eye power gushed out from his right eye, while his eye's perspective firmly stared at Dragon Emperor in front of him. Seeing the change in the eye of Ren Tianyu, Dragon Emperor instantly had an ominous foreboding. From the beginning, Dragon Emperor was already paying attention to Ren Tianyu's those strange eyes, and seeing the changes in his eyes, he instantly became very alert, but it's too bad, he was already late. Taijutsu, the other side. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, under his sight, the 5-meter space around Dragon Emperor was instantly sealed off, trapping his body inside invisible space prison. Pine. Dragon Emperor, who was flying at full speed, instantly slammed into the invisible space barrier, knocking himself back. After he stabilized his body, he however discovered he was already trapped within a space of 5 meters in radius. No matter what he did, he was powerless to move even one step forward outside of this 5-meter space. Taijutsu, the other side, was Rentenyo's own right Mangekyo's ability. Previously, when he had just awakened his Mangekyo, the power of the other side could trap enemy in the space of 3 meters in radius, but now this limit was already extended to 5 meters. And previously he could trap enemy for only 10 seconds, but now that limit was also already extended to 30 seconds. These could be described as huge changes. And while Dragon Emperor was trapped, those dragons all around had already broken through the obstruction of Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, and had already surrounded Rentenyo. As for Rentenyo, looking at these dragons who had already surrounded him all around, he grinned, then without any fear, he quickly began to make a series of hand seals while circulating chakra within his body. Then instantly huge amount of chakra was consumed, as he yelled, "These damned lizards, change into fertilizer for my wood style. Mokutan, Kajikai Korin. Wood style, deep forest bloom." After Rentenyo had yelled, with him as a center, the ground around within the radius of 1 kilometer suddenly began to violently shook, and long and huge fissures appeared on the ground, as if something terrifying was about to break out from inside the ground. At this time, huge vines and tendrils suddenly break out from those fissures in large numbers, then as if bamboo shoots after spring rains, countless huge trees directly broke out, changing into sturdy trees grown from the ground. Now the surroundings of 1 kilometer in radius was instantly changed into dense forest. And among the dragons, those who were flying a little lower in the sky were directly caught and tied by those countless vines. Now they couldn't move even a bit. Moreover, what made them even more alarmed was, their dragon power within their body was actually no longer under their control anymore. Their power was slowly flowing out from within their body, and was being absorbed by these trees that had trapped them. And after absorbing their power, these trees were getting even sturdier, exactly as if they had changed into the fertilizer for these trees. The tailed beasts who were confronting those 3 princes were obliviously also paying attention to the circumstance of Rentenyo's side. After they saw trees instantly growing out from the ground, Ichibi Shikaku stutteringly said, "Is this the wood style which stabilized the troubled times? Truly too astonishing. Shikaku, Matatabi, look at that petal at the top of the trees." At that moment, Yanbi's son Goku suddenly warned Ichibi and Nibi solemnly. Then their eyes slowly looked at that slowly blooming bright red flower on the top of the trees. Along with the support of that huge amount of chakra within the body of Rentenyo, as well as under the use of that refined boundless life force of forever green, countless huge trees immediately grew out from the ground, and the terrain within 1 kilometer circumference instantly changed, changing into dense forest. A number of dragons who were too late to defend were directly bounded by countless sturdy vines. These vines gradually absorbed the energy within their body, causing them to gradually lose their power to resist. Moreover, on the top of these huge trees, there was a brightly colored incomparably huge pink flowers. Each and every one of them were a bud ready to burst, looked very enchanting. Roar, damn it, everyone be careful of these trees, be sure to not get entangled in them. Seeing the circumstance around, Dragon Emperor, who was trapped within Rentenyo's Taijutsu, the other side was utterly helpless to do anything, so he could only warn others. In the separate space created by Rentenyo, although Rentenyo himself was powerless to do anything to him, nevertheless Dragon Emperor had also no means to meddle in the matter of outside from inside. Furthermore, there was still 17 seconds left before the other side loses its efficacy, but these 17 seconds was more than enough for everything to take a turn for the worse. Now Rentenyo was standing in the sky, and with his hands joined, huge amount of chakra was continuously gushing out from him. And after receiving this huge amount of chakra, the flowers on the top of trees in the forest created by his wood style slowly began to bloom. One petal after another slowly opened, and a pale yellow-colored pollen from flowers bud dissipated out and drifted away in the air. And those dragons in the sky were baffled while looking at this hundreds of flowers blooming circumstance. Seeing this scene which could cause people to get addicted, their huge dragon eyes were flashing with disbelief expression. As for Dragon Emperor trapped in separate space, although he was also surprised seeing this universally shocking circumstance, nevertheless ominous foreboding suddenly appeared in his spirit consciousness. But before he could open his mouth to warn others, the effect of these pollens already started to show. After they inhaled the pollens, those dragons flying in the sky began to feel fragrant air which could cause people to be infatuated with was entering their body. But before they could feel comfortable, their body began to slowly show reaction. They began to feel severe nerve pain all over their body, then felt numbness in their 4 limbs. After that, with no feeling all over their body, these huge dragons began to uncontrollably fall down from the sky. Seeing those huge dragons falling down from the sky just like raindrops, although this raindrop was a little too big, the heart of Dragon Emperor was filled with surprise and anger. With his judgment, coupled with seeing the reaction of dragons, Dragon Emperor instantly understood this pollen was toxic. But their dragon clan's body in itself possessed powerful poison/toxin resistance ability, so they had always treated toxins as a joke, but now however what happened? Under this anonymous toxic pollen, the dragon clan instead turned into a joke. Due to this toxic pollen, each and every dragons fell down from the sky, and their huge dragon body were firmly bounded by those underneath trees. They were unable to move, as well as the energy within their body was being involuntarily absorbed by these trees, changing into fertilizer for this wood style. Seeing his people's tragic fate, the heart of Dragon Emperor was flooded with flames of fury. At this moment, although those dragons were still not dead, but every one of them were already more dead than alive. Mokutan, Kajikai Korin, wood style, deep forest bloom, was a type of Jukai Koten, deep forest creation, secret wood style technique. The dense forest created by this technique not only possessed the binding ability of Jukai Koten, deep forest creation, but it also had a bud of flower on the top of trees, which would release neurotoxin pollen. Once this pollen is inhaled, the entire nerve system inside the body would paralyze, then lose the control of their body. Trapped within the separated space created by Rentienyo's the other side, Dragon Emperor was glaring at Rentianyu with his eyes which seemed to want to spout a fire. Right now, there was still another 7 seconds left for him to get freed from this prison. But these 7 seconds however were sufficient for Rentianyu to thoroughly resolve this matter. Let me add a fire, hope roasted dragon meat taste a little better. Looking at those dragons underneath who had already lost their ability to resist, Rentianyu displayed a cruel smile as he spoke. And when Dragon Emperor, who was still trapped in the separate space, saw this smile, he instantly had a very bad premonition. Shortly afterwards, he saw Rentianyu quickly making a series of hand seals, so he instantly roared, "Bastard, stay your hand ah." But would Rentianyu listen to Dragon Emperor and stop? The answer was only one word, which was, no. Along with the Dragon Emperor's that sad roar, Rentienyo's cold-blooded voice resounded. Katan, Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Along with Rentienyo's voice, before that beyond description grief and indignation of Dragon Emperor as well as that fear on the eyes of those trapped dragons, Rentianyu spat out a large-ranged burning hot flame from his mouth towards underneath forest. The underneath huge forest was instantly shrouded in flames. With all the trees directly burning, this dense forest changed into fire forest. And from within this huge fire forest, loud dragon roars filled with sufferings came out. Burned by fire, countless dragons send out a suffering roars of despair. Seeing the circumstance of this side, the 4 princes risked their life wanting to return back to this side, but how could 4 tailed beasts let them have their way? Currently their strength was barely comparable to tailed beasts, so it was basically impossible for them to get away. After about 3 seconds, a loud dragon roar came through underneath flame. Then a huge golden dragon which was over 20 meters in height instantly broke out from flame underneath and instantly appeared in front of Ren Tianyu, then opening its huge dragon mouth, it immediately spat out its dragon breath towards Ren Tianyu. Just before the dragon breath reached Ren Tianyu, suddenly purple ash-colored lightning appeared around the body of Ren Tianyu, forming a huge skeleton. Along with Hong the sound, Ren Tianyu accompanied by the huge Susanoo around him was sent flying towards the ground by this attack's powerful impact. Only after Ren Tianyu successively break through two huge stone pillars, he landed on the ground giving rise to a huge cloud of dusts. After this cloud of dusts dissipated, a huge crater had appeared on that location, and Ren Tianyu was standing in the center of this crater unscathed. Looking at that huge golden dragon in the sky, he saw the dragon scales on its body was emitting dazzling golden light, furthermore its body was emitting very powerful aura. Changed into your true form? Now that's a little bit more troublesome. Looking at that terrifying dragon in the sky, Ren Tianyu frowned. In the end Dragon Emperor was after all intermediate God King realm expert, was already a top-notch expert of this world. So when he got angry, he would become very terrifying. And at this moment, the dragon roars in suffering slowly disappeared completely. Without looking below, one would easily know what had happened to them. Now even if Dragon Emperor went to their rescue, he was already too late. So looking downwards towards Ren Tianyu, he roared in rage, "Damned human, I will definitely peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, drink your blood, and burn your soul in Dragon God's flame for 5 million years. Talk about that only after you are able to survive this battle." Hearing Dragon Emperor's words filled with dense killing intent, Ren Tianyu said without caring about it. But he nevertheless was pondering next countermeasure in his heart. Now I have already spent more than 1/3 of chakra, so even if I use that move, according to that move's chakra consumption, I won't be able to sustain it for very long. Now it would be better to first deplete his strength, then after replenishing my chakra, make my move. Thinking of this, Ren Tianyu made his next action plan, then staring at Dragon Emperor with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he thought, let's try the effect of Amaterasu. Finished thinking, his left pupil spun rapidly, then focusing firmly at Dragon Emperor's body, huge amount of eye power slowly gushed out from his left eye. This feeling. Not good, Dragon God's defense shield. Seeing the changes in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, Dragon Emperor immediately felt a chill in his heart, then Dragon Emperor instantly raised his vigilance, and set up a huge Dragon God's defense shield in front of his body without wasting any time. Amaterasu. Just after the shield of Dragon Emperor took shape, Ren Tianyu's Amaterasu was also launched at that moment. Although the move of Ren Tianyu was very fast, instantly launching Amaterasu, but as an Emperor of Dragon Clan, how could the reaction speed of Dragon Emperor be slow? The split second he saw the changes in Ren Tianyu's eyes, at that moment, he had already set up huge dragon-shaped defense shield in his front 5 meters away. And after the instant this shield appeared, a pitch-black flame suddenly appeared above this shield, violently burning it. Dragon Emperors that golden-colored majestic dragon power however become the fuel of Amaterasu, accelerating the burning speed of Amaterasu. Didn't expect the reaction speed of this big lizard was actually fast like this, directly blocking my Amaterasu. Seeing Amaterasu was blocked, Ren Tianyu thought while being little bit surprised inwardly. The non-extinguishable flame of Amaterasu would burn anything including people which was focused by his vision. Moreover everybody was powerless to extinguish it, and as for blocking it, there was only 3 methods. First, like Nagato use Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to directly flick Amaterasu away. Second, like Reikage, use inhuman speed to directly dodge. Third, like this Dragon Emperor, be extremely alert against Amaterasu in advance, then use shield or any defense move to block it without letting Amaterasu touch your body. Such terrifying flame, actually treating my dragon power as a fuel to burn. If it had burned my body, then, looking at this pitch-black flame, a lingering fear appeared in the heart of Dragon Emperor, but just at that time, the black flame burning Dragon God's defense shield changed. Enten, Kagetsuchi. Inferno style, flame control. After seeing his Amaterasu was blocked, Ren Tianyu quickly used right eye's Taijutsu Kagutsuchi, flame control. After that the black flame that was originally sticking to that shield suddenly deformed quickly. Then quickly stretching out on both sides, the stretched out black-colored flame points rapidly stabbed towards the back of Dragon Emperor. Not good. Seeing this extremely terrifying black flame suddenly flying towards him, Dragon Emperor jumped in fear, then flew up high in the sky. After that he began to quickly chant incantation, causing his whole body surround with countless golden-colored talismans. After that powerful energy unceasingly gathered towards him, and under the control of Dragon Emperor, the holy elements began to draw a mysterious golden-colored magic formation. This is. Seeing unusual condition in the sky as well as that unceasingly fluttering golden-colored talismans, Ren Tianyu frowned, as he had an ominous foreboding. Dragon God's heavenly incantation, Holy Yuan. Along with the roar of Dragon Emperor, these unceasingly circling talismans suddenly changed into talismans cataract falling down towards underneath Ren Tianyu. Not good. Seeing those talismans, Ren Tianyu instantly knew this was bad. He pulled out Uchiha round fan with his right hand which released a purple ash-colored energy protective screen in front of his body. Hong. This golden-colored cataract made up of talismans directly collided against the protective screen raised by Uchiha round fan. And a great invisible shock wave quickly spread all around, crushing the ground around him, creating a huge crater. And Ren Tianyu holding Uchiha round fan suddenly felt heavy, as a powerful impact force unceasingly oppressed him, forcing him to continuously move backwards, making a long dragging impression on the ground. What a powerful impact force! Feeling he was being continuously pushed back, Ren Tianyu exclaimed in surprise within his heart. And just when he was preparing to think countermeasures, those talismans opposing his Uchiha round fan suddenly changed greatly. Tiny golden energy dragon came out from inside these talismans, and changing into two floods, they crossed the obstruction of his protective screen, and flew towards Ren Tianyu. Moreover the ground below Ren Tianyu also cracked open suddenly, from where large amount of tiny energy dragons came out and stuck on the legs of Ren Tianyu. Not good. Seeing the sudden changes, Ren Tianyu was startled. Instantly after that his right Mangekyo spun rapidly, and huge amount of I-power gushed out. Shortly after that these small energy dragons which had completely covered his body, changed into golden-colored light, then with a hong ear-deafening explosion sound, all of them exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread in all direction. This terrifying explosion instantly engulfed everything within the radius of 20 meters. At this time, a figure flew out from the smoke of explosion, and after landing on the ground, he finally stabilized himself only after sliding a short distance backward. This figure precisely was Ren Tianyu.